Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to experience some of the most electrifying Street Fighter that you have ever experienced here in the land of Japan. This is Street Fighter League 2022 for Japan, and we're getting one step closer after 14 weeks of grueling team battle play. We are getting so close to seeing who will step up in the grand finals. My name is Vicious, here with Sankola to wish you all a very happy new year, first and foremost, as well as what's to expect going into the playoffs here today. Again, we're trying to find out who's going to make it into the grand finals to be within the top spot to face off against the other champions of Street Fighter League.
That's right. It's time to trim the fat. We have 4 teams right now. It's time to knock 2 teams off so they can move on to the grand finals, as we are joined with Aru and Hamako and more casters on the way today. In fact, speaking about today, it's going to be a very long day. So we have a lot of sets to go through. In fact, 3 stacked matches, and we're actually going to go down a little bit of how these rounds are going to go down. In fact, if you've watched the league play, which I know you have because it has some of the best Street Fighter you've ever seen, you have a general idea of what's going to go down. Today will be a race to 50 points all the way through. That means no more first to deaths and first to ones to solidify who's going to take it. We'll be rotating until we get to that 50-point line. That means the first, second player will be the best of 3s. The winner gets 10 points. And then, of course, the anchor position gets 20 points. So there's a maximum of 40 points per set. Now, whatever team, after set gets the 50 points will be the winner, and at least for the first match, and how things are going to go down between Nagoya Oja Body Star Milladam and Saishun Kansou Kumamoto, the winner will automatically advance to the grand finals. That means one of these teams will be moving on to the grand finals today. The next team will have their shot in match 3. They'll have one more go at it when they fight the winner of match 2. And we'll get a bigger breakdown as we go along, but that's how things are going to go on for this very first match.
We've talked about the seeding and how important it is trying to get the home field advantage, right? Well, with the race to 50, there is a potential to get a tiebreaker going and actually switch positions, because if that first match is already played out and they have to reset the situation, well, guess what? They also have to switch sides to make it pretty much a fair playing ground for both teams. So that's going to be even more exciting if we ever actually get into that moment. But as it stands right now, I feel like we're going to have to get a switch no matter what, because taking a look at the map, first 2 players, 10 points, third player is going to be 20. We're still going to have to get that switch off going either way. So we could see the tides kind of turn in other teams' favor as soon as that switch happens, or we might get a blowout. It's happened last year. It could happen again this year. So with that in mind, we're looking at the teams that are currently playing, and in the grand finals right now, good 8 squad for a very good reason, might I add, because they happen to be the best, right? They've had some of the most impressive win records week after week. After 14 weeks, they've barely lost any sort of games, but that could all turn topsy-turvy either way, right? Because we've seen them fall towards the grand finals. Hopefully they don't repeat those same mistakes as last year. But let's take a look at which teams are playing off right here, right now, to get themselves solidified into grand finals. Nagoya Oja Body Star, Milladam Beast going up against Saishun Kansou Kumamoto. What are your thoughts, Sankola, going into this particular match?
First of all, congrats to the Saishun Kansou Kumamoto qualifying and getting one step closer to all that guapo and 8 million yet split up between the 3 teams. Remember that first, second, and third will get 5 million, 2 million, and 1 million respectively, all split up. So those that make it to the grand finals in a couple of weeks will be getting a portion of that prize pool. But I'm really excited to see what's going to happen between these 2 teams. Saishun Kansou Kumamoto having those young stars coming through, Shuto and Oguchi, who have been making waves or did make waves in the Warrior tournaments and making waves even in the league play too as well. They've been making Saishun Kansou kind of skyrocket quite a bit. But Nagoya Oja Body Star Milladam, you can't count them out. It's a mashup of the old and young. You got the speed stars like Akira, and then you've got Daigo too as well. So if we look at their history, it has been so even between the 2 players, teams. They are both 1-1, and this is not only to qualify, but to see what is a stronger team between the 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of history going back and forth into it, right? They've played at least 2 times over against each other, and to be quite honest, it really depends on who's on the home side first, I think, because Nagoya Oja Body Star, in their first matchup in week number 1 against Saishun Kansou Kumamoto, they've blown it out 30-10, but when the switch around happened in week number 8, Saishun Kansou Kumamoto came out with a very hefty swinging bat towards Nagoya Oja Body Star, with Daigo the only one pretty much getting points in the second run back. But I will say, though, this is going to be pretty interesting, considering considering Nagoya Ojo Body Star is going to be first at deck, they're going to have the chance to get the counter picks going. I want to know what's going to be on the defensive end for Saishun Console Kumamoto, because again, you had mentioned some of the heaviest hitters in the new generation of Street Fighter V being on this team. So it's going to be very difficult for one, the team captain to pick an order, and then number two, prevent themselves from getting effectively counterpicked by such an all-star team of Nagoya Ojo Body Star.
When the sets rotate, I definitely want to see what happens then too as well. What will they have in their bag when things just switch up and they have to put up their team members on the other hand? But now it looks like it might be time to get the introductions going and flowing. Saishun Console Kumamoto led by the Brute King himself, Nima, with that fall, Andurian and Guild Play coming through, leading the charge of Violence Emperor on the deck. Look at that. You see him all in that CGI. That is sick.
That was sick.
After that, Higuchi, the prodigy. We already talked about how ridiculous he has been in the Warrior tournaments and being super consistent. He's been coming up with that Guile play. I think one of the best in the best top 3 Guiles in the world. Right after that is going to be the little devil Shuto, who is definitely the devil when it comes to tier lists, making Urien seem way stronger than he really is. He's definitely top tier play out here. Shuto, very studious and studious with the glasses. And his notebook, I'm sure, of notes about the players. And then after that, the monk himself, YHC Mochi, one of the top tier sims out here. This is a stacked team of not only quality like characters, but quality players too as well that have made their mark throughout Street Fighters, tournament histories and things like that. Not only in 4, but also in 5.
I really enjoy the entire synergy of the team right now. I really love seeing them in person, and I love their animated expressions. It's super cool. I want to see how it plays out for Nagoya Ojo Body Star slash a Milodon Beast coming in hot. It's Akira, the lightning speed star, with that Kami, as ever impressive as the day we've seen him in our first introduction to Street Fighter League, looking as cheery as ever. That's what I'm talking about. I do love these introductions. These are so sick, by the way. Coming up, following through, it's the ever-evolving living legend himself, Daigo the Beast Umehara. And he just, look, he just found out where he was at right there and then, too. He just found out that he was getting teleported into the stadium. And of course, it is going to be the one to back them all up, the attack-heavy tank. It is Fudo with both Poison and Luke, and maybe Armika if need be. He's already got the guns loaded. He's got the power of fatherhood on his side as well. But of course, the one to set it all apart, again, it's the White Omen from Nagoya. It is Nari-kun with that Akira play. Now, okay, I love that. That is the V-trigger stance. I like that. I do indeed like that. So, one of the best things I do like about Nari-kun is not only how animated he is and how much he brings the team spirit vibes, but I have been watching a very close eye on him. He's been practicing like crazy on CFN against a plethora of different teammates, and even asking for sets amongst players within Street Fighter League that are still in contention for a playoff spot, which is pretty risky. I would say a little bit dicey to kind of practice that, but at the same time, it's like, hey, he's looking for long-term growth. So I do appreciate that fact. Nari-kun, he's definitely one to step up. I hope we see some gameplay for at least this moment in the playoffs.
It's unfortunate, but like he has been one of those that has not really shown and shine. But speaking of shine, we're gonna go to Saishun Console Kumamoto's acting owner, Yoshimoto. Looks like they're thanking the players for bringing themselves to the playoffs. It's been 2 years since their team had been established, and he's feeling very fortunate to be standing here on the big stage. And we notified how this is Saishun Console Kumamoto's qualification time. And they're finally able to qualify. They worked so hard. It was definitely in some wild contention to get there. Looks like he's also saying that this is happening all because of their hard work and dedication given by our players throughout the season league. And we've seen that even outside of the league. We've seen how Higuchi and Shuto have been working and operating outside of the league. We talk about how, you watch their streams, how they're studying studious, how they are so practiced. Even when they travel too, we saw Higuchi doing pretty decent out at EVO. Looks like their team has been a team that's become loved and cheered by not only Kumamoto, Kishu, but all over Japan too as well. And I've seen that all over Twitter. People really loving Higuchi from around the world. All the players, bear in mind that your team is loved and cheered by so many. So show off the Saishun Con teamness. Saishun Con family is cheering for you all over Japan, and I would imagine around the world.
I love seeing Higuchi kind of sit up straight immediately afterwards as soon as the camera kind of went back to the team. You see how much these guys put into the work of Street Fighter V and trying to figure out the matchups and overall collaborate as a unit. I think their cohesiveness has really shown off pretty much right off the bat, and them actually talking it out in regards to what matchups need to be fixed, what matchups need to be worked on, etc. I think overall they're in such a very, very good position, or a decent position at least, going into this, because again, they just need one shot. They need one set to take down Nagoya Oja Bodystar to make it into the grand finals, or at least one match. Not one set, excuse me, one match to make it through. But again, this is no easy feat, right? We had the team owner Oniki coming in from Nagoya Oja Bodystar Mildom. First and foremost, he wanted to congratulate all the players that have advanced to the playoffs during the season league on the October 28th episode 8. He was very grateful that they showed up to the Shibuya Stadium where he worked. He also had a personal message saying that his students were able to see players play SFL in front of them and were thrilled and happy. So with that in mind, he asked them, please, please, please win the playoffs to make it to grand finals and become the grand finals winner. So quite a hefty ask, but I will say it just might be doable considering the all-star roster. Now, speaking of rosters, let's take a look at the away matchup. It's going to be Nemo, Higuchi, and it's going to be, I believe it was Shuto, so it's going to be the double Urien as the bodyguards to the Guile.
Wow, Nemo finally pulling out the Urien. We haven't seen a lot of the Urien really do work from the side of Nemo. However, it's Shuto that's been doing a lot of work with that character, not only in League, but also in the Warrior events, and making people around the world really debate where that character's landed. We saw the nerfs that happened to the character. We saw the EX headbutt being taken away in terms of reversal play, the light kick also being nerfed, and some of these other buttons. But we've seen success from Shuto, and I like that Nemo's putting it back on the board. And I think, honestly, despite the fact that we see Fudo going up with that poison play, I do think that Urien has a lot to say in that matchup. I think there's a lot of ways he can get in with the EX chariot tackle if she wants to stand fierce, and then if he gets that oppression going and flowing, it's hard for her to stop him from just pressing many buttons. That's how it is. Reversal button's not so good for her.
We are getting the pre-game interviews from both sides. Nemo absolutely expected Fudo to be the first one to counter, absolutely prepped himself on CFN, and he would love to showcase that. That's been the general consensus. That's been pretty much the general pre-game interview between most of the players here on Street Fighter League, is that they understand what they're getting into. They understand what the possibilities are for getting counterpicked for the maximum degree, right? The maximum efficiency when it comes to the counterpick plays. So there's no doubt in my mind that Nemo piloting Urien at this stage in person is going to be a whole different beast. I think there's not going to be anything really holding him back from utilizing some of the dirtiest plays that you can. And this is what I love to see, Senkola. This is exactly what I was looking forward to, is seeing what kind of notes Shuto would bring to the table, specifically for Nemo, if it's something new or even if it's something to remind him of. That's what's pretty important. I think that's going to be a very, very big factor going into this matchup.
100%. We've seen how good Shuto is with this character. He's really been the template of how to utilize Urien, this season. His defensive tactics in terms of movement, his defensive tactics in terms of how he utilizes V-shift and V-break and things like that, and when he utilizes it in rotation with V-trigger too as well. As a closer, I think he just understands how to play this character better than anybody else. And Nemo getting those notes and getting a refresher, because he was definitely the one to be the Violence Emperor previously, is going to be helpful. And that's the great thing about having Street Fighter League as a tournament-based system, is that you can have these notes. You don't only get to play with your practice with your other team members and players and things like that, but you have these notes that you could share, especially if you play the same characters. He's going to need everything it takes against the likes of Fudo, who has been super dominant, not even last season, but this season, in the top of the leaderboards, doing a lot of work with not only his Mika, his Poison, but we might even see the Bury if need be. But I think Poison's just fine up in this matchup either way. I think that Poison still makes this even in, maybe even slightly in her favor still, even though that Urien has quite a few things that she can do, or he can do against the character.
Yeah, I'm looking at overall the record coming in from Fudo. I think there hasn't been a lot of big problems against any of the other Uriens, because the Uriens happen to be on this team, right? So let's say the Poison doesn't work out for Fudo. There's still that fact of being able to pick that Luke. So we'll see how it plays out. I had to let that rock. You have to make sure that the moment of silence is there for my man to let the line rock. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. First match of the day. Oja Star Body Milodon going up against Saishu and Sokomoto. Let's get it.
You already see it. Yeah, we see Fudo already trying to put a stop on Nemo's advances thus far. I love that. That was a counter 8. That was a blocked headbutt, by the way.
Getting the whip, a lot of great lives, adding up. Careful those fireballs. Utilize more as a poke than like, a zoning tool. Though we don't want to take the trade. Trying to find a punish, not able to right there. He's trying to work his way in and put him into the corner. EX flip against the fireball. There's the EX cherry tackle to get in.
It's going to be just fine for Nemo still. He still has the V-trigger. There it is, off of the target combo. Tried to jump out. He did get clipped. Fudo now utilizing his V-reversal, or at least V-shift, excuse me. He tried to get the trade combo against the mirror. Not going to happen. Nemo was definitely onto that.
Sick. Guess is right. Again, guess is right. Crit, but no medium right after, though, Vicious. Didn't finish his plate.
It's so dangerous.
Let come back to bite him.
There's Nemo again. He's trying to steal some turns, man. There's a lot of movement, a lot of heavy movement coming in from the side of Nemo, whether it's dashes or it's a back dash into forward dash as well. There have been a couple of moments where Nemo has been checked from Fudo. So again, the forward dash coming in. He's not discouraged, and he does get the anti-air against a neutral jump. I love that. Yep, the anti-air is still 1 point for Nemo.
Let's on tap. Light the EX. Get some distance with it. Goes for the V-skill for some Oki. Hey, a lot of that gray life. But again, Nemo, the type to play his sort of game no matter what. Careful those fireballs. There's EX bar at the bottom to get the flip right over. Let's go for the fierce.
I love that.
On the corner carry.
That was so far away too. Oh, he actually got an interruption against Fudo. He didn't actually get to press any sort of buttons correctly as a meaty. He tried to delay the normal. Now forward throw, not quite stunned, but one more touch either way would kill. Oh my god, that could have been so dangerous, but the critical art wouldn't have killed for Fudo. What is he gonna do though? One big combo could potentially end it into critical art from the side of Poison, but it's really up to Nemo to give it all away at this point.
That's true. He'd love to block it out, but you know what's going to happen right here. Right into the super to steal the activation to make sure the hit came through in the clutch right here. I like that. To make sure you get the extension, get the activation. And Fudo, we talk about the movement of Nemo. It's great, but Fudo, his burst of movement every so often has been catching Nemo off guard. He's one of those more active poisons. The likes of Idom is a little bit more on the stationary side, and we see Fudo with these dashing situations. That means 10 points almost on the side of the likes of Fudo's team, but we'll see. That's only one win in the end, and it's still pretty close. It's still fairly close. I do like that Nemo utilizing V-shift and things like that. Something we don't typically see from him. We see more from Shudo, and he's utilizing one of those defensive options when need be. Just needs to clear it up just a little bit more, a few more conversions to find the finish.
Yeah, not quite 10 points just yet. I do believe that was only the first game between the two, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I will say there's a lot to be said with the way that Fudo has been playing and keeping it stationary, right? He won't necessarily find like the big burst movement, as you mentioned. I think him walking his opponent down has been the biggest threat. And I think there's a lot coming in from the side of Nemo where he's anticipating the player to kind of back off or at least keep themselves cornered instead of engaging in a closer kind of interaction, because we've seen Poison and how she can interact, right? I think she benefits way more from mid to further range in comparison to like playing up close. But that was actually so slick to dash up out of there to relieve himself of any sort of close quarters combat from Yuri, and very, very smart from Fudo.
Interrupts the EX. Unfortunate bar not utilized in the right way. And Fudo hanging on to his EX bar, disallow those fireballs as a poke on the side of Nemo. Oh, nice.
Oh, that was so smart.
Right outside the distance to clip the anti-air. Very smart spacing right there from Nemo. He's got the activation on deck. He's going to find that hit to connect. Proximity kick or EX.
We haven't seen the utilization of that V-trigger just yet. That mirror has not been allowed most of the time. And even if it has been, Fudo has barely taken any damage from it. So this is going to be quite the problem. Yeah, I think Fudo, again, yep, and I knew it. He went for that exact sequence before. He went for a double jab to check to see if Nemo was going to press a button. This time around, he went for the throw bait, and he got exactly what he needed. Look at that match point now with very scarce resources now. But I don't think it's going to matter for someone like Fudo because he wants to play from this range, and he's going to be a battery charging up, getting some of these whips to connect. I love the neutral jump. Good anticipation from Fudo.
Was looking out for it. Now as we call up in the corner. when we talked about that Urian's defense is lacking because of the lack of the EX headbutt, a no 3 frame to his name, the toe tap, too far out, EX, V-reversal, offensive style, stay up in the corner a while, Fierce gets us done, it's about to be done, there's 2 bars at the bottom and she can dish out the damage. EX, I think there needs to be one more hit after this, yes sir, and the low, there you go. Fudo taking the first victory for his team, that's 10 points.
So dangerous, man, especially after that sequence, that standing jab. What's funny about the pushback on that is that it leaves you so far away, making you think there's going to be a throw, or at least that you're in throw range. And you see Nemo kind of commit to that. He's like, you know, it is a guess for game situation. I'm going to have to figure out what I can do with a split second, maybe a delay grab. But again, just that simple standing jab, right, from that range pushes you just far enough. Even if you don't even happen to tech, the throw will still whiff. That's been like a season 1 thing. That's been established from so long ago, and it's really tough to see it utilized in a guess for game situation on defense. And it's like, man, it's just how it plays out. But considering Fudo had gone first, there's going to be a very interesting kind of predicament now for them to be the closer. All things considered, you have Daigo left, you have Narikun left, you have, who else do you have left? You have, I think, Akira as well.
Yes. Well, let's go back to a little bit of the anti-airs right there. I want to give a lot of good credit out to Nemo. He's looking out for Fudo's jumps. However, when Fudo did get a jump, he got the side switch that put Nemo in that predicament. Finally, when he had the right time to jump, the right angle to look out for that EX cherry tackle that you had pointed out, I was able to get him to side switch and really put Nemo in a bad situation, taking advantage of the fact that character really didn't have that much in terms of reversals and that kind of reversal momentum, and put it right in his favor to get that victory. So that means Fudo gets the first win for his team. Who do you send up next now against Higuchi Guile?
I wouldn't want to do Guile, to be honest with you. I'd much rather save Daigo as the reserve for the anchor. It has to be between Narikun and Akira, and the way that Akira's been playing against this particular matchup to kind of suppress people, I think it might just be him coming up next. It's going to be Akira Kami coming up next. So it makes sense. I think there's a lot to be said with Higuchi's Guile. I think, we talked about him being a little bit more of the passive one between the two. He can have his bursts of offense every so often, but it's really whether or not he has the right reads on his opponent and their movement. So we shall see.
Higuchi says that last year he lost to Akira-san at Street Fighter League, so he'd like to win this and take revenge. And I want to go back to what you were saying. I feel like in terms of like the speed and pace, I feel like Akira is definitely the one to put Higuchi in his place. And the fact that we've seen Akira have these wild wake-up decisions, like wake-up TK EX dive kick at ranges where people are not really expecting, it's going to be hard for Higuchi, even though likes Higuchi to stop, but Higuchi definitely has his own burst wild moments. Like he's able to keep really solid, and that blows you in a false sense of security, and then bam, we saw like bazooka knee into super against people lacking. So I definitely want to see how these two operate against each other. When I think the mental speed that they have is in a similar fashion. If the gameplay speed isn't there, the mental speed is definitely there. Akira says he'd be hyper happy if he can win this, and we've already talked about how Akira is definitely the type to be very emotional. Very emotional. Win or lose, is a very emotional player. Very emotional in his gameplay, but also outside of his gameplay is very emotional. So he'd like to win this and contribute to his team. He's able to put his best foot forward in this match.
Yeah, looking at statistics as well, I think this is going to be a very, very optimal way of putting it for the next matchup to face off against Higuchi's Guile. We've talked about what had happened before in Week 8 between Saishun Kansol, Kumamoto, and Nagoya Ojo Body Star. This matchup has indeed happened where the Guiles had met up against each other. Daigo had taken that 2 games straight. So as strong of a record that is for someone like Daigo, that just gives Higuchi a little bit of extra information to potentially counterplay against someone like Daigo. So sending someone like Akira against Higuchi, where they haven't even actually met this season, is a pretty good choice, right? The last time they played off against each other was indeed last year, but this is a whole different ballgame between these two characters and the way they operate in the final season of Street Fighter V. So with that in mind, I think this is definitely the optimal choice to send up Akira against someone like Higuchi. And you can see the record overall, right? We've seen how powerful Akira truly is, right? His record has been absolutely phenomenal thus far. He's had so many of his points coming in. He's actually held his weight pretty decently for this team, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You see the same over on the side of Higuchi. 10 out of the 14 games that he's played, he's won. So he's done a good job too as well, claiming a lot of victories against top-level competitors, and he's done so even outside of Street Fighter League Japan. We've seen him take these Ws at the Warrior events. He was able to qualify to as well. Wasn't able to win, but in the end, being able to get top 8 at probably the most stacked Warrior event is nothing to sneeze at. And, going back to history, Narakun lost Higuchi's Guile, so sitting up Narakun probably wouldn't be the best bet. So, once again, I definitely agree with the decision to have Akira come up, and I definitely want to see what he has in the bag. I'm sure he's played with Daigo. I'm sure he's played with the newly enhanced, I should say, version of Daigo, and has definitely found some strategies against Guile. But you have to remember that when you're fighting Higuchi, you're really fighting a lot more of Higuchi than you are of Guile. His decision-making is so different than other Guile players. It's so wild at surface level, but there's rhyme behind his reason. Right, there's he'll take back his terms that when he thinks that you're not going to press, it's so calculated. But you definitely have to be worried about him as a player. So I know that Akira definitely has studied that, and he's got the Guile information. Let's see if it all comes to fruition in this match.
It's going to be pretty exciting. We're going to take a look at what the V-set's going to be between these two. I mean, Cammy, for one, I think I wouldn't be surprised if it's V-set 1 all the way. You might use the V-skill past the boom, but how often does that really happen? On the side of Guile, though, I think it's going to be pretty standard. I think it's going to be solid puncher as the V-trigger, but it's going to be V-skill 2, and I do like that coming in from the side of Higuchi. So we'll see how this plays out. It is V-skill 2, actually, from the side of Cammy. And we've seen that tactic exactly from Fudo as well. Again, just being able to trick that situation where you think a tick throw is coming and using the speed. Again, he is the speed star for a reason. Not going to spend the bar back. We'll do it though.
Yep. There it is. Delay rise. No surprise. He was right there. Gets the back throw for the finish. The perfect KO and the perfect way to close out that round. Taking a page out of Fudo's book, as you pointed out. And she's such a good character to be able to do so as well. I like that V-skill too. If Higuchi gets, tests his limits there, he might get crush counter, trying to take back his turn.
Oh yeah, especially after something like a block low forward, being at the negative frame that it is, it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not Higuchi commits. Oh my god! So not what he wanted. Not what he wanted at all, actually. You can see it from the expression of Akira. He did not want that. He tried to maybe get an uppercut or a normal into uppercut. That might be better for Higuchi than it is for Akira, despite getting the hit.
That's true. That bar's off the table. And now with that activation, he's going to need another EX bar. Unfortunately, whiffs too far out the distance. One more hit. He'll be able to seal it. He'd like to save that bar at the bottom. Higuchi would love to save that bar. The speed star is not done running over. Higuchi has to go up in the corner. This time the west side. He's got the EX bar to threaten the likes of getting through the projectile. Back throw. Higuchi. Saving all that bar for the next round.
You could see the mental stack, not the mental stack, I guess the mental deterioration that had happened, especially after the critical arc. There were so many big mistakes that Akira had committed to immediately after the utilization, the accidental utilization of that critical arc.
You can't do that with Cammy, less help this season, so those mistakes are even more. Sweep off the feet, I like that punish. She's taking advantage, and now about to be an advantage in terms of bar. One more hit to do it with the super. He's linked up now. Akira has to play this perfectly. Looking for a crush counter to Higuchi.
If he gets a throw and a full sequence, if Akira can do it off of that, he's setting up for lethal right now. If he gets a clean hit, it's over. For both, actually. Oh boy. Is he trying to force? Yeah, he's trying to force some chip and some pushback. Higuchi is not willing to play the critical art game, but this is so difficult. This range right here is going to be so hard to contest. One EX boom will kill Cammy. Or a throw, he walked up! Listen, man. Guile's walk speed is also just as intimidating.
It's wild because you see that bar at the bottom that Akira has. Like, he has all of that bar stocked up. It's so dangerous. One hit would have did it. One whiff normal would have did it. So instead of whiffing a normal like he did previously, Higuchi said, I'll just get that walk-up throw. But that confidence, though, that's a Higuchi style. Being able to be confident in these decision-making moments. On the flip side for Akira, he's got to be confident if he makes these mistakes. I feel like that when he had spent that super when he didn't want to, he's got to be able to just kind of pull it back and say, okay, that happened, no big deal. I'm gonna get back in the brink right there. I still have activation. I still have the V trigger to force some mix-up situations off the dive kick. I'm still looking pretty in some of these sequences. I still have Oki now, so like make the best out of what you have. It's going to be very imperative because right now, Higuchi's looking very strong.
Yeah. I think that final sequence said a lot, right? There was a lot that Akira kind of looks for in regards to that specific range. Having to kind of contest and whiff punish is something that Cammy can do. Gala is definitely within that same archetype to kind of get some of these whiff punishes. It just doesn't lead to as much damage outside of trigger. But again, being fully locked and loaded, that was a sequence to really behold. The problem was Higuchi had one EX bar locked up still. I think the reason why Akira was so pensive about trying to whip punish or throw out buttons because of the fact that one EX boom would have killed him. So that was really, really smart from Higuchi to kind of play that I know that you know kind of gameplay and move forward with the throw instead of trying to throw out normals. That also is so good. The reverse spin kick against low forward is so smart from Higuchi.
Crushing that crouching medium kick. Very imperative. Medium kick activation. I like seeing that situation from a lot of these players, utilizing that as an activation. Fantastic button now. Has him call up in the corner. Stun is rising. Too far off for the sledgehammer. Fierce. Higuchi able to run it back with the activation. Staving off that sun. Getting that pushback done. Back to mid-screen we go.
I love the fact that you can hear the players cheering in person. It's so sick. It's actually so sick.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Oh, that's huge! Yeah, the punish is there. I would have said, you know, maybe if Akira had gotten that hit, it would have been lights out for Higuchi, but you can see him kind of shaking his head in remorse, really.
It's been like that throughout this entire match. He's got to route it back because right now set point is staring at Higuchi. Too far from the crouching kick. Dashes in, gets the counter off the double medium, has him call up in the corner. And again, she's so good about keeping that counter pressure. Those tick throws, the speed star, getting in with the quickness. Nice counter. He caught him dashing in. No back throw though. DP to catch that throw.
What?
Smart stuff here.
Oh, you're dead. Counter hit. Oh, not quite dead yet. He didn't want to spend it. Oh no, you are actually in deep trouble. You are actually in deep trouble. One more sequence.
Hit either side.
You might be dead. Oh, that was it. Oh no. Oh my God. He did it again. He did it again. Akira had thought the throw was coming. The crouching jab came out, but still, Higuchi again, ending it out with a throw. I feel like that entire set was like the culmination of what was going on between the two players, right? Akira had messed up a couple of times. He had a couple of imperative moments where he had pretty much thrown the game with low forward, EX spiral arrow. He gave it away in that moment. But even then, outside of that, there was some really tentative moments from the side of Akira where he wasn't allowed to really press a button against Higuchi. And I will say it's super impressive to see Higuchi utilize his walk speed the way that he does and utilize or like instill fear in his opponents to keep them from pressing buttons or moving away. Super clean.
Holding that bar too as well. I think that's also super important. You pointed that out previously. Having the threat of EX Sonic Boom, which is very hard to react to, even for the likes of the pro players like the Speedstar himself, is such a deterrent. You know, a lot of Gal players used to hold onto that bar for the CA play, right? Hit him with the super, seal it, all that good stuff. But Higuchi spinning that EX bar is just makes him a threat anywhere else on the screen. And these mistakes have been problematic for Akira. He's gonna have to pull back if he comes up in another match like that, because you know it's not looking very good. And this is playoff time. You have to be able to be as solid as possible. But on the flip side of things, Higuchi doing a great job of finding punishes continuously. We see the anti-airs right there from both sides, but there's the throws. No checks on the side of Akira, holding 5 throws all the way through, and that's just a testament of how strong Higuchi was in terms of getting that grip continuously. Just being able to get that walk-up throw with that confidence that Akira was not expecting. Even the second time, as you pointed out, had the jab right there to stop him, but the timing was just so different from Higuchi. Smart stuff from him.
Yeah, you can see the kind of impact it has in comparison, right? You have 2 out of 10 throws teched from the side of Higuchi against Akira, but the fact of the matter is, again, Cammy bleeds just a little bit more than Guile does under normal circumstances. So just, I feel like there was a lot of moments where Higuchi had kind of forced Akira into those moments. There can be very occasional moments, I should say, where Guile can spend enough bar to get a decent amount of damage, but most of the time he's trying to rock you out in neutral, right? We do see the reverse spin kicks being utilized against the low forwards. We do see some of the sonic booms being used at the very last second from the side of Iguchi. So very well played at the pace that he's been playing. It's so impressive to see him kind of switch it up match after match. But now it comes down to the final member, right? Daigo Umehara is definitely going to be the anchor in this particular matchup against Shuto's Yurien.
I think this is a great challenge right here for Shuto. We've seen Shuto take down a lot of demons, Momochi, Kudo, many, Tokido, 3-0. That was probably his most standout match, I think, in Street Fighter League, and one of the most standout matches in Street Fighter League. And he has put Yurien back on the map. If you look on Twitter, there's always a discussion about where Yurien sits in the tier list. I feel like he's going higher and higher, and some people are saying that he does well against Luke, he does well against this and that. I'm not sure where that is really in totality, but I'm sure that Shuto is playing so strongly throughout Street Fighter League that you got to give credit to them as a player too as well. I think that Yurien's still strong. I think that Yurien's still good. Maybe not top tier, maybe high tier-ish, I guess. But the way that Shuto plays in terms of rotating his defensive options makes him hard to stop. And I think that would have been the same case no matter what character that he would have played. He just has that same style that he had last year, worked this year even more so through the nerfs and the changes that have happened in the meta for not only Yurien, but overall against the rest of the cast with the V shift and the V break.
Going into it, we did get a couple of words from both players, right? Shuto had mentioned in order to advance to grand finals, it's crucial to get 20 points. He will do his best, right? It's very standard, a very standard kind of response we would get from some of the players out here. But on the side of Daigo, he's actually nervous, right? I don't know when the last time he's been on this kind of stage in person, to be quite honest with you. I mean, majority of the time he's played online. But being under like these kind of circumstances, I feel like that never really leaves someone like that. But he's talked about his opponent Shuto. He's talked about how his Yurien conditioning is so good, and it's such an important game for this anchor match in regards to how many points are going to be going into the switch up of match number 2. So with that in mind, he's going to make sure to do his best, give his best, even if this means that he won't be able to play on the other matches. He will bring out all the best that he can. Right, and going into the stats of like both players, it's actually quite impressive to see the number of wins from both sides. I think Daigo, Shuto, and Iguchi are pretty much neck and neck with each other, right? Daigo has 140 points, Shuto has 145, and Iguchi has 150 before the playoffs. I think all three of these players are just within the same skill level, which is kind of wild to say because we all know and love Daigo Umehara, right? We all understand the legend and the lore, but this goes to show you how strong the new generation is. Just being within the same, if not the greater playing field against Daigo Umehara. So this is going to be a really big test between the old guards and the new generation, to be honest with you. And it's so weird to say Daigo as the old guard, right? But it is what it is.
That's how it is. You know, we all get older, but it is good to see like new generation coming through and really coming through strong and be at these top level positions. We've seen like Kawano do very well. I mean, we've seen that he really only started being a pro player with Kimono Michi when he saw Daigo fight Tokido. Shuto really showing out this year. I mean, he's been a player for years, but this has really been his year. Same with Gucci and many other young players coming through and new names too. That means that we're getting a lot of new blood out here at Street Fighter, out here in fighting games in general, and that's just good to see. You want to see new blood. You want to see the old heads being rotated every single tournament. You want to see new challengers rise up, and I'm sure the old heads would like to see that too. But this is, as you said, going to be a test of the old versus young. And Daigo has, as we've seen, recently found his way with Guile, right? He's a little bit of a slow starter, a slow learner when it comes to changes and stuff like that. He had said it himself in the previous matches earlier in the league, or I guess I should say later in the league, as things were going down. He had found the way that he wanted to play with Guile. He finally found the way to work with the mechanics that he wanted to play with his character. But Shuto, once again, has been super strong. Qualified for the Warrior tournaments, has been that top 8 spot, has been doing work outside of Street Fighter League Japan, inside of Street Fighter League Japan, as you had mentioned, and putting this character on the map. Character to character, still not so good for Yuri, probably worse this season because of the fact that EX Headbutt not the best option. You're going to be pressured more in the corner, and Guile still has fantastic corner pressure with the space trap. So it'll be interesting to see how Shuto operates around this matchup.
Really curious to see it again. Very similar in regards to overall win records, right? Daigo has 10 out of 12, Shuto has 10 out of 14. The point differential between the two is just about 5. This is going to be very, very close in regards to the players. But in terms of the characters, you had mentioned it earlier, I think Guile has had a very consistent record against Urien just because of the amount of control that Guile can have, with the Sonic Boom pressure being one thing, having normals that can be just as lengthy as Urien. We do have the likes of like forward fierces. We do have even like reverse spin kicks to blow up some of the lower normals or some of the crouching normals. But overall, I think Urien, his presence in neutral could be quite a problem as well, right? He has Metallic Sphere to kind of contest against Fireballs, to build some of his own meter if need be. He has medium kicks that can reach pretty much almost half screen, and that's an exaggeration, obviously. But these normals can lead to a lot of damage right into the Great Equalizer. I think in terms of activating into V-Trigger, I think on hit or block, I think Urien has to be way more dangerous in comparison to Guile, right? Guile only really gets big-time damage off the hit. So we'll see how this matchup plays up now between these two titans. It's going to be Daigo going up against Shuto, and the anchor matchup between the first meetup of Nagoya Ojo Body Star Milodon Beast versus Saishun Console Kumamoto.
The 5 versus the 3. Let's see, Shuto trying to walk him down. One of the things that might help out Shuto actually is the fact that you get more bar back when you get hit on block from a Sonic Boom. That might help him, move the neutral a little bit with the EX cherry tackles if he can find a way in and block these booms out. He's trying to walk down Daigo. Counter hit, nothing after it though from Daigo.
We talked about the medium exchanges. Do we get the core kick? We do. We sure do. Off of the counter hit as well. And I love this. Yeah, he's making sure Daigo stays in that corner, but still he walks out of there. No fear, no shame.
Shooting kick to pokes. Dashes in Daigo with the awareness to get the sweep right after the Sonic Boom. Gotta be on point to get that confirmed. The Sonic Boom gets some distance, and Daigo chases him out of the corner. Shuto puts him back in the chair tackle. So ready. What a jumping medium kick. You see the distance on that button to get the upside down kick and the heavy kick. We saw Daigo utilize that button to get the low crush against the crouch medium kick. Shuto says, no go, not gonna happen. A jumping medium kick, the extended range to save the day.
That was just a great read overall from Shuto. How did he know that Daigo was gonna commit to a normal to move himself out of the corner in that fashion, right? That could have been like a Sobot kick, that could have been something else, but still, that was so smart from Shuto. Daigo not having any of it, right? Pretty much out the gate, being as active as ever, throwing a couple of Sonic Booms, but still runs into the knee drop. See the big interruption. Oh, the other side, the trade! Absolutely gets the trade. That was so slick from Shuto.
Here's Daigo taking back the turn. Flash kick gets a knockdown, the 3-piece. Meaty knees. The Sonic Boom, it's one touch. That EX Sonic Boom could come through in the clutch to seal the deal. Shuto has to be so wary of that. Has to find a way to activate. It'll be difficult as Daigo's backed up so far. Difficult EX activation on block, V reversal. Gonna push him back in the V-shift situation, saves him.
A little bit problematic for Shuto. He does have one more mirror left. He could utilize this as a punish, but I don't think Daigo would be making any sort of errors in that regard. He just needs one touch. Yep, just the walk up. Checking down below. Low medium kick. Ties it all up with a very hefty meter advantage down below.
That's good for Daigo. Could spin that bar for a fat CA play to get the lead or close it out, or just utilize that for EX bar for these knockdowns too as well. Sweep off the feet after that crush, but wakes up with the medium. Here's Shuto, putting Daigo in the corner. Has to keep him there. We've seen him do those offensive V reversals like that. Now going for the V-shift into the breaks is a better way if you're setting up the Sonic Booms.
Oh, we'll take that. Ooh, that was actually pretty slick. I mean, jump back jab just in case you don't have the charge. We'll absolutely take that. Oh, that's right. V-skill 2. Do you have the enhanced metallic sphere?
Only been having see him charge it up as much. He has to go for these knockdowns, these sweeps. Daigo with the hitbox movement with the medium kick coming through. You're through. The bar at the bottom means we're going to get the CA play. Shuto sealing the deal and finally find the pressure that he needed in the corner. First one to him.
Immediately afterwards, Daigo had taken off from his seat to converse with his teammates, figure out what needs to be done going forward against Shuto. That was like frame 1 too. He immediately walked over to Fudo to talk about the strategy that needs to be done. But I think from the side of Shuto, man, he's had such a phenomenal set of reads against Daigo thus far in regards to like what he's trying to utilize with his normals under what's facing the medium kicks in general. Him calling those out have been so on point too. Shuto has been all over in regards to his spacing challenge.
Doing a good job too, as well as taking advantage of situations that are given to him. When he got that crush kind of sweep up the feet, he immediately went for the V skill charge up. That would have helped him rule the neutral. You're not going to get that normally because the fact that EX Sonic Booms are so quick with it. Daigo definitely wouldn't let you do that normal in the neutral. And his V shift, V break, V reversal systems utilized rotated the right way. It's one thing to use those to keep away from the Sonic Boom play, but it's another to rotate them in the right way and have enough bar at the bottom for V trigger. And again, Daigo caught up in the corner and Shuto getting real aggressive. Oh no! No go.
What was that? Big error from the side of Daigo. I can't imagine what he thought had happened. Definitely not what he wanted. I will give this up to Shuto. Yeah, one solid jump in against Daigo Umehara. That's all she wrote. And this just looks like a Shuto game just based off of that performance. But we'll see. Again, Daigo does have 2 bars down below, and he does have the neutral to play out against. These are the Sonic Booms as well. Man, still not able to stop that jump in.
It's a bad sign when someone's comfortable with jumping in on Guile. The reads are definitely there from the side of Shuto. You see? Not a counter, it's a nice combo.
Trying to fish for a counter hit from Shuto. Still trying to check the space with Guile. Again, Daigo just throwing out some of these booms to stop Shuto from swinging in the mid-range. And even trying to prevent him from moving forward. I love that.
Fully stocked up on the side of Daigo. How's he going to utilize it? Shuto stutter stepping with the normals. Sonic Boom activation. Be a reversal to keep him up in that corner once again. The jail no bail. EX flash kick denies that approach. And the walk up throw, the dragon suplex. Oh,
that could have been dangerous.
So what that was.
Oh no, he ran into it. Are you dead? No way you're dead. Oh my god. That was what, 3 bars? And an assist from Bison? That's actually insane. Yo, Shuto, one solid punish against Daigo to give it all up. That was, I couldn't believe it was just 1 hit away.
Urian can still dump out the damage. That character's so dangerous. You even talked about it, how Urian is still a strong competitor. And part of the fact is that if he hits you, it's going to hurt. The rest of the Shuto saving that bar for that moment. And again, being able to build that bar by walking and blocking and getting more bar back from the Sonic Boom this season. And the fact that Shuto has been going for that as a defensive tactic against the Sonic Boom, he's like, cool, if I build that bar, if I hit you, it is going to hurt. And Shuto being so hyper aware of the errors that Daigo is doing is also adding up into the problems. You know, Daigo has made a few mistakes here or there, but the fact that Shuto has been so ready and steady to find these punishes is what is helping him seal the deal. He is on game point for his team right here, at least for this first set.
You know, initially Daigo, ooh, the jump back fierce against the knee drop from Shuto. Very much so on point. Daigo is now slowly pushing Shuto into the corner, but now he's letting him go just a little bit to kind of force some of these interactions against the boom to get the Sonic cross.
EX, no, denied once again. The flash kick applied. I love that Daigo's found better anti-airs too as well. That's a real good lead right here, but this is the equalizer. Oh, go for the side switch. Yes, sir. The throw. Shuto wants to keep him caught up in the corner. Up Mirian. Up Mirian. Up mirror. Walk up throw. Still has the mirror.
It's a little bit problematic. No, not even a single punch from Daigo Umehara. Oh, I don't know about all this. Yeah, Shuto is stuck. He was absolutely stuck right after that. I don't even think any sort of reversal would have helped him from that range. So, nice work there from Daigo Umehara. Might as well call him the same person. But I will say this. Daigo slowly starting to figure out the puzzle that is Shuto before him.
This is because the anti-airs disallowing that approach right there, and this time just blocking it out. Has to find his way out of the corner. Shuto's been really making the damage come through in these sort of positions too. Nice whip punish, flash kick coming through. EX addition for the reversal, the rebuttal. Now setting up the Sonic booms again. Shuto just walking in, blocking, building up that bar at the bottom. Hunting for his opportunity. I like these dash ups here from Daigo to get the anti on the neutral jumps, but Shuto sends him right back in the corner.
Oh. We do get the activation. We do get a lot of pushback or even the side switch, and that's exactly what the option Daigo was going for. But now the mirror, the first one, not doing anything about it. The second one, great evasiveness from Daigo Umehara. But no, the chase down is there. Shuto still trying to be a little bit antsy in the air. 40 seconds up. The baby booms are the talking. Early jump, fierce. The read from Shuto. That was actually kind of wild. Are you kidding? That's actually
jump fierce.
Super sick.
Wow. Taking a page out of Daigo's book right there with the air-to-air. Man, Shuto puts himself on set point with a wild fashion. He's got a lot of EX bar. He's got EX bar at the bottom to threaten that EX share tackle or the EX knees. That just gets him in for that throw. Dash in challenge though from Daigo. Shuto has him right where he wants him. Walk up throw. What's the defensive position from Daigo? Be able to get a veer reversal for some distance or knockdown.
Whoa. He's just break out of there. Does get the knockdown against Daigo. Trying to fish for a delayed normal. Hence the crouching heavy punch from Shuto. Oh. Sweep as well. Look at the amount of buttons that Daigo is pressing to keep Shuto away. Willing to fight down in the corner. Does get the tech. Whip punish with the EX booms. Does get the frame trap off the standing medium punch. Watch out for the cross.
One more hit will do it. EX connects off the chariot tackle. We'll go for that corner carry. The throw, Batista bomb, still anybody's game. Shuto needs this to close it out. Force team, they get 30 points. The walk-up throw, that'll do it. The Batista bomb down to the ground, and that is the end of the round, the end of the set. Shuto taking down Daigo 3-0. He is a king slayer.
Hot damn, that was a good match. And that's so difficult to contest too. You could see Daigo kind of reluctantly holding back on the mirror, right? He had no choice. He couldn't throw out any sort of button because of the amount of life he had left. But that mirror was just so awkwardly placed for Guile. It's like you can't even have that much space to throw out a low to even try to contest or at least keep Shuto away. That was such excellent spacing with the mirror. It's one of those moments where it's like he understands fully well when to let the second mirror rock in regards to like what normal, so that he has the perfect spacing with it. Because any further out, you would still be able to contest and throw out normals as Guile, right? So that was really, really smart from Shuto's behalf to throw out the mirror in that specific sequence that he did, because you can't just throw that out for free. You have to make sure the spacing is absolutely correct to get that exact situation.
It's in the full package as a Urian player, and the one that people look up to get things up. He's been outplaying Daigo, and part of the reason is those anti-airs and air-to-airs right there from the side of Shuto. 2-2 to not let the jump-ins happen. That jump fierce being able to save the day and seal the day, that just shows you how good he is in utilizing all of Urian's toolkit. And again, when you have such a good V-trigger, when you have good buttons, you have good damage that is pumped out, we do find those confirms, you still have a good character. Maybe not top tier, but good enough to take big victories against these strong level competitors. But more importantly, Shuto, you can see how steady, he pointed out how steady he is in terms of where he's placing that mirror, where he's positioning it, that against a certain sort of character that has those range on those normals. Fantastic play from Shuto. Once again, he is a king slayer. We've seen him take down Momochi, Fudo, and now Daigo is added to his mantle, and he has added a big amount of points for his team. That's 30 points of totality on the side of Shuto's team.
What that means as we set up for the next set of matches, or next set of games, I should say, in match 2, right, we have to see whether or not Nagoya Oja Bodystar can at least fend off for at least the first 2 games, because Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto only needs 20 more points to prevail, and we're going to get that switch up happening soon, because again, we have to see Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto move on over to the home side, Nagoya Oja Bodystar move over to the away side. So with that in mind, Nagoya Oja are going to be the ones on the docket for the potential counter pick. So I'm kind of curious to see what the order is going to be like from the side of Nagoya Oja Bodystar, but overall this is looking like a very, very clean set of matches for the side of Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto coming in from the new generation.
Absolutely looking fantastic. You know, they're doing a lot for their team. Nemo was able to really get the job done, but you know, I do like him going back to the arena. I do like him going back to that character, and he still has the guilt if need be. However, I feel like because you have these strong competitors in terms of Shuto and Oguchi, they've been kind of the breadwinners for the team. They've been kind of doing the most. I feel like you put them up once again to get the win. If you only need 10 points in a situation, put them up, let them close it out.
I think this is going to be a matter of putting Fudo as the anchor yet again. If we're talking about order, I think Akira is kind of antsy for a redemption arc. I think Akira might be the first one up. Daigo might be the one second, and then Fudo might be the one third. But that's, I feel like for sure it has to be these three competitors, without a doubt. But with that in mind, I think if you're looking at the home side with Saishun Kansol Kumamoto, I think there might be one small change-up that you could expect from that team, and I think it's going to be the utilization of YHC Mochi as the counter pick for any sort of matchup. So I think Nemo might be subbed out for YHC Mochi in this one, but we'll see how it plays out. We are going to get the away team order first from the Goya Oja Body Star, Nodon Beast, and then shortly thereafter we'll get Saishun Kansol Kumamoto's input. But overall, if you think it's going to be those three players, Sinkola, who do you think is going to be sending out first?
This is so difficult. All of this is difficult. So, you go back to how you were talking about YC Mochi in general, being that sim pick and subbing him out. That I feel like is going to be a deterrent overall, but because that character can claim a lot on the other side, like that, I feel like sim can delete a lot of these other characters on the other side. That may be a big pain point overall, and what they're all going to have to operate around. I don't really know. Especially when you only have 10 points to get. I can't say. This is too difficult. This is too tough. It's so down to the wire right now. It's so hard to deliberate because this is not only just characters, but also player to player. We've seen how, you know, Akira be operating against Higuchi, where Higuchi was able to take it, even though Akira, I feel like, is on that same sort of pace and place in terms of play style. So it's kind of difficult to. It's not just about the characters, it's also about the players. I can't. To give you a little bit of insight, to be fair, I think YHC Mochi hasn't had the best success against the Goya Oja Body Star. He had played off against them only once and had to face off against Fudo, right? And that ended up being a complete massacre because Fudo ended up using Armika. So I'd imagine if YHC Mochi will be used, he would have to be used against either Daigo or Akira, who I strongly feel are going to be in the realm of contention. So we see it. Yep, that's exactly how I called it too. No spoilers, I promise. Akira, Daigo, and Fudo. Okay. I mean, the sim play could still come through from the likes of Daigo to fight Daigo. However, I do think you're right. You know, YHC Mochi may be having the best results. I hope that has emboldened him to practice and get better. But at this point, I wonder who, for Saishun Kansol Kumamoto, I still think that you can still send up the likes of, we can see Nemo coming through with Gil. He did really well against Akira last time they fought. I still think that maybe that matchup is still more even this season because of the damage differential, because of the fact that if Gil hits you and he has the V-trigger and he gets his win condition, it's going to smoke Cammy because of her lower health and the fact that you can punish her buttons a lot better. But looks like it's focused on Higuchi. They're going to get the run back already? That's what's happening right now?
And it makes sense.
Go.
I think
this is fire.
In terms of the mental damage, I think Higuchi has done the most to force a lot of errors against Akira, but the opposite could be said though. When you have this kind of run back and you have that second chance, it could be a positive thing for Akira's mental, right? He knows full well what needs to be done based off of the errors he made from the first encounter. So I do like your idea of putting in Nemo for the Gil matchup versus Cammy, considering how dominant he was in that matchup in week 8. But this one I feel like yields a little bit more risk in comparison to your decision. So I think your decision would have been a little bit stronger in terms of like the risk reward factor.
Especially if you find those errors on the side of Akira, like if he messes up, it's going to hurt a lot more. Because Mgao can definitely do some damage, but he has to have V-trigger. He has to have a lot of EX bar, has to have the right positionings off the mediums to get what he needs to get off. But I'm a fan of runbacks. I'm a fan of people getting that heat and saying, you know what happened last time? I know what I did wrong. It's time to correct and right the ship for my team and get some points on my side of things. And Akira wasn't really doing no bad. I did see a lot of matchup knowledge from him. Doing the dive kicks against the crouch mini kick when you did see that button come out continuously, putting a lot of good pressure up in the corner. It's just those mistakes added up to too much. And again, Cammy can't hold too much damage. They lowered her health, and she's even with punish, but I think that definitely makes her decision making a a little bit tighter because you can't make those mistakes. And Akira, who maybe just speeds a little bit too fast, has to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, you could even tell from the pregame interviews. He had mentioned it earlier. Akira saying that he's just so nervous. Legit, word for word, he's like, I'm just so nervous. He would like to win this, thinking of the last game that he had lost, right? That's going to be weighing on his mental just a little bit. But I've seen Akira kind of bounce back from some of these big moments that he's had within, within reach to get the W, and has bounced back from. I think Akira is definitely one of those cats to recover pretty well from mental damage. So we will see. I think, having this whole full sit down and switch up is going to be more beneficial for Akira than it is for Higuchi. I much admire the way these two play out their long sets. I've seen it on CFN, whether it's on like ranked or actually asking for full-on first attempts with other streamers or other players. I've seen the kind of like adaptations that are made between the two, and I think Akira is one of those players that can be just as strong in a longer set. So this is going to be the test right here, the test of the long set, right? The test of endurance between the two.
Definitely with so much weight on their shoulders. These young players out here, there's so much weight considering how much you need to have those points for your team. So much on the side of Akira. And then for Higuchi, you need to have that momentum. Still, get those 10 points, and then there's only 10 points. The finish line is right there to get in the grand finals, to qualify for the grand finals. Remember, one of these teams is going to move on and qualify for the grand finals. The other team will have another shot, but you'd rather not have another battle against these Sharks up on the take below in match 3. You'd rather just end it here, go on, and have a chance to fight at the last dance and take on Good 8 Squad and whatever team is left. So there's so much riding on this, but I think on the same side of things, Higuchi's kind of been here. He's had that same sort of weight for his team previously, being able to get the points. And because Saishun Katsou Kumoto wasn't always in that top position, they weren't always in that qualification zone. Higuchi has worked so hard to get here. He's worked so hard in the Warrior Tournament, and we're gonna see who's gonna take it between the two. Who's working hardest in this run back?
It's going to be it. This is the run back between the two. If Saishun Katsou Kumamoto manages to get the proper run back and the W, this is going to put them at a very big advantage against Nagoya Oja Body Star at 40 points. So this is going to be it for Akira right here and right now. And thus far, it looks like the exchange in the neutral has been more so an aggressive one from both ends.
Space dive kick, upside down kick, hit the counter hit. Keeping it medium with that Sonic, get a little bit extra damage. Ooh. Again, low health character, even lower this season.
Boy. So much risk involved. Any sort of misstep, Higuchi absolutely punishes you for it. Then we have Death by 1,000 Cuts Cammy.
Bishop in the break did some gray life. Has him in the corner. But Higuchi has been able to fire the corner. Gal can definitely do so. Back medium still gets in. Counter situation. Gets the tick throw. But the challenge though from Higuchi. You're definitely dead. The time of death is now.
And I will say, man, Akira was on a roll too. He was layering so many different looks against Higuchi. He wasn't able to defend against all of them. But one correct read from Higuchi, you are taken off to the moon, the amount of damage you can get against Cammy. That was the meatiest standing medium punch I had ever seen. That hit towards the elbow. Jesus Christ.
And all meat, no elbow? Wow. EX gets outside that corner position, gets the medium on the medium punch. This is time to shine. It's great that she can utilize that edge bar to get the side switch. Now try to get the jump in, V-shift situation. V-shift in a break right back from the side of Akira. Makes a hold that throw. That throw did a ton of damage because of the gray life. Dive kick, deep dish with it. Back me for the plus range. And now adding something special with that seasoning. And now finally finding victory in that corner.
I love that 3-piece specifically off of the counter hit too. There's so much extra damage off of that Akira can get. More importantly, the stun too. But now it's going to be the Speed Star coming in. He's in 5th gear, 5th and final gear. He's going to run the tracks with Guile's face on the pavement. Can he do it though? Will Higuchi have enough to stop him? No, the counter is there. That's going to be more than enough damage incoming. Akira getting the first game against Higuchi. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a time trial if I ever seen it. That was a very, very fast game.
The top of the leaderboards. Akira so quick-witted and quick-witted. You pointed out, look how strong he is up in the corner, presenting different looks and finally finding the right sort of sequence, the right sort of layers for offense. That back medium punch, the medium punch, the dash, the situation, the tip throws. Too much likes of Higuchi to fight back, and all he really has is B reversal, which you can't really do on the lights, and with the likes of flash kick, which is a really big bet. You don't really have a 3 frame to your name to really kind of make the reversal. So she really plays upon the 4 frame characters very well. You have to rotate it something different with the V shift and the V breaks, but it wasn't enough to deter the likes of Akira. We even saw him get the jump in on the V shift, like looking out for that option. He's looking out for everything in that corner. If he keeps up this pace, he might be able to get his revenge with some points for his team.
Already off to a great start, and again, kind of alleviating some of that pressure, some of those nerves. He has had a pretty explosive little celebration towards his teammates immediately after he'd gotten that first W. So hopefully he's shaking off all the nerves at this point, or this stage of the game. Looking into it now, I will say Higuchi has a lot to really consider in regards to what needs to be done, preventing Akira from moving forward. That was a pretty interesting exchange. Both took off airborne, and what looked like to be 2 handshakes coming through midair. And like that, 2 coming in from Akira. The dive kicks are now finding the mark more consistently.
Wrong choice of anti-airs from the side of Higuchi. The dive kick coming through against that fierce. Dashing into cross kick in the V skill, building up that V bar. He's got it. He could activate at any point. Dashing in the throw. Locked up in the corner. Activation of the crouch fierce attack. The will attack. The dive kick connects. Wow. The TK. Speedstar himself with the dive kick for the finish. This along the Sonic Boom activation. Smart stuff here from Akira. He's got to get his revenge. He's on set point.
Oh, that point blank confirmed. So dangerous. Akira still being able to make it work. Dive kick finds success again. EX flash kick now from Higuchi. Spending the meter a little bit early to release himself from the threats of the corner. No, that could have been a huge, huge throw punish from the side of Akira, but now he is hunting him down. He's looking for the feet, and so is Higuchi, throwing out booms sparingly at this point because of the meter. Now, the activation from Akira, the stop from the dash. I love that from Higuchi, still paying attention to the ground game.
Shimini kick, it's a fantastic button against this character. Sweep, same error that he had before. Not the biggest punish, but the flash kick disallowing the dive kick this time. He's been backing up to stay fine and make sure he gets those proper anti-airs. He's been missing those. The dive kicks have been coming through and allowing Akira to start his game plan, but he starts off strong. Ground start already putting Higuchi in the corner.
Oh, that's huge.
It's looking dark.
Especially in the corner. Oh! Oh, that's it! That's it! Is there enough damage? There's no scaling involved. There was like 2 hits. You're dead? You're actually dead, and that was actually the sickest sequence. Standing medium punch counter hit into crouching heavy punch. This man is the ogre of Street Fighter because this ogre has layers.
I am so happy to see the other side of Akira today. Less mistakes in play, and just the layers he pointed out for his game plan. When the dive kicks weren't working out, when they weren't, the utilization of bar was just kind of emptied out. He had good ground game, right? Like the aerial approach wasn't working.
Oh yeah,
no big deal. I got that walk speed, the crouching medium kicks and things like that. The B skill enters too as well to switch up when I'm doing on offense, rotating those positionings continuously in the corner prison that he had put my man in continuously. Man, Akira, this is the other side of Akira, not the one with the drops and things like that. That pressure that you cannot get off at all.
And it's kind of wild to see, the puzzle of Higuchi being solved by brute force, and that's exactly what Akira presents, man. I gotta tell you, he is truly the ogre of Street Fighter because there's so many different looks that he could present as Cammy, right? Off of a standing medium punch, there's so many ways to either break your opponent's guard with a frame trap or with a throw, which could lead to so much too. And it could lead to even extra layers. Like you could do standing medium punch, steal a turn by doing another standing medium punch. There's so much that goes into the threat of offense from Cammy off of a singular button, which makes her one of the biggest threats, especially in the corner, right? Taking a look at the stats overall, looking at the anti-airs from both ends, right? Higuchi still able to get some of the dive kicks. We saw one of them towards the end of that match. Overall, we're looking at the tech throw game as well. That's pretty important. important outside of EX Flash Kicks that Higuchi had gotten 100%, but 2 out of 11, right? We talked about those layers, man. The strike throw game is so important for someone like Cammy in the corner because it just leads to even more of those buttons, more of those medium punch opportunities.
Absolutely. Those layers equal a victory right here. 20 points now on the side of Oja Body Star. But Saishu Katsuo still with that 30. Still can make the comeback. They just need a good next game and anchor position. However, that's a good sign that likes here. Like I'm super proud of him to be able to get that run back. Now it looks like YT Mochi is coming up. The sim coming through against Gao, and I like that. I've had talks with Kaba. I've had talks with Mr. Crimson at First Attack, and I like seeing their variance in terms of how the matchup is. It feels like for the Gao players they have to play so perfect, but it is doable. And the sim players kind of say something similar when when Skal gets closer. When he's in long range, there's so many things that the sim can do. He can slide underneath the booms, medium kick, medium punch, stop a lot of what Gal wants to do. Once he gets in, it's hard for him to get him off. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a V trigger switch from the likes of Daigo. Whenever I watch him play sim players, he'll go for V trigger 2 to disallow the float state or disallow the float to get float state punishes and stuff like that. You got the extra range of the flash kicks with the fall fireball. So I'm wondering if he might go for that V trigger in this fight. Daigo himself says YT Mochi was a former teammate, so I have a lot of thoughts. I'd like to win this so Fudo can play next. I want to win the playoffs. But what does YT Mochi say in rebuttal?
Matter of mentions very similar thoughts from the side of what Daigo just mentioned, being former teammates that made it into grand finals last year, but this year being on the opposing team, he wants to make sure that they win. So if we do win this, even if we play set 3, we'd be okay. So he's given the breakdown of how many points are necessary to make it into the playoffs. So outside of that, he's been practicing the Guile matchup with Higuchi-san, so if he could showcase that, he will be just fine. And he gives a good old gambarimasu to make sure that he gets himself in the right spirits before facing off against his former teammate. But a lot can be said about this matchup in particular, right? Again, these guys have practiced a full year plus together in quite extensive circumstances, right? Being a part of Street Fighter League in the same team. Without a doubt in my mind, there is a lot to really consider in regards to how the Guile Dawson matchup is played out in the current atmosphere of Street Fighter, because we never really had those opportunities to see V-Shift the way that it did. We never really got to see anything like V-Shift break up until this season. So that could or could not play a pivotal moment or a pivotal part of this matchup. So I'm very curious to see what this is going to play out like. And I do want to see that tactic being utilized that you mentioned from Daigo with the V-Trigger 2. I want to know how imperative that would be to kind of throw out that V-Trigger 2 and have that kind of lingering projectile hover at mid-screen going forward too. So I'm curious to see what the V-set's going to be like for Daigo.
Yeah, 100%. I'd like to also see him kind of exercise the fact that now those hit givers are going to hurt a lot more from that character. So once you get in, you can really do a lot of damage. You know, all the kicks, I should say, or pretty much all the kicks at least, besides sweep and such, are linking into V-Trigger 2. So that means that this character becomes a hit giver monster that dishes out a lot of damage. I remember that he was so excited when V-Trigger 2 had gotten buffed and then not so excited because V-Trigger 1 turned out to be still better. But I think this is one of those matchups where it could be applicable. However, we talked about YT Mochi maybe not finding as much success out here in the league, and even previously when he had fought the likes of Fudo, I gotta imagine that has pushed him to get stronger, to be better, to work a lot harder. We already talked about how he's practiced with Oguchi, and I know that he has thought about, if I fight Daigo, I gotta have something for him. Even before he practiced with Oguchi, I'm sure he's like, okay, if Daigo does come up, this newly enhanced Daigo, I have to have something for him. So I'm curious to see what YT Mochi is going to do in his playstyle. We've talked about how he is more than normals. He's more about, you know, slinging out fists and the mix-ups and things like that. I'm curious to see how that is going to operate in this matchup. You have the heavy kick, crush counter, and the sweep, get the knockdown, things like that. That'd be great. But I'm curious to see how you're gonna be able to be stable without having that typical like high-level Dawson mix that we see from likes of Torameshi and other sim players like Mr. Crimson.
Yeah, you kind of see like blatant differences between the playstyles of all three of those players, which is actually quite refreshing to see, right? We like talking about the kind of diverse playstyles you would get from certain characters, especially in this season of Street Fighter V, which has been quite like the Grand Tour, if you could really put it that way, right? We have Dawsons from the States, Dawsons from the EU scene, Dawsons from the Asia scene. It's been very well-rounded. But overall, one thing is certain, Dawson still is in a very, very good position to be within the realm of top 3, top 5, just because of how versatile this character is and how hard it really is to kind of make adjustments towards this character. There's been so many different looks that you can do with Dawson to like nerf or buff this character, but I feel like it could really make or break a character if they do it wrong. The same kind of look can be said about Cammy, right? There aren't a lot of like buffs and nerfs that go towards those characters or characters like that because of the fact that it could really put them in a bad place if checked incorrectly. So Dawson is definitely one of those archetypes.
I think he's been one of the ones to really become stronger because of the V-shift system. You know, the switch to the meta, allowing V-shift to V-break, giving him another layer of defense that he already had some pretty good innate defense, but that definitely helps out being able to avoid things that you wouldn't typically be able to. And Sim has been historically making you play his game. Right, that's the way of Sim. And when he fights Shotos, it's even worse. When he fights Fireball characters, it's even worse. Let's see what Daigo has for him. Here's see that V set. It is going to be V trigger too. Let's see how it operates against the likes of White Mochi.
And you do have the extension of combos from V skill 2 as well, which is a pretty big note. We're not going to go for the Sonic Blade or Sonic Crosses to kind of occupy that space, and I do love this from Daigo. Just looking to close the gap. The knee bazooka actually stops the roundhouse midway through. I love how fast that normal is. That special normal, excuse me. But you talked about YHC Mochi trying to throw out some of these limbs against Daigo. He hasn't found any real success just yet.
You stay in that mid-range game, right? You see where Daigo is standing at, where knee bazooka is going to land right at the tip with it, utilizing those long-range normals to the character, force out the V reversal here from YHC Mochi. Slide, nothing applied. The side kick, that had to have been a Gale. V reversal. YHC Mochi stop in the corner.
Do it again. You see, he's peppering some of these medium kicks. He lets go of the chance of a critical art, and that's going to be just fine. EX Sonic Boom again. Just one more sequence, and that's the sequence he needed. Daigo looking very strong here in round 1, game 1.
Where he's standing, like right where that knee bazooka is going to hit, he's able to challenge, and if it's a trade, it's not a big deal. He keeps in that range to utilize those fantastic long buttons against the likes of Sim. Crush counter situation, hits a knockdown, the dash up, or I should say walk up throw. Nice and confident from Daigo.
Oh, the anti-air just barely missing. He tried to go for it. We see it. The roundhouse is now coming into effect, at least within range against Daigo. Yoga Fire. He's looking for a bait. Yeah, he's looking for Daigo to react to it. The float. The flame. He gets himself out of the corner now, trying to push back, but no, it's Daigo still in hot pursuit. The universal out of there. I love this from YHC. Nothing yet. He stays on the same side.
What a fight in this position. Wow, what a slide from downtown. And the heavy kick finally clipping Daigo and disallowing a lot of the control that Daigo would like. He's now walking further outside that knee bazooka range. Daigo's looking a little perturbed on how to get in. EX situation may be the play. EX knockdown just to get that Oki going. But YHC Mochi's making it difficult to always get in cleanly. He's eating so much damage from Grey Life on block and eating a lot of hits before he can even get in.
We're starting to see the mediums really coming through for YHC Mochi, and I love that crush counter, full conversion into the sweep, nice and easy. And now it's Daigo. His time to corner YHC Mochi. What normals are going to be used? No, it's going to be the V reversal. EX Yoga Fire, and he's trying to contest with it. One more left behind it. He's still stuck in this corner.
Look at that EX bar being utilized to get these knockdowns on the likes of YHC Mochi, clipping the limbs before they even coming in. V reversal has to be done by YHC Mochi. Be not being able to use that V bar for anything different. V shipping to break, but that though did a ton of damage. A grip because of the Grey Life. Man, still alive. That was Daigo.
The counter here from the standing light kick. Looking for an extra button. The anti-air is there off the anvil. One more, and I love that! Yeah, traversing past the EX Fireball. He's made Daigo commit to contesting against the Fireball and eating extra damage. That was really well played from YHC Mochi. Getting him the first game into the slide. Again, I do enjoy the conditioning from YHC Mochi to force the areas upon his opponent because they're not obvious at first glance. But as soon as he let that EX Yoga Fireball rip, he already had a plan to punish the incoming EX Sonic Boom that was going to extinguish the Yoga Fire. So that was really, really well played from YHC Mochi. That wasn't even like a reaction. I think he just anticipated the read and gone for it. He had committed to that option way before he saw the EX Sonic Boom.
Setting him up for success is great. And we also see the fact that he doesn't really need mix. He's willing to slug it out with the normals. The heavy kick, the medium kicks, and things like that. He's getting these back dashes just every so often to be outside the range of the command normals that Daigo would love to utilize to get the knockdowns and things like that. Not for nothing, Daigo is getting these knockdowns off EX Sonic Boom, but we see a lot of V-bar being utilized for V-reversals, and I thought that was going to be a big pain point beside of YHC Mochi. That means no V-trigger, no roasting, no cooking, but he's absolutely fine with going Tartar out here. He's willing to go for the V-reversal, get some distance, reset the situation, and even make Daigo second guess these anti-airs. We see the float, the V-skill float, just to be like, I wish you would. I wish you would try for it. And Daigo finally finding something now. Commentator's curse.
It's not going to be quite enough just yet. YHC Mochi again within that range to contest against the Sonic Booms and punish, right, with V-skill float and even get a normal on the way down. So that's going to be something that Daigo needs to fix. He's already got YHC into the corner, but the V-reversal #1 is already out there, and a V-reversal back from Daigo. And look at the amount of damage he just cleaned up. Yep, cleaning up shot from both ends. The crush counter is there. Flash kick. Look at the damage. Trying to get a throw. The tech is there from YHC. He's fishing for it. Crouching heavy punch. You know he's backing it up with the fireball as well.
Careful now.
You see the trigger lock and load from YHC. Could be disastrous if he lets it go.
With the EX Sonic Boom. Some walking back, but YHC Mochi doesn't have a lot of health and gets the back medium kick to get that last hit, and that would have been good against like the dive kicks. We've seen that being utilized continuously. Daigo disallowing that set point here from YHC Mochi.
Oh. A problem again. YHC Mochi still placing out the normals correctly. Daigo took a hefty amount of damage to now get that throw. The Sonic Booms from this range will be punished by YHC Mochi. And look at him slugging it out with back medium kick as well as regular medium kick as well. So it's going to be very, very difficult to get past the minefield of normals that YHC has been presenting up until this moment, and he's willing to take that. That was so smart. YHC Mochi with the teleport out. Daigo actually looking to sneak in a look with trying to get a back throw against YHC Mochi. Really, really well placed.
Yeah, we'd love to put him back in the corner. Anti-air. Anti-air again. YHC Mochi want to take these trades. He's got the health for the transaction. One more hit should seal it. Here's the activation finally from Daigo. Can he get something off of it? He's so far out in the distance.
Look at that. He was looking to spend all of that coming in from the V-trigger, but he didn't have enough funds in the bank. He might overdraft. YHC Mochi is looking to hit him with a penalty. There it is. Yep, there's the fee that you did not see coming in your monthly bank statement. That is the overdraft of a lifetime. Now, Kyle, it's going to be just fine. He does have full critical art on deck. YHC Mochi pretty much sitting on the same. So for Daigo, it shouldn't be too detrimental. And again, I say that, but commentator's curse coming in 3 rounds straight, really. YHC Mochi well prepared for the EX Sonic Boom.
See Sonic Booms though, he's got to get those knockdowns. No back throw though. He's trying to go for a flash kick. Here's the crush on the back fist. Steady, ready. Here's Daigo. Meaty fireball. Dash it, gets a counter hit. Base got Agni coming through the clutch, cooking him. One more good situation here from YHC Mochi to take it for his team. With 10 points on the board, 40 points in totality. V-reversal right back at him. Great life all built up. Definitely one more hit. Or the shooters on the roof with the snipe. That'll even be enough. YHC Mochi.
Step with a medium. Oh, he tried to do it again. Daigo caught in the lights. That was the second time he tried to interrupt. As soon as he saw the teleport come through, he wasn't ready for the punish. Instead, he tried to get a normal into a back throw. YHC Mochi with a very similar sequence to this time getting him the W, the very important W. That was so close, and it's really unfortunate. You can see Daigo too, and his disdain for his option there. As soon as that happened, he did the little side head tilt. He's like, he knew. He's like, that was muscle memory, man. I didn't mean to do that.
But YHC Mochi defeating Daigo, and just it's so funny because like the archetype of Sim is to play their own game, right, and disallow control from you. The archetype of Gao is to have control from the neutral, and that just did not happen. He wrestled control control away from Daigo continuously. Not all the Sonic booms were landing to get the Oki. He V-reversal continuously. He was just doing such a good job of staying outside the corner where Daigo had pressured him so much, and it just was too much overall. And White Mochi with these normals, well-timed, well-spaced. You see him minutely back up so that the knee bazooka was not able to land or get these trades or disallow any of the back fist, forward fist, either command normals to get crush counters that allow Daigo to get in and start his oppression. He just had that preventative health, and Apple a Day keeps a guile away, and that was good play. White Mochi putting 40, that's 40 points in total for their team right now. Saishun Kansou Kumamoto in the lead.
And I think there's a lot to be talked about in regards to the stats, but one of the things I do like to talk about was, you see YHC Mochi's adaptation, right? It's not even just like the amount of control. I think there was a lot more of a reactive gameplay from the YHC Mochi, whether it be Daigo moving forward. Like, you would see it if you watch the replay back. There are plenty of moments where YHC Mochi caught Daigo moving forward with a medium kick. There are moments where he responded to a Sonic Boom by utilizing V-Skill 1 standing or jump jab to stop him as well. He played extra reactionary to Daigo to the point where if he stopped moving, then he would start to initiate his mediums over and over and over again. That was really difficult to call and really hard to even stop YHC Mochi, because it's like, if he's reacting to what you were trying to do, it's like, do I move forward? Okay, I can try that. But then the mediums come out. It's like, I think his back and forth adaptation was so difficult. That was the most impressive I think I've seen YHC Mochi play thus far. He was absolutely prepared for the matchup to the team.
100%. Even better than his Evo run that we had a couple years ago on Evo Online, where he got second against Kawano. He's looking even stronger now. But let's see if Shuto is strong enough to take down Fudo once again. Last time Shudo had met up with Fudo, it was episode 8, day 1, and Shudo was able to take down Fudo in the anchor position for his team. And again, that was one of the other heads that he had claimed with I don't want to say Highlanders, I guess, but like one of the top level competitors that he has claimed, showcasing that he is one himself. Will he be able to get his revenge? I know Fudo had probably looked back at that match immediately and found an answer to Shudo, but he's just been on a roll lately. Even today, he's been on fire.
ここを負けてしまうと40対40ですごいドラマティックな感じで先鋒戦行ってしまうんで、まあそういう形にさせずにしっかりと締めたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
We do get the translation coming in from Shuto, saying if we lose here, it'll be very dramatic, making it 40 v 40. So this could potentially go off into another rematch between the two players, where we have to see them switch sides and send out just one player. So he's looking to do his best. He does not want it to end this way.
Fudo, Rebuttal had said previously before Shudo, last year's Street Fighter League, he had practiced offline with Shudo a lot, so he's happy to play against him in this way. And he also played against him this year. We just notified that Fudo lost to Shuto. Fudo was running Poison. Shudo was obviously running Urien. And Shudo, I remember saying that he was born to beat Fudo in his interview previously when they had played. So I wonder if he's born to beat Fudo once again, if he's been reborn to beat Fudo once again. But again, Fudo, the type to, as any pro player, if they lose, they look back at what they did and figure out their game plan and figure out how to strategize against the demise, the likes of their opponent. And someone like Shudo has definitely been, has had a target on his back. Even though he didn't win the World Warrior event, I'm sure people have been looking to him and being like, listen, this guy right here, he is a huge threat with Urien. Still showcasing that Urien is still strong. So I'm sure that Fudo, even prior to this, was like, I have to get ready for Shuto. If I run into him at, let's say, the LCQ, if I run into him, I don't know if they're just going to LCQ, if I run into him at World Warrior at all, I have to be ready to fight him.
Yeah, and you're looking at Fudo coming into this year Street Fighter League having a lot of practice against Shuto offline. He's very much so happy to play against him in this way, and it's really cool to see it come full circle in regards to how Shuto's been performing. Again, I think he's already broken through that glass ceiling. He's already one of the elites, and is looking to take down more than just the gods of Street Fighter. He's looking to become one of them as well, and he's on that trajectory to do so, to be quite honest with you. He's done such a fantastic job of making a character like Urien excel above and beyond. Now, like, all jokes aside, all memes aside as well, I think Urien, he did get significantly nerfed, but it's not to the point where he wasn't viable. There's always been that viability from Urien players and from Urien in general. It's just taking away some of the fun tools, I will say, but still very much so a competitive character through and through, and we're really seeing that stick out from someone like Shuto to bring this character to light yet again.
On the other side of things for Fudo, I mean, he's been doing great with Poison, obviously, but I like that he has these other characters in his toolkit just to shore up things. Rim instead of Idom, you know, being able to have the Mika and then Birdie if need be, depending on how the matchup goes. I think Poison just fine this matchup overall. We've seen it operate where Poison does do well against Urian. But I do like that Fudo has taken, you know, that advantage of having multiple characters in the meta. You know, just kind of depends on what kind of player that you are. I think you can go far with a character like Yuri. We've seen it happen with other characters. It's not just about if I pick Luke, Poison, or Sim, I don't really need a secondary. Well, I guess Sim does need secondaries. But I feel like it depends on what sort of player that you are. And Fudo's always been the type to have multiple characters, and he's worked very well. And we've seen also people talk about like the best players in Street Fighter 5 history. Fudo's name is always in that contention, always in that list of top 10, top 15, because even though he's not winning all tournaments all the time, he's so consistent, second, third, 8th place, or top 8 just in general, with the most stacked tournaments online and offline. So even though he maybe hasn't had the biggest victories, he's always been a consistent threat. He's been a threat out here, Street Fighter League, not only last year, but this year too as well. Let's see if he could be a threat against Shuto and get his revenge, because this is a run back, as we had stated previously. But Shuto, he's kind of cooking right now. He's kind of cooking.
He's been the head chef since he stepped into the building, to be quite honest with you, man. I feel like it's been neck and neck between Shuto and Higuchi in regards to the points being earned. We talked about that a little bit earlier when Daigo was up to bat against one of the other two. But I will say, again, Shuto and Higuchi have really come into this space in a very dominant fashion. It's been a long time coming. I think Higuchi also had a very similar run last year where he's been absolutely dominant with Guile. And Shuto also, I think, was also within contention of being one of the greats while Kawano was running him up too, which is kind of funny to say. Like it's kind of weird for me to state it in that way, because I think Kawano is still one of the most dominant players in the Japanese scene. But that ranking has been fluctuating so much just based off of what events have been coming through, right? Sure, Kawano has won one of the biggest Street Fighter 5 tournaments that we could ever ask for through Evo, but then you have like the other players coming through World Warrior, right? Like those cats have been dominating. You have like Tokido, you have Shuto, Higuchi, and then you also have Pugera, right? Pugera taking it down all the way against the greats in that World Warrior finale. It's hard to tell right now who is among the top ranking officials in Japan for Street Fighter League, or for Street Fighter 5 in general, right? Because that could change at the drop of a dime, and it makes me even more excited to see it through this fashion as well. Like, we're gonna get to see it in Street Fighter League, and even more so later down the line in Capcom.
That's true. I mean, the LCQ, not to go too far, that LCQ definitely looked hella stacked, almost as difficult, if not as difficult, as the actual Capcom Cup run itself, because there's so many competitors that weren't able to make it in. They'll have to fight it out, and it's going to be real nasty. But that's great to see, like, these new players and new faces get strong this last season of the game, like, really pushing it to the limit, pushing the meta to the limit, and taking the last couple of months, the twilight years of this game, to its full effect. And I like seeing that from competitors in Japan. It's not only just Japan. We see that in the EU with, like, the likes of Andy Walker. You see that in the US, where people are able to challenge the likes of you know, the top two gods out there of Idom and Punk, where we see, like, you know, Space Boy, Kami, and them getting in those top spots, the top 8 at East Coast, which is super stacked itself. Shine as well, who's always been strong. Chris CCH really showing out. Samurai really getting more in the limelight, even more so, alongside of Nephew. So it's great to see all these competitors, like, be super strong, to make it very ambiguous as to who is going to be, like, the strongest of the region, or even of the scene, besides, you know, your obvious picks that have been dominant throughout the entire game. You have new faces that are challenging. Like, I don't know who's going to win Capcom Cup, and I'll be honest, when it comes to these matches, it's hard to call who's going to take it right here, right now at Street Fighter League, because even though the score has been in, you know, Shuto's favor between him and Fudo, at least out here in the league, Fudo could definitely come back and make the run back. But again, Shuto, super strong right now. We already saw what he did to Daigo, what he did to Tokido, what he did to Fudo previously. He could get another victory and help seal it for his team.
I was a little concerned with the look on Fudo's face as he was getting himself ready. He looked like he was engaging in hyperspeed. He was about to, like, shoot through in a spaceship, but he was like sitting back, and his eyes were kind of like peeled back as well. But we are getting ourselves ready. All jokes aside, we're gonna get Fudo versus Shuto getting ready for their matchup again. We talk about one step at a time. We're already talking about the big picture. I've been already prepping for Street Fighter League finale for over feel like, with all 3 regions, and also the finality over at Capcom Cup, whether it be like the singles stage or even the Street Fighter League stage. It's been nothing but a fun time because there's a lot that goes into the send-off of a Street Fighter. Especially with something like Street Fighter 4, even back then, it was so difficult to kind of like let it go on that final moment of Capcom Cup where we see it like, dude, these are the last few games that we get to see. And the same could be said for something like Street Fighter League Japan, right? These are the last few games we'll see of Street Fighter League Japan for Street Fighter 5. So this is where you get to bear witness to some of the greatest gameplay that you could ever ask for, and also some of the greater characters that we expect from some of these players as well, as we get through our technical difficulties.
Let's listen to the mirror right there. But you're definitely right. Getting the end of everything is kind of sad and somber, but it's great to see the finality of all these players, their hard work being pushed to the very end. It's great to see everything come to like a week-long just celebration of Street Fighter 5, and I'm gonna miss this game. I know a lot of people, some people are like, I'm not gonna miss this game. I see you booting up CFN dang near every single day on your streams and stuff like that. You're gonna miss this game. A lot of us are gonna miss this game. If it didn't help get us into the scene, it helps get us into different events and stuff like that. For me personally, it's how I got into commentary a lot more with Street Fighter 5. It's how I met a lot of people when I moved to Chicago, and it's just been a big part of my life. And the gameplay itself has been some of my favorites, especially these last seasons, has been melding into a way that I really enjoy. Like, I really enjoy what they've done with the characters. Obviously, every character did not get done well. If you're a Urian fan, maybe you're still upset about the Ink's headbutt stuff or the nerfs to a slower mirror. But the way things have shifted at the very end, I feel like has been in a great spot. That's why we see so much diversity, Luke's aside, at Capcom Cup. We have Sagat, we have Falks, we have Eds. You know, who knows what's going to happen to LCQ? We have Chun-Li's and things like that. So there's a lot of variety that's coming through in terms of the league, the Street Fighter 5 play at the finale. And also the league, depending on who makes it out of the league, we might be seeing a whole swath of different characters out there.
Yeah, it's really unpredictable, especially in the LCQ. And I'm glad you mentioned that too, because again, LCQ is easily the most difficult tournament in the history of ever in regards to making it to Capcom Cup. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm pretty sure everybody and and their significant others would say that the LCQ is where the big cutthroat play happens and everybody's a target. So if you don't believe me, take a look at every single LCQ bracket. Take a look at every single top 8. It's always one of the hardest tournaments to even try to break. So, with that aside, now that we have our games going, it is time between Fudo versus Shuto. Here we go.
Fudo on a hot streak, but Fudo looking to stop that. Anchor position. First to 3. Shuto really, I feel like, shines in these first 3 situations. Not that he couldn't in the first 2s, but when he has more time to liberate and alternate those defensive options, it really helps him out. Ooh, what a headbutt. Over low whip. Yo, are you kidding me?
That was actually
what a timing here from Shuto.
That was one of the sequences where he could blow up like a quote-unquote like cancel or block string. I think there was a moment where he might have been able to do so. But this is looking very, very well versed and well practiced from the side of Shuto, the amount of control he has so far. And you can see Fudo not even trying to go for the whip afterwards. He's trying to bait out Shuto once again, but still the EX tackle, and he's been suppressed thus far. Fudo has not found a way to escape just yet. We do have Trigger 2 though, which is pretty interesting. Chariot tackle from the side of Shuto. Look at the containment right now.
Oh, here's the grip off the whip. Little bar at the bottom. Shuto with the dash and counter hit. One more hit will do it. The headbutt follow-up. Samoki. Caught in the corner. Right in the whip. Shuto knows he doesn't have to overextend to get the win. One more hit situation. And he backs up to get that crouching medium punch. And one thing I really like from Shuto in that round is he kept down backing continuously to force out the on-block activation. Fudo could not get that crouching kick that he'd like to have as an activation in Shuto's defense. That just showcases how good Shuto's defense is overall.
Ken, you just highlighted his defense. He just went through 2 different sequences of trying to guess. That was actually quite impressive. Fudo not able to get an opening, and Shuto, oh no, this is going to be huge. We do get the big back throw from Fudo. Now he's in full control with a bunch of escape behind him. What is Shuto? Oh my god, are you kidding me?
This man is locked in. Light the EX whip though. Hold on now. It's not over just yet. The X bar means you can't throw the fireball. Gotta guess right the tech, the connect, throws out the mirror, the V shift, get out of danger. Stay away from you, Strange. Careful now with the toe tap. Actually gets the EX chariot tackle. Shuto's timing has been ridiculous. Not only with the buttons, but the EX chariot tackles have been hitting damn near 100%.
This has been very, very problematic thus far for Fudo in regards to what's been happening in the neutral and how often he's been finding himself cornered. And this has to change, right? I think Fudo right now has to utilize a different look. He has to either go for a different character or change up the V skills. I'm sorry, not V skills, but maybe like the V triggers. I don't know if he's getting a lot of utilization off of maybe like the command grab, or at least the combo extension command grab. But I wouldn't be too surprised if he changed character to Armika or Luke. I will say, if he goes into Armika, he's a man. If he goes into Luke, I totally understand.
You gotta do what you gotta do, but we see how Shuto, we dismantled Luke, we dismantled Tokido. Obviously, Fudo would have a different Luke. But, you know, the Mika play wouldn't be a bad idea, I don't think. You know, the neutral, not so good for her. She puts him in the corner, it might be over. And we've seen how well he does. There it is, the Mika pick is coming through. If he puts Shuto in the corner, that good defense that he has is going to be tested. The command grab is definitely going to rip through this character, and we've seen how good he is even in the neutral overall. Even though the neutral between the two characters definitely benefits Urian. That crouching kick extinction that you get now into the Peach is going to help out if Shuto, you know, whiffs a crouching medium kick. Let's see what happens with the change up. Help shake things up.
We go. We talked about the change up to Mika. This might be a little problematic, I feel like, but I think, you know, Fudo having a lot of experience in this matchup in particular. We do see the whip punish there from Shuto. Again, one of the dangers is that Shuto can very much so stop and contest any sort of drop kick opening. This is going to be a little bit problematic. He does take off not too much damage though from Shuto, and he does get the side switch, but this is going to be so important. The trade-off, or sorry, the reset.
Anti-air right there. Jumps away, doesn't want to get that grip and play. No backdoor, and the medium kick coming through in the clutch. Shuto is still looking strong. And you see his defensive tactics too as well. Catching a lot of these dashes with a medium punch, as getting as much as possible in these situations, and not allowing the mix to happen. Rush from downtown at the tip of the fingertips. Let's make a deal.
Telling you, man, there's going to be a lot of counterplay possibilities from the side of Shuto with these counter pokes too. The standing medium punch and even the charged up heavy punch is going to be stopping Fudo from sending out some of these normals freely as he did earlier. The setup, body splash, V-shift break, so smart to stop the Neshko as well. Oh no. Oh no, watch out for the throw. Oh, he thought the same thing! Fudo thought the exact same thing, and Shuto got a meaty standing medium punch, and I told you, right, with Mika, if you pick this character, you are indeed a madman. You have to go back to the drawing board. Shuto taking a step up already, immediately going to his teammates to talk about what's to go, or what's going to happen going forward, because that was a complete and utter domination from that character.
That was a loss. I'm sure he's going back to his teammates and say, you see that V-shift though? You see that V-shift? But honestly, I do want to point out the V-shift stuff. The, again, rotation of defensive options when it comes to V-shift, V-break, and V-meter just in general is what allows Shuto to really show up that great inherent defense that he already has. And that's one good way to play against, you know, Mika. Like, she'd like to come in with the splash situation. V-shift goes for the break, stops that mix from happening with the V-trigger. Let's see what Fudo needs to do. I feel like at this point, if you're Fudo, go back to Poison, brother. It ain't working out with the Mika. The narrative of the neutral is ruled by likes of Yuri, but he's going back in with Mika.
This is huge. This is absolutely huge. What if he does it, Sinkola? What if he does it 3 straight?
I have to fix my face, but I don't know about that. Well, shoot though, put him on the mat. There's a knockdown, has him up in the corner. And remember, if he gets this, that's more than enough points right there for his team. They're at 40. That means they'll qualify for the grand finals.
Oh, yeah, he tried to get the body splash, but no. The EX headbutt as a reversal, and it still hit. All things are possible through Shuto. The forbidden EX has found the mark, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't read no patch notes. Let's make the reads happen in the match.
I didn't read the patch notes either.
Puts him in the corner. It's good to shoot though. He's got that stun. It's rising. Attack the connector, not let the stun happen. The activation. Better off the situation. He's an for the backup.
Oh no! That's totally fine. With Shuto gets himself out of the corner. Oh, that's gonna be a punish, and that's gonna be a kill. Shuto takes it. 3 games straight. Actually, what? 4 rounds? 6 rounds? I don't even think Fudo had any rounds in that set against Shuto. That was complete dominance from Saishunkan Solo Kumamoto, going overboard, by the way. Not only getting a 3-0, but also netting them 60 points. You can't take it with you when you're dead. But either way, they move on into the grand finals over the Nagoya Oja Bodystar team.
Congratulations to Saishunkan Sokumoto. They made their way to the playoffs, and now they're making their way into the grand finals to fight off whatever team faces off, you know, at the end of match 3. But also, good 8 squad. Shuto is definitely the MVP already of the day with his fantastic play. He took down Daigo. He took down Fudo again, and honestly stayed so solid in defense. Man, it's just unfortunate that Fudo had just stayed with the Mika. I like the idea if like you put him in the corner, you can really test that defense. But Shuto has proven that defense is just so strong with the Bisha, the beat break, things like that has kept him out of trouble. And these whip punishes, his timings on the defense of the other player, reading their defensive tactics too as well. Shuto is a demon, and right there, Saishunkan Sokumoto, the whole team moving on to the grand finals. Man, the sun is shining on them to get that win.
It just looked so well rehearsed from the side of Shuto, to be quite honest with you. There was so much that went into that particular matchup that just seemed a little effortless, right? He understood exactly how to contest against a multitude of different tactics that Fudo was looking, was shooting his way, really. You saw the guard against the drop kick whiffs, right? You saw him kind of whiff punish that and also be ready for it. You saw him contest against with normals to make you think a drop kick is coming by throwing out heavier normals as well. He got a crush counter. He got a counter against the body splashes too. Whether he anti-airs it, he blocked it, or V-shift, he's thrown out all looks against that tactic. And especially against Nadeshko, he's 100% had an answer against Nadeshko majority of the rounds that he's played. So that, again, I truly think that was well versed and well practiced from the side of Shuto, and he very much so deserved to get that 3-0 against, or at least the 2 games against that Mika from Fudo.
Nils giving us some words, or gave us some words previously. It wasn't difficult to read who'd be playing the anchor, so I was able to come up with the best roster. He also said that he'd be able to win with good energy and vibes. The young ones created that mood. He'd like to maintain and carry those good vibes all the way to the grand finals. Higuchi himself is saying last year advanced to the playoffs, but couldn't make it to the grand finals when he was with his previous team. This year he's advancing to the grand finals and having an advantage. Somewhat hard to express, but glad to have worked out. And YC Mochi is saying that he earned 30 points as an away side was a big factor. If we hadn't done so, it would have been a very tough match. He only played 1 game. He's glad to have shared his part. Feeling really good, so he'd like to continue to be the best in grand finals. Continue to be the best in grand finals.
I really loved seeing YC Mochi coming in for the home side. I was thinking about it the other day. If we're looking at how the matchups can be played out, I think the only time we'll actually see YC Mochi is from the home side as the big counter picker. And I'm really, really glad to see YC Mochi really fill in that void. Because again, you have what, 2 Urians and a Guile, or a Urian Guile and a Gil, Falk, etc. Again, that could have gone either way, but I'm really, really ecstatic to see this team synergy really pay off in a home scenario, right? So being on the away side actually gave them the bigger advantage, in my opinion, in the overall matchup against Nagoya Oja Bodystar in this fashion. So I think overall that was really, really well done from a collaborative perspective, right? Collaborative effort from the team in regards to their order and just having their units kind of like cohesiveness with certain matchups and the knowledge they shared with each other. Overall, we're going to take a look at what Shuto had said for his post-game interview. Super happy, as he should be. During the season's league, he's asked others to take on the anchor role. I think this is the first time for me to have won such a big and important game. I will say that's a lie, because he did that in week 8 against Fudo. So, I'm not trying to pull out the receipts, but I will say he's been in the anchor spot before, and he's done a very, very great job, right? He does thank his teammates. All went too well. Again, really well rehearsed and really well played. He's had a lot of thinking to do, but he's worked all of it out. He also gives big praise to Higuchi being on their team. We have Higuchi on our team. We have worked on tactics to win against Umehara-san. Higuchi has taught me Umehara-san's distinctive playstyle and have worked on that as well. So having not only a guy on your team to play with, to send out and do the Lord's bidding, do Lord Nemo's bidding, but also having one to practice against is too powerful, man. You have such a well-rounded team to get so many practice games in. It's actually quite surprising to see how much they've struggled in the first half of the season to see where they're at now, right? I thought they would be one of those teams to kind of take the reins and shoot through the roof with their synergy.
It just takes a little bit to operate, and also, you know, when you have these new character changes and stuff like that, especially like Yurian, trying to figure out where you're at is really imperative. I think that's one thing that Nemo has to really look to. I think if he wants to go back to Yurian, he's gonna have to put a lot of grind into it, and he will be able to. He's a pro player. He's been the best Yurian for a while until Shuto stepped on the scene and really started making work in the past 2 years. But now we're getting a losing team interview. Remember that this losing team here in Nagoya Ultra Body Star Melodom will have a second shot as they drop down to match 3. So they have one more opportunity, one more chance, that last dance at the grand finals. Akira says, we lost, we still have a chance to play again. We have the advantage to start playing from the home side, so we'd like to win and advance to the grand finals. And they can. It's just a few things to shore up besides the washouts that the Shuto gave them. All the competitors just need a few things to tweak here and there, especially Akira. We've seen him make a few mistakes here and there. If he and his team shore that up, it's going to be really difficult to see who's going to take it between them and whoever lands in that match 3.
So they are going to be at the home side advantage again. If we do take a look at what had happened between these two teams, we're going to take a look at the stats. Then we're eventually going to take a look at the brackets as well. But one thing is for certain, Nagoya Ultra Body Star, they were on the home side initially, but now that they've lost, they still have another chance to start off in a strong suit. Again, being in that home position because of the fact that they ranked higher in seeding. So with that in mind, we do have another set of teams to go forward with that is going to be introduced in just a little bit. So I don't want to go too far forward and tell you exactly who it's going to be unless you would happen to see it for yourself. You know, if you happen to see the spoilers and whatnot, I made social media for 2 weeks. I made sure to stay off that thing. I didn't post anything. All I said was happy holidays and happy New Year's, man. But all jokes aside, let's take a look at the stats. Overall, right, we do have very impressive stats coming in from Shuto. 6 out of 9 anti-airs. That's the magic number with a good amount of damage to follow suit afterwards. Again, the defense has been impeccable against both the Poison and the Armika. And the throw strike game, haven't really seen it. Don't even know it. I will say, Shuto didn't have to rely on that one bit as he's played this down perfectly to a T.
Rotate those options perfectly. We saw that in the corner. He did tech. We saw him tech a few times, but just enough to rotation along with blocks and the V reversals and things like that, and the V shifts to not get mixed by the blender that is Mika. On the other side of things, you see the throws taken, 2 throws from the side of Udo, and then the 3 that were tech. Unfortunately, we saw one of those lead to a ton of damage to the side of Shuto. 60 to 20 points of totality. Saishunkan Sou Kumamoto is the one moving on over Oja Body Star Melodon. And you know, you look at the pedigree of the players, and that's something to discount the players that are on Saishunkan Sou Kumamoto. We have the likes of Fudo and Daigo. If you're not really keeping up with Street Fighter 5, you might be like, that team is the one moving on. But however, it is Saishunkan Sou Kumamoto who has been rocking the leaderboards in the league. The players have been kind of showing out, more than showing out in and outside of the league, in the Warrior pits and things like that. I, again, love seeing the new talent come through and seeing these big shakeups into who's the strongest right now in Japan, the entire world. Saishunkan Sou Kumamoto moving on to the grand finals. We'll see if Ultra Body Star can get their run back later on if they're able to make it through the shark pit that is match 3.
Do you see this bottom bracket, dude? This is actually ridiculous. V6 plus FAV Gaming going up against Shinobiism Gaming, and then the winner of that has to face off against Nagoya Ultra Body Star Melodon Beast. This is literally the fighting gods facing off against each other in loser side. Like, you have so much talent in this losers bracket. And it's not to take away from the other players that are in the grand finals already, but the fact that you have well-established fighting game gods having to fight for their life in Street Fighter League in this moment is going to be so insane. But let's take a look at the replays first. In the first set, we do see the attempts of Nemo's Urian trying to face off against Fudo. Fudo, again, being one of the only members to really take a W in the entirety of their sets, but overall you could see the amount of pushback that Fudo has been giving towards Nemo, and there hasn't been a moment where Nemo was able to get any sort of real offense going, as you can see pretty much here. Yep, the throw tech, being able to establish that spacing and get a whiff punish on it, so dominant from Fudo.
Speaking about speeding up a little bit too fast, Akira unfortunately in this match oversped his distance, and we saw him have a lot of drops, a lot of critical drops. There was some great corner pressure that was starting to showcase just a little bit, but wasn't able to be so solidified. And Higuchi on his side was able to really seal the deal by just punishing Akira's missed inputs and just riding that momentum, getting those walk-up throws, having that confidence. Look at that, being able to get the back throw, and having all that bar at the bottom. The threat of the EX to connect at any point allowed that walk-up throw, got him the victory. And then you see the moments like this, the activation to lock the lights of Akira down. We didn't really see a lot of that corner pressure that we see a little bit later on, a little bit of spoilers. However, the way that we see Higuchi win is that confidence in these big punishes, just things that Akira had let go. And I feel like part of this is just Akira losing to himself and Higuchi picking up what is dropped. Look at that. Unfortunately, only needed one hit with it. The V-reversal EX gets the knockdown. And Higuchi again with another walk. This time delays a little bit to let the button whip and get that last grip.
That was so tough to manage, or at least so tough to look at, the way that Akira had lost his lead like that. But there's a lot worse out there. I will say Shuto being able to mangle Daigo in this corner, being able to prevent all of these mediums from flying and utilize his own mediums at that, has been so well played. And there was so much to talk about in regards to Shuto's presence in the corner. I think we've kind of seen that towards the end of the set between these two teams, but you saw glimpses of it right here. Daigo was unable to find the right measures to stop this corner pressure without meter, right? There's a lot to be said about Shuto's pressure overall, but talking about his middle, the mid-range game, it's even deadlier, right? Finding some of these big counter hits were so explosive. But speaking of explosions, Daigo, again, the one time he does get W's off of chip damage, it's a very expensive win at that. So that led him to a very important decision to make towards the end. What were you supposed to do to close out the match against Shuto? Give him an inch, he takes a mile, and you saw that immediate jump fierce to stop Daigo and distracts the forward throw. Immediately after, look at this setup. What are you supposed to do about that, right? Shuto giving him a checkmate scenario and taking the win appropriately.
Taking the win, Akira gets his revenge, and in the end puts Higuchi in the corner and presents so many different looks. The back medium punch for the plus frames, the medium punch to set up other buttons too as well. We did see Higuchi kind of fight out, and I thought it was going to be a rerun, but Akira gets it done, and again, in that corner pressure, positioning, getting as much damage, being as optimal as possible. And also, I like the fact that we didn't really have to see him spend that EX bar for anything different, right? We usually would see that EX bar being spent to get like the corner avoid situation, like get out of the corner, which was great, but nothing in terms of dealing with fireballs and looking at keeping Higuchi in the corner. The DPs not letting him leave, getting activation for the plus frames. Higuchi not really finding ways out, and that dive kick was so sick. V-trigger enhanced to avoid the EX fireball. There we see a little bit of a punish, and kind of fading into his old habits just a little bit, but the fact that he's able to route it back immediately, get back in the driver's seat, because you'll make mistakes, but to be able to be a pro player, you gotta be putting yourself back on the right path immediately, and that super did enough damage to get that kill. Akira got his revenge.
And we talked about him being the ogre of Street Fighter. He doesn't want to solve any puzzles by any strategies necessary. It's all brute force, and I love that. That's no slight at him at all. He is so well versed in offense. And then we talk about Wyatt Mochi trying to solve the puzzle, the enigma that is Daigo Umehara, right? We talked about this exactly. We broke it down. There has been so many reactive moments from Wyatt Mochi to stop Sonic Booms, the walk forwards, the normal pressure. He's done such a fantastic job of showing all those looks against Daigo. But it's not for nothing, really, because Daigo also was kind of forcing those options from Wyatt Mochi. There's been so many instances where he was trying to close it out, but that big error, he thought he was able to get a back throw. Just a little bit overzealous on that approach.
Speaking of big errors, look at the calls on the defensive nature of, you see things from Fudo. We see Shuto calling out the B shifts and things like that with the headbutts, get the chase downs, and really putting a lot of pressure on Fudo, where he wasn't really able to make the most out of the B trigger that is, presented by this character. That EX cherry tackle too, being such a big threat in the neutral, forcing Fudo to go for the Mika, and I think this was a big error, especially after this match had happened, because Shuto showcased that he was not going to get mixed with him, jumping outside that corner, going from non-committal buttons like the medium kick to not get hit or back throw, not letting any of that slide at all, and getting the dash in, catching the tech off the medium. We see the Mika pick once again, and Shuto, I'm sure he was grinning from ear to ear because he definitely had a clear path to victory with this character. EX headbutt again, didn't read the patch notes. AOK probably just thought a throw was coming either way, but still Shuto getting aggressive and ruling the neutral, which Yuri can do against his character. The miss splash was unfortunate, and Shuto taking full advantage and finding full punishes and claiming Fudo's head yet again.
Man, that's so impressive to see Shuto take down one of the greats in convincing fashion again. That was 3-0, by the way. 2 different looks that he served him, whether it be from Poison or from Armika. But either way, I'm excited to see how he plays this game coming up in June. Street Fighter 6, ladies and gentlemen, couldn't come any sooner, to be honest with you. I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting. And there's nothing else that we can do except for adoring some of the all the replays that we have thus far, all of the little bits of extras that we're getting from the Street Fighter Twitter. Everything that's been really coming out of the woodwork little by little has been feeding us and keeping us ready for the June launch. And I gotta say, man, I'm really excited to play these new characters, or at least one of the returning characters, DJ, and then brand new character Manon, as well as my girl Marisa, and of course the big man, the big monster that is JP. Very excited to see these 4 characters coming to light.
Exactly. I want to see what JP's doing. I hear the rumors of maybe it's Spice that he's holding like a Pokemon. Not sure what's going on. What I am sure is I'm getting that Ultimate Edition, dog. I have definitely already put the money down. I'm putting everything. I want all of it. I want every bit of this game, and I'm just excited as you to see what's going to happen with all these characters and these players too as well. Who they're going to pick. I've been going to the streams, asking who they're going to play, and as you pointed, I've been looking at people's streams too as well. We're watching your stream as well, breaking down a lot of Street Fighter 6. So I can't wait for this game to come out. I know y'all can't wait. We still have a lot of Street Fighter 5 to go. We're still in those critical years. We still are in the last few months of this game, and I'll tell you, it's still going to be real nasty. We still have a lot more action to go. In fact, coming up, and we haven't got the side just yet, but I just want to talk about it. B6 Plus MVP Gaming is coming up against Shinobiism Gaming as our next match. In this match, well, somebody's going home. They don't have to go home, but they can't stay here because one of these teams is leaving. One of these other teams is going to match 3 to fight the Gojo Body Star to see if they can get that run back against Saishun Kanso Kumoto in the grand finals.
This is the matchup you do not want to miss because, again, this is do or die time for these next 2 teams. We talked about what is happening so far in preparation for Street Fighter 6, but the time is now for Street Fighter League Japan 2022. One of these teams need to make it out alive, and they've got so much to go through. Will it be V6 Plus FAV Gaming? Will it be Shinobiism Gaming? As it stands right now, they are neck and neck in regards to their current position and also in regards to the current play record. Both teams have had full-on sweeps against each other in Week 6 as well as Week 13. We're going to see it all come down to a stop, a halt, the finale between these 2 high contending teams. Very excited to look forward to it, and I gotta say, you do not want to miss this. When we come back, we'll have more Street Fighter League coming your way between Shinobiism Gaming and V6 Plus FAV Gaming. We'll see you right after this break. Don't go nowhere. We got more Street Fighter 5 action coming your way.
男は常にこの力を扱える器を探していた。ショータイム。
お相手します。
ぶっかわいがってやるよ。
実に光栄です。
ストリートファイター35周年記念ライブ。ストリートファイター初となる一夜限りの音楽イベントが開催。楽曲映像とともにストリートファイターの歴史を紐解く。チケット好評発売中。
Back like we never left, Street Fighter League Japan playoffs continue with match 2. We have V6 plus FVP Gaming going up against Shinobi's Gaming. My name is Sincola. I'm doing Vicious. We've already had some real great action with match 1, but now it's time to start sending some people, or I should say some teams home. What do you think about this match we have coming up?
This is going to be so tough to call, right? We've seen both of these players start off pretty strong in their season and even have an even more spectacular second half of their season. And even when they met, they were pretty much equal in match, both scoring full blowouts against each other. Shinobiism Gaming, the first one to strike 40 points. Then it was V6 plus FEV Gaming in week 13 to do the same exact thing. So this is going to be a matter of who pretty much gets this home field advantage first and who ends up striking for the counter picks effectively, right? There's just so much to talk about in regards to how the counter picks go. We've seen full-on blowouts before, but I think this is going to be a whole different look considering how much practice has been had between both players on CFN, right? Shinobiism Gaming is looking to kind of switch up some of their potential counter picks or at least defensive picks, so we're going to see how this plays out. But before we go into it, let's take a look at that composition first and foremost. It is the Prime Shinobi. It is Momochi leading the pack of Shinobiism Gaming with that patented Cody and putting that character in a very, very huge limelight as of late. Following suit after, it's of course the master of lethal, the Gravemaker himself, Fujimura, with the ever-impressive Luke. And I do say ever-impressive because this man has been showing off all the tech on Twitter lately in regards to what needs to be done to be a prime Luke player. Coming up third, no slouch at all. It's the Shinobi's trump card coming in with advantage. Yamaguchi with another Luke on the table. What's better than one Luke? Well, another one that's just as effective. And I will say Yamaguchi looking primed and ready. But we can't round it out just yet without the swankiest ninja of them all. It is Johnny coming in with that G. That's going to be very important going into it, by the way. They talked about their overall discussion. Damn, he even actually got the hand signs in person. I like that. It is Johnny with the G.
Absolutely very strong and stacked team. However, they are going up against the champions of the previous Street Fighter League Japan. That is V6 plus FAV Gaming. And my God, is there a lot of pedigree you see when you look at these competitors. We're starting off with Sako himself with sure spear, always on point with that Monat play. Sako, once again, running that Monat and possibly the characters, but mostly about the Miss Cleos. See how he comes in, just strong and ready. Look at that, posing nice and perfect. What we have after that is going to be the Genius Gamer himself, going with the top tier out here. If that's a genius move, I don't know what is. With that fantastic loop, that's more about just poking away with the lights at play, getting knockdowns, nothing super fancy, but just staying ever so effective with his loop. Right after that, We're going to be seeing a little bit more Luke, possibly some Karen, and some Sagat with Papa, Bon-Chan coming through, laying down the judgment and the law with them. I was going to say Tiger Shots, but also with the Sandblast too as well. Last but definitely not least, it is the Super Space on Sara himself running that sim. Torameshi, flighting, always with the movement and the movement with this character, and always having something up his sleeve in terms of the mix. This team was the one that won previously in Street Fighter League Japan, but they're looking to do a 2P and represent Street Fighter League Japan against the US and the EU at the finals.
Man, their team synergy is always on point, and you can kind of see like how, to what degree they take certain things seriously. But one thing is for certain, when it comes to the actual gameplay, it's all serious business through and through. So I do love the characters that come out of play from both sides of the table, from Shinobi's Gating and V6 Squad, the V6 plus FAV Squad to be specific. But before we even get into the matches themselves, first and foremost, we got our words from the captains. Starting things off with Momochi. If we win this, we advance to grand finals, or at least he thinks, right? He still has to play against another team, but the translation was, if he wins this, they're going to advance to the grand finals. I think out of all the teams, our team has the best teamwork. We would like to bring all our abilities and strengths together to make it to grand finals. Please cheer for us. Very straightforward, and also about his team. Momochi, again, putting in a little bit of insight to what's been going on with his team and how hard he's worked. But let's talk about the owner of the FAV squad, right? Again, Shinobiism Gaming, we didn't get to see the owner. It was just Momochi because he's the one that founded Shinobiism Gaming. So didn't want to mix that up entirely.
Katakawa is the Katakawa Game Linkage FAV Gaming GM. His name is Mr. Tatsuku. He says hello everyone. He is Tatsuku. He is noticing that FAV had finished 4th in the season league and made it to the playoffs. He thanks the dedicated players and thanks the supportive fans as well. Street Fighter League has reached its 7th year. Throughout the years, the diverse range of players and veterans and new faces. The players have acquired or required to have skill, stamina, and a strong mentality, as we have seen throughout the league. We've seen how strenuous it is week after week to play like this at such a high level. FAV Gaming has faced many tough matches throughout the season, and they've made a big comeback at the end of the season because they were almost about to not qualify in contention for the last couple of weeks right there, and they didn't give up to the very last moment, and they made it to the playoffs. So they'll show off their real ability here and their strength from here onward.
Really looking forward to it because, again, these two teams have been some of the hottest ones, and it's very surprising to see where they ended up in the overall ranking, because Shinobiism Gaming was well on their way to breaking records, right? Breaking faces and breaking records, to getting themselves within the upper echelon of the rankings. But towards the end of it all, they're starting to bleed just a little bit. The same can be said about the V6 FAV squad. I feel like their climb to this part of the bracket has been a really unstable one, despite how solid of a team or how solid of a unit they are, right? But looking into the current roster, the away side does have Fujimura with Luke, Yamaguchi as Luke, and Momochi backing it all up as the anchor with Cody. And that's not the first time we've seen that composition at all.
That is true. And so if I'm thinking about who to go up, well, looks like they're already sitting up Torameshi Dhalsim, which is why I thought Torameshi might be in the anchor position, considering it'd be Sim versus Cody. However, they want to send him in against Fujimura. Torameshi did beat Fujimura last time. However, Fujimura is a grind monster. If you watch his stream, he'll sit on there for 4+ hours training and battle launches against various characters. And I'm sure that after that loss, he was looking for ways to fight Sim effectively. It is difficult for Luke to fight that character, you know, versus other characters. I feel like Luke can run his game plan against other characters and not have to worry too much in terms of having to change up his style. But when it comes to Sim, Falk, and other long-range characters, it's a little bit more difficult. And he wasn't able to do so as Torameshi had defeated him last time they had met with that 40 bomb that V6 plus FAV Gaming was able to get. I'm wondering why they set up Torameshi now, even though Torameshi was able to get the victory last time, probably knowing that, you know, Fujimura is going to have something in the bag. He's Mr. Optimal for a reason. But it looks like Fujimura says, I lost against Torameshi last time, so I expect him to play against me this time. I prepped myself for this match. I should take my revenge and payback for the last game.
Yeah, it's a very, it's an important question that needs to be addressed, right? Like, why go for the run back when you've had someone study that matchup through and through, and you understand the caliber of training, the caliber of practice that this person goes through to make sure those kind of results aren't repeated. Well, I mean, for one thing, I think it's Torimeshi stepping up to the challenge, right? He's also one of those cats that have been studying and picks apart what went well in his matchup, right? He had a very close match between himself and Fujimura last time. It went down to a 2-1 in week 13. But other than that, I think Torimeshi, again, he understands what happens in the run back. He understands what needs to be done to get a W. He's had those instances before against other teams where he had fallen short in the first week, and then it immediately been able to change it up again. And you can see Tokido pretty much in his ear before the matchup goes and giving him a little bit of a word of advice before the matchup even goes. But I will say, like, if you were playing the statistics game, right? If you're playing with your brain and not with your heart, I will say that if you're trying to get an advantage as the home squad, like you'd want to pick apart the person you beat last time, right? It does make sense, but I will say, like, the big inherent factors are you're playing against someone like Fujimura. Like, that's one of the big factors. Like, you get somebody who's well versed. Yeah.
Like that really is the big issue, because, like, you know, normally I wouldn't think it's a big deal, but maybe not as big a deal against someone that it's like a lab rat like Fujimura is able to be so optimal, and when he hits you, it definitely hurts even harder because of how optimal he is. We've seen the back heavy kick combo, crush counter combo that he had against Birdie, and you know he's gonna have something against his character. However, Torimeshi does believe that he has a chance to win with Sim, and when you have a training partner like Tokido who has gotten very strong with his loop, I feel like that might help equalize things. So maybe that is also where that confidence comes from, where you have one of the best loops in the business helping you learn the matchup inherently. You know, it might help you have that confidence, say, okay, I won last time, I'm going to win again, I'm going to have something new for him. But then again, you go back to, this is Fujimura, this is the lab rat himself. He finds what's broken with the character, he utilizes it, and he buffs up his neutral as the seasons go on. He becomes such a well-rounded threat. We've seen that, and the fact that he was able to qualify for the Warrior event, being one of the best loops in the business in the world right now, it's going to be hard to call who's going to take it, but either way, it's going to be a fun match. It's going to be, I think, a tone setter, too.
It's going to be quite the tough set, because there's going to be a lot of games to be played between these two teams. Again, it's a race to 50 points that we had mentioned earlier, and Torimeshi had a lot to say in regards to this particular matchup throughout the entirety of the league, right? He mentioned this earlier. At first, he thought the Loop Dawson matchup would be in Dawson's favor out the gate, but midway through the season, he started to kind of think otherwise. Then towards the end of it all, he was thinking, all right, well, maybe Dawson has a slight chance to win, and it will be in his favor. But today, he's feeling the utmost confidence, right? He exclaimed that he is quite certain that between Luke and Dawson has the better chance to win. And I'm looking forward to him proving that theory, to be honest with you. I think there's a lot to be said with Luke. I think Luke can do pretty well in this matchup, but if it's one to take down a top tier, it's another top tier as well. So we'll see how this plays out. It's going to be Torimeshi Dalsim versus Fujimura Luke here in Game 1.
Let's see what Torimeshi has for us. I'm wondering if it's going to be like being able to slide the fireballs, things like that, get the knockdowns. I think early game, Sim does fantastic, but once Luke gets in, get that win, that back heavy kick, claiming the space against like the floats and things like that, you have to be super careful. And again, Luke hits you. One of the problems is it's going to hurt. You know, these lights, it gets okay. Look at that. Already in the float state. Man is so optimal.
That was actually cool. He does it again. Fujimura, please. Oh no, he checks him low. Watch out for the suppressor. It doesn't even matter. The stun's not quite there yet. And Fujimura, he's not stopping. How many times? How many times has he caught Torimeshi mid-air or teleport? At least 4 times.
How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? And you actually point out the suppressor. This may be another factor in taking down Sim. You get in the corner, it's going to get even nastier. More options to rotate in terms of offense for this character. And you get the EX, yep, fireball right there to keep the pressure, forcing out the V reversal from Torimeshi. B-bar spit for just defense to get some distance. EX fireball for the side switch. This is good. Torimeshi pushing him in the corner. Now getting the throw too as well. Slide, B reversal, keeps it meaty.
It should be Torimeshi's game to win up until that side switch had happened, but now it's going to be, resetting to this part of the game where Dawson has the most control. It's a little bit too oh! Chase back against the teleport. Fujimura gets the jump in again. We should be able to kill. And he sure does. He just built that bar up as well off of those last couple of hits to get EX Sandblaster into the uppercut. This guy Fujimura really is the master of lethal. Dear God Almighty, this guy hits like a dump truck.
The thing about Luke is to really access what's good about him, you have to land those charge combos. Fortunately, Fujimura is well versed and well practiced in doing so. And I like that he's having calls, and this isn't even just like a sim thing, it's like a Torameshi read. He's looking for that heavy kick to whip to get the jump in. And once that whips, he gets a nice little jump fierce. We already see him catching like the floats and things like that. That's great. But the fact that he's calling out these buttons correctly on the side of Torameshi and landing these damaging combos and putting him in the corner and really enacting that B skill too, it's kind of dangerous right here for Torameshi. This is looking a little dangerous to someone like him, where Fujimura was like, cool, if I meet you again, I'm going to have something for you. And I'm not sure if he ran B skill 2 last time. I'm not sure if that was even a factor, but it's looking like another problematic point that Torameshi does have to deal with.
Yeah, I think the last time they've encountered each other, I think Fujimura had gone full V skill 2 in regards to the Luke matchup. But I will say there's been a whole different sequence coming in from Fujimura. To be fair, he had called out the right sequence 3 times over in round 1. And then we saw a little bit more Torameshi play, but it ended up being Fujimura's game anyway, because he ended up calling out the right sequences and getting the right jump ins. And if you pay attention to the matchup and where his big openings were, majority of them were jump ins. I think he had 3 of them, and that's enough to take a game, apparently. That's actually quite insane. Yeah, I mean, what else can really be said about that? Just moving into the next part of the set. I think Fujimura, or at least Torameshi, needs to pay attention as to what's being stuck out there and what is going to be highly punishable off of a jump. So look at that. He's changed it up significantly now.
Way more anti-airs. There's the air right there. The slide too as well. Checking this distance. And this is hard. Fujimura bleeding. Torameshi leading. Here's the activation off the sweep though. Luke can still make the comeback, but it's going to be hard fought against a closer like Sim. Keeps you out with those limbs and builds up so much damage, so much gray life. V reversal. You're not trying to hold nothing right now. Don't let him get close. Gets a caught in the corner. Don't let him utilize those V skills. The suppressor.
The reversal's out of there, and I love that. Whether it's plus or minus, he just wants to get out of there. Yes, and I love that from Torameshi. Watch out for the setup. Other side, watch out for the snipe as well. And the delay. He catches the low. He thought the sniper was ready. No, sir, he was on foot.
For the melee. Good stuff right here on the side. Torameshi running it back. Oh, nice buffer. Caught the limb, actually. The crouch fears. Now has him up in the corner. V reversal immediately, though, from Torameshi. Been utilizing that V bar just to get some distance and get the side switch. Enough space to get the EX fireball. V shifting the break. Torameshi puts himself in the corner. Float state. Doesn't find a fat punish, but still, I like that he's so aware of when Torameshi wants to leave to get some damage on the deck.
Oh, and you can see Torameshi kind of teasing the idea of the float into the teleport to prevent himself from getting thrashed upon in the air by Fujimura. But here comes Fujimura. Regardless, he dropped the sequence. Oh, Torameshi gets a lot out of this. Gets to cook him up. Keep him here. No, we let him go. Okay. Gonna be just fine. Is that enough? It is more than enough. The target combo. That's unfortunate. Super unfortunate for Torameshi. It was in his hands. It was within his grasp.
Trying to find that last finish with the EX Fireball, trying to put the mix on it, but just wasn't enough to do it. Fujimura now the one on set point. Love to have a counter hit on that combo. There's that V skill, EX Fireball right after the push. Torameshi in the corner. EX Fireball with the side switch, just utilizing that EX Fireball just to get outside that corner position as much as possible. We've seen how deadly it is with that V skill suppressor. Anti-air.
Oh, the jump in is huge. Oh, and he got a micro step forward as well. And I love that V reversal. That's going to be just fine. You have still enough life to build up another V trigger just in case you get the Sandblasters coming into play now from Fujimura.
The range where he uses it too, like clipping the limbs too as well. It's him.
約3ゲージの
At that max range to hit some of these normals. For the activation, teleporting out of there, EX Fireball. Puts him right back in it.
Oh, that was
what a
such a good
block
block.
though. What a rebuttal.
富樫チャンスを狙うか
藤村もフルゲージですからね。いろんな
He's gonna let him cook full.
鳥飯には
That's fine.
フルゲージがない
Decent amount of damage. No, he's gonna gain it all back. Oh, stopping the dash. Are you gonna react to that? Oh my god.
傘当たり受け身取れない。
A little bit of a scramble. Fujimura's looking for the big opener.
削り取るかナイスカードファイヤー手前
Bart the bump for the super. One hit will seal for the trade in favor of Torameshi. Stands in that right range where no limb is going to hit him and end his life from the super. Man, but did you see him take back his turn after that V-skill situation? That could have been an EX Fireball knockdown into a dash up into lights out possibly the side of Fujimura. But he took back his turn on that -2 suppressor, immediately rotating those options. You can't let that fly for free. You can't let them run their game plan. And Torameshi knew what to do.
テイクヨガテレポートに対して。
And I do like the anticipation of what happens after a Yoga Fire mix initiates, right? He was well aware of what Fujimura had done the last time he set himself up with both V-Trigger 1 and the Yoga Fire, the EX Yoga Fire at that, and what kind of response Fujimura took. The last time he engaged in that mix-up, Fujimura had jumped backwards, I believe. So Torameshi was thinking to himself, all right, well, if I teleport in place or teleport backwards, even if he jumps backwards, nothing is really lost. But if he were to jump forward, I'm able to punish. So he assessed that risk, he assessed both options, and still managed to get that W because of the fact that he didn't overcommit to jumping or to teleporting forward. Because if he teleport forward and Fujimura happened to jump backwards, he would have been demolished. He would have got punished accordingly. So that was really a good lesson on being risk averse from the side of Torameshi.
Very smart, you know, to be able to be in that long-range gameplay right after 2 as well, to make sure that none of those hits are going to connect to find the finish from the side of Fujimura. If you would have got an EX Fireball knockdown, that would have been great, but I think that Torameshi would have been able to wake up in time to at least fight back. So, as you put it, the risk-reward assessment has been real great for Torameshi. The final game between the two. Let's see what's going to happen. Big jump in. Again, this is going to hurt. To the corner you go. Back rise, no surprise. He's still there. It caught the tech. Oh, the stun. What we have for this post-stun fun. No charge up, because he doesn't have that B-skill. It's going to go for the damage right here. No big deal. Back medium punch. For the plus frames, gets the counter hit. One more hit will do it, Jeremy.
Oh my god, I can't believe he actually went for the slide activation with that. Torameshi, he slid with his heart. That's what that was. The switch on the other side. He still finds himself in the corner. Fujimura just needs one touch. Oh no! Okay, that was a little problematic, right? That could have been either like Rock Smasher or a Sand Blaster on the way down. Torameshi had anticipated maybe a fireball coming, so he went for the teleport. Nice way to pump the brakes from the side of Fujimura. Looking at match point.
Nice and easy, trying to find an anti right there. Happens for the side of Torameshi. Has to find a way out. I like that back heavy kick. If he does get the crush, it'll be tons of damage. Wakes up with buttons, gets the counter hit and the knockdown. Heavy knuckle. Look at Gale. Gale again. EXDP. Oh, we wilding out here right now. Activation on the target combo. That's a slight opening, but look at him. Threading the needle in the gap, going low, and be able to get this activation and this cook, this seer.
Oh, he went for the teleport behind the back instead again. But still just one touch away, Fujimura. There he is. We talked about threading the needle earlier. Fujimura showing that exact same tact. Oh no, he tried to go for it. I don't know what it was, but there was a giant smile from the side of Fujimura. He had known he committed an error and he'd committed to it. You know, it is what it is. But had it landed, had it caught a limb, he would have went right into critical art. So I get it.
Sick, but unfortunately Fujimura going game to game, round to round right now with Torameshi. Anti-air. Getting a lot better about checking these spaces. Even when we see Fujimura jumping back, it's adding up in a lot of damage. EX Fireball, teleport, don't have a DP, anti-air again, EX Fireball, just to force Fujimura to answer. Force him to have a rebuttal. Force him to have something. He can't be standing on the ground. Was he able to find a punish though?
No, that's just fine. He charged up a little bit off of that flash knuckle, so he's going to be just fine with that. That's going to be tough though. The side switch got Torameshi set himself up for a great 50-50. Still within time. That hitbox was lingering right on Luke's body. Anti-air's there. The drill is there as well. Gets a forward throw. Fujimura needs a lot more than just that, but he's fully loaded, so he can make it happen. There's the Rock Smasher. Uh-oh. Dun-dun-dun. The Rock Smasher. And the snipe is there. He took the position. He's got it. Torimeshi, in what looked to be a really, really tough matchup, managed to slither his way in with a 2-1 victory against Fujimura.
Fantastic way to get that jump back shot to seal the deal. Dang, I thought it was going to be that B skill 2 EX fireball wild stuff from Luke. He denied it and applied that sniper before it could even happen. We haven't really seen that option come through. He puts it on the table at the last second. Torimeshi doing a lot on the ground in the air right there, doing a fantastic job of just keeping out of where Luke would love to be at. And honestly, there were not a lot of usages of back heavy kick for the crush and things like that. When Luke isn't close enough in mid-range, there's not really much he can do. And Torimeshi having these leads, keeping these leads was really the name of the game.
Yeah, and there were a couple of sequences where Fujimura had thrown out some of these crouching heavy punches backed up into heavy knuckles or even medium knuckles. Those are really difficult to even try to contest between that gap, because if you were to charge that medium punch knuckle into level 2, you do get yourself into a -2 scenario, so it's not your turn. But with heavy knuckle, you're just fine. Like heavy knuckle, you're going to be -2 anyway, and you don't have to charge it. It's totally fine. So that was a risk that Fujimura was willing to take. He was going to give up his turn to try to catch maybe like a big opener off of the crouching medium or crouching heavy punch, I should say, because he's definitely been one to confirm off of those hits. There's a pretty sizable cancel window off of that crouching heavy punch to make the right confirm happen. So either way, he backed himself up pretty well, but it was just a matter of what had happened in the neutral and also in what had happened in the air, right? Putting himself in a very dangerous position mid-air, I feel like is what sealed the deal against him. Torimeshi, again, getting some of these bits of information of contesting in the air allowed him to set up for the Yoga Fireball correctly. I think those 50-50 mix-ups were so hard to even try to contest against, and we've seen the results of what happens when you try to guess against something like that. It's 10 points, 2 games in the side of Torimeshi, starting things off with the V6 squad.
I think to continue, I'd like to honestly see, and maybe it sounds as contradictory to what I said previously, I'd like to see Bonchan actually come up, and I think he's raring to go. That's Sagat. We saw super dominant in Yamaguchi, and I think that if that doesn't work out, we could see, oh, never mind. It's the surest spear. We haven't really seen him come in the clutch against a lot of these Lukes. In fact, looking back and when they played, I don't think Sako really showcased what he could do against this team. In fact, he didn't come up at all against this team at all. So it looks like it's going to be Sako with the Manat coming up on the back. I was going to say I'd like to see Bonchan because his Sagat did a fantastic job against Yamaguchi, and he has a good Luke, and I think his Luke is getting better in the mirror. But they see something in Sako. Let's see what he's got.
対策してきたので、それを出せれば勝てると思うんで頑張ります。
頑張ってください。頑張ってください。
Looking forward to seeing what Yamaguchi has in store for his opponent. And he's mentioned it a little bit, right? It's been a while since I've played against Sakonoko-san, but he's come up with tactics and strategies against Manat during his prep time for playoffs. So if he could showcase that, he thinks he can get the W. Sakonoko, with his response, we have the 2 strongest Luke players on our team, so I've been practicing with them. I am determined and I will win this. So, very valid statements from both, really. I will say, I believe Sakonoko's statement a little bit more than Yamaguchi's. Not to take away or put the slight on Yamaguchi, but again, some of the strongest Luke players are on your team, and there aren't a lot of Manat players out there that can help you work on the matchup. So, in terms of like my heart and brain on this one, I think there's a lot more stability in picking Sakonoko's statement over Yamaguchi in the court of law. So I think right now, as it stands, although that may hold up in court, Luke is a downright criminal. Right? Luke just very well might steal the match from underneath you regardless of what you've practiced, right?
Yeah, I mean, Luke be beating cases left and right. He's just ready to fight, and being a top tier out here means that he's a very strong character. But it's rare that I get to really see Luke fight Manat. In fact, I'm looking back in my brain in Street Fighter League EU, and I don't really think that matchup has come up too often. And as you pointed out, not that many people play Manat, and more effectively, not many people play Manat like Sako. He's got this slugger style with this character where he's willing to run the normals, run the EX bar, where other Manat players would like to save it for super after a cool conversion version of V-Trigger, besides Raikkonen and Barnett, there's not really a Manat on that level that Sako really has. And that style is not really replicatable compared to other Manat players. So to prepare for this sort of Manat, you really have to be studying Sako. So I hope that Yamaguchi has been looking at the tapes and saying, all right, he likes to play this way. You know, he likes to get up close and personal where you wouldn't expect and be ready for those moments. Thankfully, Luke, when he's prepared, he is very ready for those moments. If he gets the target combo knockdown on defense, she's really lacking and slacking. Her reversal light, if she gets like a reversal light button and a counter hit, it's not going to lead to a lot of damage. Where her damage comes from is V-Trigger. So it'll be on Sako to really put a lot of damage, a lot of work when that V-Trigger does happen. But we've seen the mix that he could do with this character. We've seen what he could do with the V-Trigger. It's a work of art.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned other Manat players that are in the fray, right? Rickerman's Barnett has really shown off some of the damage that she can potentially do outside of trigger. Like there aren't too many instances, but when it does happen, they are very well executed, right? Those are moments that have to be orchestrated accordingly to get some of those moments where a recall happens, you get a whiff punish, or even like a good sequence to get some of that extra damage on top. Because normally you're playing Manat as like a kind of keep away monster, right? She has the normals to back it up. She does have the utilization of her orb in various different ways and various tools within that orb itself to get some of these, you know, really annoying sequences. So it really is up to the Manat player to show that much control. And I think Sakonoko is more than enough to fit that bill and get some of these big moments that can occur from Manat outside of trigger.
That's true. I like to see these big moments happen, but we got to give credit to Yamaguchi and his great defense. I think when it comes to defensive Lukes, he's definitely at the top spot. He's so good about walking and blocking, you know, stepping what he does, not getting open up low. He's so good about utilizing V-Reversal too as well when need be. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Shuto. His offensive choices, when he chooses to have like a rebuttal as a button, they're really on point. And there's moments where you've seen him when he fought Ida-san. He says he fights with his heart sometimes. I like those bursts of aggression where he's like, all right, it's time to fight with my heart. It's time to just say, I'm going to get in, get my way. I'm going to start wiling out, you know, stuff. So Yamaguchi, he's a good mix of a Luke, I think, overall. We've seen him work out in the Warrior tournament. You know, being up there definitely means that you are a top-level Luke. And Luke, obviously a strong character. We ain't gonna cut it. This character is definitely top 3, if not top 1 in a lot of people's eyes. But you have to be a top-level competitor to fight with Luke. Everyone has a game plan against Luke. Everyone has they study against Luke all the time. You fight Luke all the time. In reverse, are you gonna get matchups against Manat? It's gonna take quite a bit to do so. Let's see if Sako can put down Yamaguchi, or if it's going to be Yamaguchi with his Luke to take down Sako.
Excited to see it again. This is the first time we've really seen Sakonoko play against the Shinobiism Gaming squad from their encounters back in week 6 as well as week 13. I think Sakonoko was out. He was sick during week 13, so I'm glad he's recovered just in time for those playoffs. We see Yamaguchi not really in fear of the orb just yet, but here it comes. Yes, sir, the recall, but now it's going to be set again from Sakonoko. And you see there's a big moment off of the recall, off of the light. Keeps himself safe after the V-Skill 2 as well. Gets a recall. I love that.
So orb out and about. He calls once again. Give him some space and love that crush. He's been going for so many mediums. Just puts the idea that you can throw out a button, no go, not going to happen. That fierce, just every so often sprinkle out will stop fireballs and these great normals that Luke would love to have. Back throw. With the recall, again, keeping it immediate and explosion, adding up in damage.
Loving the usage of V-Skill 2, or even the choice of it from Sakonoko, because it adds so much extra range outside of having the orb, right? You talk about standing heavy punch with orb being such a big detriment to Luke's strategy. I think having the V-Skill 2, even while the orb is out, makes it even better for Manat, because she gets to contest against any sort of normals as well. And on top of obviously building V-Trigger. Speaking of which, there it is. Oh, he didn't get the punish!
The orbs just out.
He tried to punish the V-Reversal, but the orbs didn't come in time. He's had that punish before.
Oh, you see, one more hit. Oh. Had to do something. 6 seconds on the clock. He's gonna drop. Still Sako cleaning it up in that bad situation. Expensive, but still able to take a W.
There's a little bit of a IRL shimmy from the side of Sakonoko. I don't know if you guys got to see him in his player camera, but he was smiling and kind of like wiggling in his seat to kind of brush off the execution error he might have just had. But that was really cool to see, to be honest, from one of the execution gods.
That's why I love offline. See how he's dealing with these fireballs. Maybe medium punches that we see Fierce every so often. Yamaguchi getting the counter hit fireball. EX fireball, get the knockdown to stock up with that V skill. He wants to make that next combo hit real nasty, like plus, actually. Make him hold that throw up in the corner. Yamaguchi now getting aggressive. The activation.
Oh. You can punish that. We do have 4 orbs and a dream, really, for Sakonoko. He does have a full critical art coming in soon, but there's so much to do against Yamaguchi in his health bar, and he's playing so pensive. Oh god, the mix! Still gets the low. There's the recall. V-shift out of there. Low forward. EX flash knuckle. That's all you need. Yamaguchi evening it out. But good thing for Sakonoko, he does build himself a full critical art going into this next match. Next round, I should say.
And he's going to use it right now. Right off the fireball just to get the lead. Doesn't do a lot of damage. See if it's the right decision. We've seen this happen before from Sakonoko. He hit him with the super, get that lead, but it all go away because Luke hits you and does way more, even without bar.
Oh, did you get the big opener off the wall? We did get a charge up on the V-Skill 1 earlier, hence why we saw the enhanced version. V-Reversal out of there, and I love that. Very important tech from Sakonoko. That could have been a back throw from Yamaguchi. He does get the charge up on the V-Skill 1. The Popeye arms are in effect. You got to see a doctor for that. I can't tell if that's an infection or not, but it will hurt either way. Oh, the recall barely out of there. Damn. I thought that was going to hit.
For who? Watch a fish. I get the overhead. Look out. EXDP here from Yamaguchi. Switching up what he does on defense. Another active, or use it activation, I should say. Sako locking him down. No V-bar just yet. V-bar finally online. She won't let that loose with the orbs still out and about.
You get the charge up on the V-Skill as well again from Yamaguchi. Any big confirm off of the low will most likely kill. Sakonoko can almost say the same thing. Oh boy, charged up yet. I love that. That's a situation where you get a +2 scenario. Oh, you might get chipped. Oh my god!
Oh, the layers! The layers! The EX right there to keep him locked down in that shimmy situation right up close and personal. And to break down somebody like Yamaguchi, to break down someone that has been defensively on point. We've seen him block sequences all the way through, but all it took was an EX mine right there to really put him in a desperate situation. What a decision right there from Sako. I thought he was going to spin that bar for the super, to be honest, or wait for that chip. He said, no, I'm going to spin that bar for something different. That's what makes him so strong. Not just waiting for super. That was spin that bar for something different.
It was so wild to even see that Soul Spark, to be honest with you. That wasn't even like a block string into Soul Spark. She was awkwardly just standing there and trying to diffuse her orb. It was so strange because I've never really seen that sequence just by itself before. So I'm like, wait, what just happened? I don't think Yamaguchi was ready for it in the slightest as well. So that was actually kind of funny to see the fact that Sakonoko put himself in a very advantageous situation 2 times over, right? You had the +3 EX orb explosion, right? You had the checking the low into the orb recall, which gives yourself another plus frame scenario for a throw. So those were back-to-back 50-50 guess for game scenarios that was unintentional, I feel like, from Sakonoko, at least off of the initial sequence, right? That EX Soul Spark, I don't know, you could call it another way, but I genuinely think that by itself was a very unorthodox decision that might not have been the true intention from Sakonoko, but he's the man with the plan, so who knows?
Possible. I'm thinking maybe just might want to push him into that right range for like the throw. But then again, I mean, that is still risky. What if he jabbed? What if he went for a DP? We've already seen Yamaguchi bust out like that. So it could have been over like that. But just the consistent amount of pressure to break down someone as defensive as Yamaguchi, who has been doing a great job of just walking and blocking and down backing quite a bit. You see him every so often, making sure he's not getting opened up low. We've seen it continuously be opened up, though, by the likes of Sako. Sako on game point. He might be the one to break down the wall of Yamaguchi.
Man, that's still plus enough for you to get a sweep. That's so cool. Man, again, utilizing this V skill too, and I love it because it also builds up that V trigger. We talked about that earlier, but here comes Yamaguchi. I don't know about all that. He kind of missed his sequence to get himself at least extra damage or even Oki.
Right back to the fireballs. Too bad for him though. Sweep off the feet, the crush is able to land it. Again, that right sequence. Here's now the activation. Love to have more damage to the deck. What a reversal jab, delayed it. The knockdown, but here's Sako fighting back with the orbs. So dangerous when they wake up. Explosion.
The amount of damage. Reset. Oh, he's trying to get a throw tech and the overhead is blocked. Oh my god, Yamaguchi's defense is insane.
Gotta finish it though. Gotta have some offense. Steal the deal. Careful that medium kick. Trying to find an activation off of it. On hit. You'd love to have it. 20 seconds winding down.
Oh no. I don't know what that was, but I don't know if that was an attempted safe jump setup from Yamaguchi. But that's more than enough. I don't know what exactly just happened from the side of Yamaguchi, but it wasn't enough of a threat for Sakonoko to guess too much on defense. A bit of an awkward exchange from both players. That's going to be more than enough for Sakonoko to be at match point, though.
The offense has been fantastic. Sako's offense has been fantastic. Yamaguchi's defense has been really great, but defense is not winning games right now. Not getting enough damage on the deck. Not finding the right situations that he'd like to have continuously. EX orb once again keeps him locked down. There's the back throw. Need some more space up in this place. Recall once again, adding up the damage.
And again, we talked about a nuisance of the normals backed up by the orb. How much of a nuisance it truly is against an archetype like Luke, who gets so much off of these mediums. Problem is, it's not as long range as these orbs, but once he gets through, this is going to be all Yamaguchi. The interruption off of the walk-in. Standing light kick was the answer from the side of Sakonoko, enough to get him this much space away from the corner.
Max him up, careful. Orb's still right there. Both sitting on activation. Challenge the jab, with the jab throwing the dash in. Orb send situation once again, claiming a lot of space. This is what Sako would love to have. Can you realize the stand spears just like this in that right range? Be able to back up too as well is very important against Luke. Recall, sweep, well timed right here. But the wake up supers are gonna land. It is Sako waking up with pure violence. 10 seconds on the clock.
Raw activation. I was gonna say, yeah, raw activation would be enough. Now you get the time over, and it's gonna be this orb punish. Sakonoko playing it perfectly. That singular critical art against Yamaguchi spelled death in so many different avenues, right? There was so much of a life lead. There was not enough time remaining. It gave Sakonoko such a giant upper hand against Yamaguchi's Luke, where it forced that big error towards the end. That was really, really well played. The raw activation towards the end was just like the cherry on top. Truly, it really was, because that's going to be like the ultimate defensive factor. You have 6 orbs doing your bidding while you just sit there and block. And Tokido couldn't even believe it. He left out of his seat to go to the bathroom. He couldn't even hold it. He just left. But Sakonoko, again, taking it down very, very convincingly. The surest spear, I should say, in comparison to Yamaguchi's defense. He does penetrate past one of the Lukes. Now Nagoya Ojo Body Star needs to finish it out.
Just the meter expenditure, and also how well he does in the first part of the round going down. Sako would get so much damage, so much gray life on the side of Yamaguchi that defensive style actually didn't always work. He wasn't able to get anything going in terms of offense. That allowed Sako to utilize that EX bar any which way. We see a lot of defensive play in terms of the anti-airs, the wake up super that we just pointed out to save the day, to seal the deal. And he only took one throw. A lot of techs to come through. Didn't really get blown up too much on throw teching as well on the side of Sako, which is really great to see. But Sako overall, just again, being able to mix up his style, being able to slug it out in the neutral and stay solid before he even hits V trigger, before that even becomes a factor, before that even comes into play, and utilizing his EX bar in a different sort of way is why he is such a well-rounded competitor, why he is so strong with this character, and why he is one of the best along with Barnett. That's 20 points on the board for V6 plus FPV Gaming, off to a very, very strong start.
Looking into it, right, if they manage to get a full sweep, and that's just kind of how some of these swings have gone between both of these teams. It can be pretty volatile in terms of like the massive swings that take place, right? If we get a 40-point ball game from the side of V6, this could be it couldn't even be like guaranteed, right? But we could potentially see the swing back from the home side when we get that switch up between the teams. So this could still be very much so anybody's game here in match 2. So looking into it right now, it's going to be Tokido to round out their matchup against the anchor. Shinobiism's own Momochi and that Cody. I'm very excited to see it, to be honest with you, because this Cody has been so sharp throughout the entirety of the league.
He has been such a huge threat. We saw that CPT, but throughout the league, as you pointed out too as well, been so dominant, really falling only to the likes of like Fudo, Shudo, and things like that. But really being dominant overall, and just really putting this character even more on the map, really showcasing that this character could dump out a lot of damage because he is so optimal with this character. Momochi says that he has to beat Tokido to win against FAV Gaming. Last time that Tokido and Momochi met, Tokido defeated him actually in an anchor match. So the key point is how to beat Tokido. So he's prepped very well during the season. He had a similar match when he lost with Tokido, where I pointed out and became 5th place during the playoffs. We're 5th place because I lost against Tokido. I'd like to take revenge. Tokido says, when I'm thinking of the playoffs, I've been most aware and careful of the match against Cody. I've been prepping myself for the Cody match. I'm going to showcase this. I want to give pressure to the opponent team by winning this to make it 40 points versus 0, a blowout that had happened previously when they met up against each other.
It's going to be tough too, because if, let's say, the 40-point ball game does happen for the side of the 6+ FSV Gaming, who's to say that Shinobiism won't throw it right back at him, right? That's literally been the tail of the tape between these two Titans, again, these two Titan teams, I should say, between week 6 and 13. And what's funny about that is Mochi has had a very solid victory against Tokido in week 6, right? We've seen how back and forth it's been. Mochi got the 2-0 against Tokido Zurian. But when Tokido switched over to Luke, it's been a lot closer, I think, for the benefit of Tokido winning it 3-1, I will say. Although it's a very convincing stat line, 3-1, it went down to very close calls within that game. And I remember when you and I were commentating that, there was a lot of close calls in regards to the time winding down and seeing somebody act towards the end of the matches more often than not, right? So we're expecting to see a very long match between these two again, just because that's the nature of how these two play off against each other.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a grinder. I think that's how this matchup just goes down at the highest level. There's so many things that Cody can present in this matchup where, you know, those medium normals that Luke like to present, Cody has really great answers. Medium kick is really good, even though it can get stuffed by medium punch. It's backed up by medium punch of Cody. It's backed up by the idea of Zonk, by the pressure of Zonk when it lands, and EX Zonk especially. The V-skill sway has so much more of a reward on trade. If it does happen to hit, it's a knockdown, that's damage, and that's V-bar built up for Cody. For a fireball on the side of Luke, that's just a little bit of damage here and there. You know, that's not really the best trade for that character. But you know, Cody also has the I think has a little bit of edge when he gets V-trigger. He pops that V-trigger 1 to knife, where he has the extended amount of range, so plus frames continuously. You have to survive that. So we saw, I think previously, Tokido doing a good job of surviving that. Now Tokido, when we had watched him, really felt like he found his way with that character, and this was the match that felt it all kind of come together with him. It wasn't just about landing the lights every so often and getting knockdowns and putting him in the corner. It was about finding optimal combos too as well, the charge combos when need be, not all the time, but when need be, and pressuring Momochi to a point where he'd get the lead and he'd be really annoying and keep that lead. That annoying style overall Tokido is holding with this character is what sets him apart from other Lukes. So I'm curious to see what Momochi has to stop that, to chase him down. I'm really curious to see what is going to be the secret sauce for that.
There's a lot of intuition that comes into this gameplay, or at least this matchup as well. I think there's a lot that Tokido does to kind of bait out some of these big openings from Momochi. I think during their game in week 13, one of the biggest factors was when Tokido decided to just neutral jump. A very, very basic tactic, right? But it does, in fact, bait out one of the biggest threats in the neutral, which is the turn steal, right? Which is the neutral breaker. That is the Zonk muscle. I think Tokido does a very, very good job of baiting some of those out in this matchup. I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to happen, how that's going to occur in this particular matchup, if there's going to be any sort of neutral jumps being given early, and if Momochi will recognize them early enough to get maybe like a roundhouse ruffian to rebuttal into like a giant combo. Because if you catch, I've seen him work on this in training mode in his streams, if you catch a roundhouse ruffian that early, it leads to a ton of damage, for the juggle, especially with V-Skill 2 on deck as well.
This character definitely does up the damage. If one is a character that can kind of stand up, contest against Luke in terms of damage, is definitely Cody. And someone like Mochi is definitely going to be optimal to squeeze the most out of this character. This is the run back. That's going to determine so much. He's going to get a 40 bomb, or Shinobi's in gaming will finally get something more on the board. Mochi, Takedo in this last anchor match. In the last set, until we get to the next set.
We're already seeing the introduction of what's being thrown out in the neutral, right? We've seen a couple of fireballs from the side of Takedo. We've seen a couple of handshakes from the side of Cody, but sandblasters from further range out, that's going to be what's going to be called out from Takedo. And again, a couple of straight hits. No low forward confirmed. No, really, I don't think he had meter to do so with it up until this point. So Takedo still within the range of where Momochi wants to play and slowly pushing him towards the corner. You can see the exchanges more so in Takedo's favor, but this knife is going to be a big change up. Takedo can't be hovering at the ranges he was before because of the knife extension.
Exactly. This range actually takes back the turn with the medium. Cross medium kick. Trying to set up shot for the dash in. Doesn't let it happen. The tech. Look at how annoying Takedo is. The back throw. Keeps it meaty. Counter hit. Takedo with a fat lead and a lot of bar at the bottom too as well. Could seal the deal at any point. Go for that chip, no dip, but doesn't even need to do it. Just harassing with these jabs and medium kicks. Not using anything super different. I love this poking, annoying style from Takedo.
He's baiting out a couple of normals there from Momochi. You see him walk right within the vicinity of where Cody wants to press maybe a standing medium kick or a crouching medium punch, and Momochi has not fallen for it just yet. He's big chilling. Look at that. He's just absolutely waiting for his moment. He's looking for a whiff normal from Takedo rather than trying to strike. Oh, that could have been so dangerous. There it is. He does find the whiff normal. Exactly what his intentions were out the gate. But the low forward, he catches the walk back to throw them or to bait the throw.
Smart stuff. Another baited throw. Full punish to the corner. Back medium punch. This is where Luke can really harass things because he has that back medium punch to set up shop for the plus range. A lot of other great buttons for space traps too as well. The medium punch, the light punches, and things like that. Activation, the great equalizer. That is a knife. Ready to cut through the neutral. Look at that right range for the exalt and the V skill 2 sway.
You can see how reluctant Takedo is to even press the button while that knife is out. Could get a burst shot. He's aiming for it, right? He's going for that standing medium push more often than not, and that's going to be more than enough. You do get the full sequence off of the rapid fire into the critical art. Momochi, again, it's so difficult to play the style that Takedo wants to play. Like, he wants to be kind of playing counter poke style or even whiff punish style. But what happens when Cody gets into V-Trigger 1 where he outranges you with almost every punch normal, right? I think every punch normal does outrange Luke, I think, once you have the knife. So it's very difficult to contest.
And it's very difficult to just even put anything out there confidently too as well with that character. Walking back, and we don't really see Momochi do anything different with that. Those knife normals, just harassing with the plus frames. The back dash to avoid the throw. Cross-cut DP, can't leave for free. So definitely take that damage. I like the side switch immediately here from Takedo. Want to be back in that enough space to be annoying with the jabs, the medium kicks, and things like that. That's what Takedo would love to be at. Close to that EX bar to be filled out for the super, and close to that point where Mochi can't get hit. It'll be over.
And now we have to spend the second half of this round looking to see. Oh, that was sick! Does get the reset and a good amount of damage, but more so the carry. Oh, this is gonna be. You gotta go right into the critical art after this. I'm gonna say it's not gonna kill, but there's a lot of time shaving off of the clock for Takedo to kind of play the life lead game. But he's gonna be in hot pursuit, right? He still has trigger left. It's Momochi that has to be wary of moving forward.
I'm winding down, and that's the end of the V-Trigger. It's going to disallow that help of the neutral. They're the air right there. Takedo making a breakdown, a medium in the sky. Still surprised he gets something for him. The jump medium kick. That annoying style from Takedo to hit the super, get the lead, and back himself up with the V-trigger and immediately conversing with his team. He said, I want to make this more dominant, and I like that. Being able to, even if you get that victory, your game plan working out, you're going to have something for you in rebuttal. So like how he goes back to his team and says, what are we doing? What's the play here today? You know, if he's doing this, how do I make this an even stronger victory?
I miss seeing offline team tournaments, man. I would love trying to like listen in. Obviously, I don't understand what they're saying, but I love watching them kind of like huddle up and try to figure out what went right in their matchups and how to make it an even more dominant win, or at least try to isolate what works and not keep it like an obvious thing for the opponent, or at least preparation for what the adaptation is going to be. I love those, just seeing those moments in offline atmospheres. I feel like team battles in general, like as we kind of fill in here, I think team battles in general are underrated, man. There were so many like different storylines back in the day, and even like in this era of Street Fighter that have like really made this so enjoyable to watch, right? Like one of the biggest ones, obviously in the States, Midwest versus West Coast, right? That alone garnered so much attention, like in all across the nation, right? This right here with Street Fighter League for Japan, it's garnered so much attention too, and it has brought so many fans into the realm of Street Fighter, right? These team battles have been so enjoyable to watch, and I just love just that aspect of being offline and them huddling in person to strategize. It's super sick, but I digress. We're going into the next matchup, or into the next game, I should say, of this particular matchup. Tokido getting the better half of Momochi in that exchange thus far from game one.
Momochi has a little bit more of the medium kick coming through. So that bar at the bottom in terms of EX, and also getting some damage to the deck. Zoc keeping it nice and compact, but here is Tokido. Charge combo on the deck, staying optimal himself too as well. Lance back with the lights. Medium kick again, that focus situation here coming back from Tokido. Harassing Momochi in the corner.
That's not a normal we've seen too much from the side of Momochi, right? That low medium kick hasn't really been shown off in game number one, I think. But looking at it now, yeah, Tokido still able to take away some momentum from Momochi that he was trying to garner in the corner. He tried to go for a final fight combo, a little bit too weary of that. He went for a crouching jab instead of the standing jab for a confirm.
Also, we didn't think it was going to reach, but still, this will definitely reach. The knife at the tip with it, able to get the cut. With the answer back, the delayed jab here from Tokido. What he does on defense is so great. He switches up his timings to delay buttons and things like that, whether he'll wake up immediately or just delay the button just a little bit. It all adds up to so much for Luke. You see the target combo coming through. And again, that annoying just way that he plays with his character, poke it away, get some damage, and then finishing it off is great. But speaking of damage, Cody dumps it out with a corner carry. B skill, also get that follow-up.
Oh. We see the medium kick coming in from the side of Momochi as well, not really utilizing, or not really being able to utilize what can come from that normal off of a counter hit, right? I think it's just been occupying a lot of the space that Tokido wants to play at. That is such a big stop. The reaction against the EX Zonk Knuckle, you have got to be kidding me. If it's one counter he has with a neutral jump, it's another to react to it. This guy is on all cylinders. Man, he could have actually had a finish earlier. Missed his opportunity.
Does the bar at the bottom. Feature to spare. Still Cody, but this is Tokido with the confirm. Will confirm himself a big win right here off that CA situation. You can clearly see his game plan and how he wants to operate. The first half of these rounds going down is fireballs, jabs, and feints and things like that. Every so often he'll land a fat combo. He puts him in the corner, he takes away so much health, and even though he's not always finding what he needs in terms of confirms and finishes, he always has just a full stick of butter ready to cook with, and the feature going to back it up if it doesn't finish the job. So Tokido again with another win and immediately conversing with his team.
And you know, we've seen a lot of Luke players kind of go for these low forwards, EX flash knuckles. It's a very common confirm route. You see Tokido kind of going against the opposite. He's going against the grain because this is a specific character, a specific strategy he wants to utilize against someone like Momochi. He wants to play it in a very, again, you talked about it earlier, a very annoying manner where you want to play the counter poke game. You'd want to play some of these normals to whiff punish your opponent, or at least not give him the most damage you could off of a hit. So it's been very difficult. You can see Momochi not even able to contest in regards to the normal ranges or the ranges that Tokido's been standing at. So it's been very much so a reserved pace from Tokido up until he gets into the corner. Once he gets into the corner, then you'll start to see the meter expenditure, whether it's like off of EX or even off of lethal scenarios like low, medium kick, whatever combo extension into a critical art, right? He's not one to force the corner scenario early off of hit confirms from bar, at least in that game.
Yes.
I have a feeling in the third game he might be a little bit more aggressive. I don't think there's going to be any sort of like change up, I feel like, from Momochi in regards to how he's playing, but I think Tokido is going to be the one that's going to be on the offensive in game 3.
So, like, we've seen
Literally.
offensiveness. Look at that round start. Look at that. We've seen a lot of offensiveness though from the side of Momochi. Those medium kicks that he's been blessing a lot of these other characters and players are not coming through. We've seen Tokido stop that too with the medium kick. We've seen like medium punch come through to clip that button, and now he's caught up in the corner. Turn up like volume. Heavy kick, get him caught up. Those frames, this is looking real nasty right here. Backs up for the DP, nice and easy.
The heavy impact, right? That forward heavy punch, how often have you seen that throughout the entirety of the set? Now you see Tokido again, he was being as aggressive as ever, but once the stop sign happens, once the trigger 1 gets activated from Cody, he just backs away. And that's so tough to manage, right? You're winding down the resources from Momochi as well as being within Sandblaster range to chip a little bit of damage. So this is going to be so difficult for Momochi to make this comeback happen. EX Sandblaster now from Tokido. He's in the corner, but he's out of there almost immediately once he gets cornered. Momochi has not found the anti-airs. He's not found the damage. Nothing.
Nothing that makes Cody so strong in the time. It's already at 35 seconds. He's got full bar, but the EX Zonk hasn't really come up. Here it is with the V reversal. Saving that bar to get some distance. We've already seen him check that EX Zonk, and I feel like that's also been a deterrent to the willingness of the follow-ups, with the EX Zonk. He'll try to fall up right there with the medium ruffian. But he's just enough. 15 seconds. Why is he backing off? You got to get in to get your win. Time's winding down. Caught him coming in with the jabs. The target combo. One more hit. He knows it's over. He knows that with these 5 seconds, there's not much he can really do. The V reversal, not trying to give him too much. And that's it. Look at this style of Tokido. The way of Tokido.
This is my way. I can hear him saying it in his brain. This is my way. He says it on stream every so often, man. This is my way. But look at him bleed as soon as Momochi got his opener. Oh, there we go. There we go from Tokido. At least getting himself out of the corner. Again, low forward. Flash knuckle. Again, a lot more of an aggressive play this time around. But Momochi, he gets the big opener. Look at the amount of damage coming in. In for Oki, the delayed on the throw tech.
Aggressive play actually might help out Momochi, giving him more things to whip punish and deal with in the neutral. Let's see what Tokido has though. Waiting with that feature, they're backing off a bit. Up in the corner, you gotta make it really happen out here. V reversal, get some distance. The dash in caught with the medium kick. Now Tokido the one bleeding. Momochi leading. Trying to stave off that set point. Bar at the bottom, the ideal zone.
Exactly, yeah. That Zung double is just going to be locked and loaded at all times, I feel like. This is the playstyle Momochi really gets the advantage in while having the life lead, right? This is the kind of playstyle that annoys almost everybody. Oh, that's huge! Oh, he didn't have enough for critical art! Forward throw. He just built it. Before the throw, just before the throw, he built that critical art.
It's here. Same day delivery. Can he bring it to the doorstep of Momochi? One hit, one low confirm will seal the deal. One good crush and medium punch. One back medium punch. Spends the EX bar. Walk back block. Activation. It's another one. In bad situation, you see him clipping with the low. Before the EX fireball could come through, if he was just a second later, might be seeing something different. But the staving off the set point happens from Momochi. Same round start here, though, from the side of Tokido on how things started in the first part of the match. Target combo.
Difficult to kind of reintroduce that style. Well, he finds the opener. Momochi a little bit overzealous on walking. And now it's Tokido. He's spending so much bar after that. Nothing after the standing heavy punch surprisingly does get punished for it. Momochi now on the offensive. It's all going downhill for Tokido. But he still has a sequence and a half to survive.
That bar at the bottom. Momochi looking pristine right now. The idea of EX Song, if he gets that hit, it's going to hurt a lot. He's got that feature also for the plus rates. It has to go right where he wants him. That's why we see the V reversal for some distance to not let that corner pressure happen, but it's happening anyway. Plus frames in play off the mediums. This is Momochi's
that
way.
could have been a big punish.
Big punish.
Oh,
that is it right there. Yeah. Oh, it's not enough. The rapid fire didn't do enough damage. Oh, nice and easy. Momochi surviving one more game. And that was actually kind of nasty. Like, I will say, it's so difficult to even try to throw a standing jab as Luke, considering knife is out. Because Momochi, or I guess Cody, and the knife will get the punish whether it's crouching or standing because of not only how fast those normals are, but because of the range, right? Like standing light punch on Luke is punishable. It is a -4. One of the biggest reasons why you don't see it punished as often is because not a lot of light normals have that kind of range. But with the knife, that's a whole different story, man. You can't be throwing that out there.
Anything is possible, but now you see what's possible when Momochi gets that corner pressure, he gets that lead, he gets that confidence too. I feel like he hasn't really felt confident being that close to Tokido. We've already seen what happens, you know, the knockdowns off the Oki and the lights and things like that. But when he's able to be that close and compact with the medium kicks and the medium punches, and as you pointed out, the crush medium kick finally coming out a lot more, we see more plus frames, we see more variance in terms of offense. Then we see the V-trigger being utilized in a way where he's not spinning it like in the middle of the screen, right? He's pushing Tokido in the corner, really putting the pressure on and taking advantage of that moment and getting a fat lead where he can walk back and now play his way, where he's kind of annoying, where he backs off with the idea of EX Song and, you know, peppering in medium spins like that. Tokido has to come to him to get the win, where Tokido falters putting out these buttons where he didn't want to before. So now he's got to play at his same pace. Momochi now acclimating a lot better, forcing Tokido to kind of play his sort of style and play outside of his, I guess I want to say comfort zone.
And this is the question I would like to pose to you. I don't know what adaptations should be made at this point because you've already seen a very passive and pensive style from Tokido where he wanted to play counter pokes, he wanted to play second to whatever Momochi's doing. He's already played the offensive style in game number 3. What do you think is going to happen from the side of Momochi? We've already called out Tokido being the aggressor in game 3. Do you think Momochi will be the one to initiate offense in game number 4?
I think, me personally, I think he needs to. And I think what will help with that will be sway. We talked about if you get the sway against the fireballs, which don't always come out from Tokido, but when they do, the trade is definitely in favor of Momochi because he'll get that V-bar built up quickly. And this is what he wants, to get that V-trigger to push Tokido to the corner, get that earlier in the round. I'd also like him to see him get more aggressive with that medium kick, be more confident with that button and more compact because you're gonna get that EX bar built up a lot quicker too as well. That means the idea of the Zonk, even just the idea of the Zonk is there for something for Tokido to have to worry about in this match. We're already seeing that aggression right there. Double light with a heavy ruffian to get some distance to push Tokido to the corner.
It's been quite difficult really to kind of figure out when those sand blasts will be coming out. And we see surprisingly Momochi letting go of a V-shift a little bit earlier, right? Not willing to hold on to some of that V gauge to build up that V meter early, or that V trigger early.
全体を通して時々のね中足の打つ距離が本当にいいですね。
And we talked about being the aggressor earlier. Instead, it's going to be Tokido, the one to put Momochi in dire straits. A back throw will do it too. Dashing up, Momochi not ready for it. He wasn't ready for it in the slightest, man. There's a lot to be said about Tokido's presence.
Right. So many things to worry about. You're worried about medium punch, medium kick, a lot of buttons, but you're also worried about the heavy Zonk. Check that red. Able to get that knocked off the little ruffian to get the Oki, but Tokido just simply backs off a little bit. His first turn, goes back in. Here's another ruffian, EX addition. B-Skill has him caught up in the corner. And now Momochi trying to get grimy. Wow, Tokido taking back his turn, but Momochi waiting, getting the heavy Zonk, or heavy, I'm sorry, ruffian to put him right back in the same position.
How did we even get to this position, right? This isn't something that's common. This isn't something that we've seen a lot in this particular match, but now we see the bust out 2 times in a row.
ここで EX サイド
How did we even get to this position, right? This isn't something that we've seen a lot in this particular match, but now we see the bust out 2 times in a row.
ここで EX サイド
Tokido bringing it from one corner to the other, but it's very expensive to get there. But it was well priced, I will say. Oh, you're dead. You're actually dead. If you spend it, you have to spend it, right?
Oh, yeah. It's been a big out here to stay in the game right there and stay up with set points. And you see the bar at the bottom flashing on the side of Luke. You definitely don't have to deal with that B trigger. So I definitely agree that crouching light kick, being able to get the activation and find follow-ups is such a fantastic button for Cody. But we see that Tokido's spending a lot of bar just to push Momochi to the corner, where before it was all about the normals. Now he has to utilize that EX bar to put him in the corner and to really enact that pressure. Maybe now not so much, I lied. You see him now just do it with the normals. Sealing it with the super suit.
Jesus, the snapback, so much range. The stun not quite there. He still gets it. Back-to-back throws. Man, that is a 40 bomb. More than enough damage. Even if he were to drop it, I feel like it would have been lights out for Momochi. Tokido being the aggressor yet again. We posed the question towards Momochi and what his playstyle was going to be. It was, in fact, Tokido going for it again. As if rock, paper, scissors, he was picking scissors and scissors again. This guy is just ready to penetrate and take the W. 3 games to 1, the murder face still intact.
Definitely different in terms of the offense that he had for a little bit in the match previous or the round previous. He utilized that EX bar for the corner carry and then went back to his safe style when he felt appropriate. Being able to rotate different sort of templates and different sort of strategies is very important as a pro player and keeps the other person on their toes. And we didn't really see the B skill sway being in play too often from Momochi. As you pointed out, weren't that many fireballs coming out. You know, we saw medium punch, light punch and things like that. Fireball every so often, hit that intention continuously to not let those V skill to, you know, sway knockdowns happen at all. Good stuff from Tokido. That's 40 points for V6 plus FPV Gaming. The winners of last season might be poised to go to the grand finals.
Yeah, they would need just one more game to send themselves into the next round of battles, going up against Nagoya Oja Body Star. Right, so with that in mind, I'm kind of curious to see what the matchup, or at least what the roster is going to be like from the V6 squad. I'd imagine for defense, they might want to sub out Sakonoko and put in Bonchan into the mix somehow, some way. So I think it would be Torimeshi, Tokido, and Bonchan going up on deck for the away side for that switchover for V6 plus FAV game.
I agree with that. Probably Bonchan first, Tokido to end things off, and Torimeshi in the middle. Or maybe even you might switch out Bonchan for the anchor match, but I do think that is a good run. I think Bonchan coming up on the deck with that Sagat and also his loop is a fantastic point. But man, this last match right here from the likes of Tokido, very grounded play overall. We did see some anti-airs coming through. 4 out of 5, 80%. Bust outs didn't really happen. You saw him being punished. The one bust out that did happen was punished. See a lot of the a lot of throws not coming through though, not getting gripped up by Cody, and that actually says to me that he had good enough defense where that didn't become a big problem, where he wasn't opened up too continuously by Cody, too continuously by Momochi, because if you you throw tech and get caught by Cody, it's going to hurt a lot, especially from the corner. Didn't really happen too often. So gotta say good play here from Tokido.
That's the best overall record of throws teched in the entirety of the league. I think that percentage, what was it, like 78 or something? It was 78%, but 14 techs out of the 18 attempted grabs against a Cody player? That's, I don't know, man. I don't think people tech that many times in their seasons of Street Fighter V competitively. To be honest with you, that is a lot of throws, man. That's super impressive from the side of Tokido to avoid those mishaps against a powerhouse like Cody, which has been a very important factor to talk about, right? When we talk about some of these stats, we talked about how important it is to get yourself out of danger with the throw strike game, especially after a couple of things, right? You have the EX Zonk Knuckle being one of those factors. You have activation into trigger, which could lead to like a throw. There's a lot to really consider, right? You even have a combination of both where you do EX Zonk Knuckle and then do final fight combo because you're plus into like a V trigger activation. It's like, well, dude, I have to get tech 3 times or 2 times over? It's very difficult, but Tokido manages to ascend past all of that. His defense was absolutely flawless. And his offense too, for that matter.
The layers of his offense are fantastic. And it's actually great. I know people don't want to hear this, but it's great to see how different all the Luke players are out here in Street Fighter League Japan, if not around the world. You see the difference in terms of defense of Yamaguchi, the offense of Tokido, and if we see Bonchan, how offensive he is in terms of being, you know, that smooth movement that he has with this character. He's a lot more dashing base than you would expect a normal Luke player to act like, but you see a lot of difference between Luke players out here alone at Street Fighter League Japan, and you know, you see the difference of this character, what he's able to do with his toolkit, despite being such a same formula sort of thing. He's not really mixing you anything like that. He's just playing a very straightforward Street Fighter, but there's still a lot of stylistic differences between the players, what they emulate. Like even we talk about Fujimura, how optimal he is compared to other players and what he gets off of every situation. But I do want to go back to what you were pointing out in terms of the players that are going up. Sub out Sako, put Bonchan in, either have Bonchan anchor or first position. I think Bonchan will cover a lot of matchups and do very well. I think his Luke is very strong right now. I'm watching him on the stream every so often when he does play, and a CFN too as well. I think he's a little bit late in the game, but has found, like the other Luke players, a way to play this character and a way to fight in the matchup.
You're looking at the composition of Shinobiism Gaming, comprising of at least two Lukes and a Cody, which is what we've seen thus far from Shinobiism Gaming more often than not. I haven't really seen Johnny's G utilized outside of a home position kind of deal, right? Johnny has not really seen the light of day unless he's being used as the counter pick. So with that in mind, I think you're on the right track of setting out Bonchan first, especially if it's a do or die scenario. Like Bonchan is going to be the gatekeeper to get past, or at least be the gateway into more points. So I think applying pressure with Bonchan as the vanguard would be very, very important. I think that might be the case. I think it's going to be Bonchan coming up first as the vanguard for victory. Really, I think for V6 this is a very, very smart choice. It should be Bonchan first. I think Sakonoko might still be in the cut instead of Torimeshi. Surprisingly enough, I think it might be Sakonoko still in the cut on defense if they happen to surpass Bonchan's Sagat. So it's gotta be, right? Like there's gotta be Bonchan coming up first. It just makes sense.
Yeah, and I definitely think it does. And I think that Sagat does a decent job against Luke when everything is going his way. We've seen the medium kick play when he fought Yamaguchi, and that ruler stopped a lot of the buttons of what Luke wanted to do. Obviously, if Luke gets into or gets these jump-ins, he'll get his win. It's going to be real nasty about the damage. But I think if Sagat has a good fireball game, he's getting all the anti-airs, he's keeping his right range, his right distances about mid-range, he can play against Luke. He can definitely fight Luke. When it comes to people setting up Shinobi's and gaming, they set up their players and things like that. I wonder really going to set up, because Johnny I do think is very strong against like Torimeshi. If he does come up, I think that run back will still be in favor of Johnny's G, because I think that G does fantastically against Sim, even in the season. I want to say that G beats Sim, but he definitely does well enough to put someone, especially like Torimeshi, who would like to get flighty, down to earth with the command grabs. And just the normals too as well, and Johnny's just ability to go for these lows and these risky options take Torimeshi off his toes continuously. So I would like to see Johnny actually come up on the deck to fight if we do see Torimeshi come up too as well. But I think to start off, Fujimura and Momochi should be the name of the game. I think those three team members overall should be the way to play, in my personal opinion. Yamaguchi might have to be put on the side.
I think I'd want Yamaguchi over Fujimura, to be honest. I think Fujimura has a very offensive style of Luke. I think I like the way in the adaptations that can be made from Yamaguchi's behalf, especially when he has like his second wind. But we'll see about that. I think in regards to the composition that V6 plus FFV Gaming has, it's going to be very difficult to ask for. But we mentioned it. I think this is the most surefire team we could actually ask for in terms of like what the positioning would be. It is indeed Bonchan, Sakonoko, and Tokido, exactly as we predicted. Torimeshi is going to be taking his time on the bench. It's just a matter of Shinobiism Gaming making the right counterpick choices, and it has to be now because they are at such a difficult position. They are pressured immensely, being at a 0-40 deficit in one game, sending them home. So damn, they had to take the time out. You see Momochi like putting his hand up. He's like, all right, hold on. We gotta think about this.
Because you are going home if you lose at this point. This is definitely match 2 is about one of these teams moving on, the other team being put into the stands. And this the danger right here is like, I feel like you almost have to send up someone as strong as Momochi, possibly, because if Sagat does come up, I think Cody does a fantastic job, and Cody does a good job against Luke, and I think that style that Boncha would like to play, Momochi can take that. But do you set up Momochi now, and then you don't have anybody in the anchor position to kind of finish things off to seal the deal? This is so difficult.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's exactly the problem we had posed to everybody to think about, right? If you put Bonchen up first as the Vanguard, will you be taking the risk of sending up somebody who might go toe-to-toe and flip that coin against Bonchen, or do you go against the surefire W, or you think what is the surefire W in terms of the matchup, and then risk the rest of your squadron falling short in the second match or the anchor matchup, right? So that is indeed like the question that we've been posing. Like, I think Bonchen being in this position is the ultimate checkmate here for Team Shinobiism Gaming. It's like, who do you actually send up against someone like this? Who, by the way, he is settling down with Luke. By the way, it was determined. So we're not going to see the Sagat unless he happens to lose the first game. But this has to be the biggest brain tease for Shinobiism Gaming. I'm thinking to myself, who has the better record against Bonchen right now? I think it's... Yeah, it's hard to say Yamaguchi because it was back and forth, but it was Sagat. So I think I would like Yamaguchi's Luke against Bonchan's Luke, to say the least.
I do too, but the fear is like, if he switches after that first game and he's warmed up enough, they're about to lose to Sagat. They're about to be put down by Sagat. That, and again, that's the brain teaser. It's like, will he switch over to Sagat and make it work? I've seen it happen in tournament. Maybe we haven't seen it happen in the league, but he's so strong with the Sagat. I've seen him on CFA. He's so strong with this character. We've seen him operate with this character. Even if he's down a game, he makes Sagat look so much stronger than he really is. But it looks like it's going to be Fujimura with his Luke first. They're betting it all on Fujimura. What do you think about this?
You know, I don't know how to think. I don't know what to think about this, to be honest with you. I think it's difficult to say it's a bad call or if it's a good call, because both of these players are well versed against each other, and it's a Luke mirror match which could be extremely volatile. It's just a matter of who has more experience within this matchup and who has the discipline to not get got in the medium exchanges that could happen. I think overall, Bonchan's fireball game is better than Fujimura's, but I will say Fujimura's hit confirms off of mediums are slightly better than Bonchan's. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. This could easily be the coin flip. This could be the big risk that Shinobiism Gaming takes, but it's a very hard call. I think if anybody has the advantage here, it might be Fujimura because he's already been warmed up in his initial bouts. Right.
Yes. Heavy ass for Fujimura right here. He says, I need to win this. If not, it ends, so I will win this. Bonchan says, in the Street Fighter League opening match, in the one-on-one, I lost against Fujimura, so I'd like to take this win. Not only to get that revenge, but also to seal the deal for his team and move on to match 3. Everything right now is riding on Fujimura, and the team composition is riding on Fujimura's victory right here too as well. There is so much on the line, but Fujimura is a man of pressure. He's been through a lot. He's already went through the World Warrior tournaments. He's been able to qualify for that, so that same sort of heat, that flame, he's felt that before. This is maybe nothing super new, but what's kind of new is the team aspect. You don't let down your team members. Laying down yourself is different than laying down a whole group of team members too as well. So they're riding with Fujimura right now. I do agree that Fujimura is way more optimal to hit confirms. He's way more better about getting these getting the most out of these moments. But when it comes to being aggressive, I do gotta give some good credit to Bonchan. He takes that same sort of dashing aggressive style, grounded aggressive style that he has with Karen, and he's emulated with Luke. He hasn't found the full effect with it just yet, but I think he's getting real close to doing so. I think he's found enough of that answer. And the fireballs help out, as you pointed out too as well. Having a good fireball game he's developed with Sagat has helped him develop a good fireball game with Luke. That character already has a fantastic fireball game, right? So it's only gonna make him very strong. So it'll still be a very hard match for Fujimura.
Really curious to see how this is going to play out. I'm actually terrified for the side of V6 Plus FAV Gaming, because what happens when you open up like the threshold for Shinobiism Gaming to unlock that final gate that they need? Like, what happens if Bonchan just falls short, like 0 wins, and then the rest of them fall suit after that momentum breaker, right? Personally, I would love to see it. I would love to see a 40-40. I would also love to see whether or not Fujimura and their journey with Shinobiism Gaming falls short here.
I definitely want to see more games, though. I guess I'll be a little bit biased to say I want to see more games. And it could happen. As you pointed out, there's still a lot of weight riding on Bonchan. He's got to end this. We've seen people come back from the brink. We've seen people come back to the brink when it comes to the points. You don't want them to have that energy. You don't want them to have that momentum. If Fujimura could take that and allow them to have a good composition that they'd like to have, lots riding on both sides here. Bonchan, Fujimura, well, might be the final game or more in store. Luke versus Luke.
It's putting me on pins and needles, man. It's putting me on pins and needles considering what is happening thus far for these teams. Again, V6 plus FAV Gaming with a 40-point lead. They just need one more W, and it's in the hands of Bonchan, but he has to face off against the Gravemaker, the master of lethal that is Fujimura. And so far, we've seen quite the exchange of Sandblasters being in benefit of Bonchan and then also being within range of the mediums to strike first. And now it's going to be, yep, that's not real. That is not real. That is indeed a -2 scenario, but he still catches Fujimura off guard.
That's the Bonchan way. We saw that in his CEO victory, where he took this turn back from Fujimura, actually, when he was fighting the Ibuki. And we're seeing that same sort of obstinance right here as well. Has a huge lead. He's got that V-trigger stocked up. Oh, that throw, though, the dash in blocked. Defense on lock here from Bonchan. Gets clipped with the V-trigger. Fireball has a pop in the corner. Careful. EX,
oh my
super,
God.
what a reaction. Fujimura, you're a monster. You're an absolute monster. Oh, that killed.
That is the fastest execution I've ever seen. That is the 3-frame super, probably. I will say that's got to be the hitbox shortcut, right? That has to be the 3-framer. I would believe it. I would 100% believe that.
I would too.
Damn, that was sick.
So ready. Fujimura with the activation.
You get the
Sweep.
activation.
Looking for an opening.
Spending a lot of that meter early. That V-trigger is going to be just fine. Chipping away at Bonchan. You're going to sweep. How many dashes forward? What was that, like 4? You get the activation off the EX Sandblaster. Blocked on the overhead, and he's going to be paying for it.
Full punish.
Fujimura not letting anything slide.
Bonchan still has a lot of bar to utilize. That V-bar definitely going to help out in terms of fighting back against the fireballs. But with the normals, Fujimura is ruling. Get the EXTP too as well. After the down back, but gets clipped with the medium. Still just for, something like just walk back for just a second.
One touch away. It can't even be a critical art. It might be an EX Sandblaster. Oh, we talked about the ground game, man. Fujimura getting the better half of Bonchan, outplaying him in footsies, getting the whiff punish.
That light kick, have not seen that button in a bit, but Fujimura, you see him utilizing the buttons better of this character. We saw back heavy kick, even though it didn't really get the crush counter that you'd like to have against the fireballs, but now we see the light kicks, and I feel like the rotation of buttons is just better than what Bonchan has been offering, and man, was that super sick, man. That was godlike. Saw the flash and immediately dial it out on his, I guess, maybe it probably is the hitbox. I don't know if you can do that with anything else, but to be so ready for that is still next level.
1000%. I mean, like, it still takes the execution aspect to even get that going, and the anticipation for a split-second Rock Smasher to come out, right? That's still, you still have to have the execution and the reactions for that. But I will say, man, Fujimura, he's shown that off a couple of times over in plenty of seasons of Street Fighter V. So it's sometimes it's a surprise, like right now, and sometimes it's like, man, he did it again. There he goes again. There goes that bad man.
Doing bad things. Bad things to the bad plans right now. Looking like for the V6 plus FAV gaming people, because right now, like Fujimura putting a big wrench in what's going on, and as we pointed out, what happens if Bonchan falters, Sako falters, they get to that anchor match, they're able to come back, and they're one match away from both sides of things. Fujimura now maybe just emboldened by the fact that all the pressure's on him, making him play at his fullest. It's not over yet, though. You want to prophesize on the demise. We'll see what happens. Fujimura still has one more game to get the end of Bonchan and keep their team in.
I'm actually quite terrified. I have a feeling, man. I really have a feeling that this is going to happen. I think there's going to be some sort of exchange where it breaks it down to the final game. But the way Bonchan's playing right now, I might be disappointed.
What? It's a good round start. Try to keep it. We'll close it out, or just a jab, a dab will do. Bonchan back in the driver's seat and having a great round start too as well that led to the defeat of Fujimura. Keeping that corner pressure that Luke is pretty well known for, doing a lot of damage in that sequence, forcing him to have to make that comeback. Fujimura not able to do so.
Oh. I love that. Yeah, the heavy impact, finding the mark too. Oh, that was sick. Just finding the opener off of the crouch jab. It's Fujimura.
Can't kick too far out, but does find a way into the super. Gonna spin quite a bit of bar right here just to get a lead. I'm not sure if that's the best idea. We'll be backed up with V-trigger if need be, though.
Oh, this activation's gonna hurt. He's not dead. Not yet, but he does have trigger to back him up. I think a rock smasher will be just fine, but no, he decides to be in hot pursuit instead.
Not a bad option here for the likes of Bonchan, the fact that he has such a big lead compared to how Fujimura had went for that super. Anybody's game still. I mean, can still make a comeback right here. Good jump in a couple sequences. Fujimura can make the comeback, stocks up with the V skill too far out the distance. Can't get that knockdown. Fujimura comfortable with the fireballs.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit problematic. Ooh, a little risky. 10 seconds on the clock. The whip punish is there. Oh my god. He does it again. I can't believe it. I actually cannot believe he did that. I can't believe he went for a sweep again, dude. Off of that tag? What?
Oh, overhead, blocked, and punished. Not sure what he was looking for right there. Like Fujimura's definitely looking out for that option. Easily.
Oh, so dangerous. He is swinging away with that back roundhouse too. This is going to be so difficult. I'm going to say it right now. This momentum burst from Fujimura is going to be enough to take down the game. I will say it right now. Look at that. He is playing the ground game way better against Bonchan in the mirror match.
It's looking dark right now for Bonchan. It's looking real dark. One more hit will seal it. He's got all that EX bar at the bottom too as well to seal the deal. EX Fireball will get that clip, and that last hit, all he needs is one to get it done. And the Rock Smashers go. One more hit. Bonchan has to play this perfectly. And the medium kick comes through, and in the clutch is Fujimura. For his team, finally gaining some points and gaining some momentum. They thought Bonchan would be the answer. But it's Fujimura that comes through, defeating Bonchan and now getting some points on the board. This is how it starts. This is how it starts, Vicious. One game
telling you,
to
man,
another game.
I was playing devil's advocate. It's like, what happens if he falls short just once? Like, what happens when the floodgates are open? Are you gonna have enough momentum on your side to stop it? This is gonna be tough. Okay, so, man, going forward, looking at the matchup at hand now, Fujimura gets the W. You have Sakonoko left, and then Tokido. You can see Torimeshi stressing out. He's like, oh my god, not like this. But now you have Sakonoko who has to face off against potentially Yamaguchi again. Like I honestly think that's going to be the run back. I think Yamaguchi is going to be the one to step up to the plate again because Momochi wants to face off against Tokido. I feel like there isn't any other way. I don't think Yamaguchi should be sent off against Tokido. With all due respect, I think that matchup is a death sentence. I think it has to be.
Yes.
Actually, wait, let me fix my face. Sako's on defense, right? Is it Is it Johnny's
Sasaka's
turn
on the
to
other
play?
side.
Is it Johnny's turn to play? Is that what I'm seeing?
Could Johnny come through in the clutch for his team and gain some more points? Are they going to send up Johnny? Did they seal their demise by allowing Sako to be in the second position and let the secret weapon, the swanky ninja himself, come up to play? Did they just seal their demise? Bro, that's what Torimeshi stressing.
I think it might be. Like, no matter if you put Torimeshi or Minot, you have very similar archetypes. I think Johnny's going to come up and play this matchup. That's going to be so dangerous. This was the risk that Momochi and the gang have been contemplating with Shinobiism Gaming. Like, who is going to be the first one up to open up the floodgates and let it all pour through? I think this is going to be... I'm very confident in saying that Shinobiism Gaming will be tying it up here.
I mean, they got the right sort of, character and player to do so. I think it's someone that can step up to that slugger style that we see from Sako, and also the character of Minot is going to be G. Being able to absorb all those orb situations, being able to build up V-bar, being able to put pressure on a character that doesn't really have great defense, not even great rebuttals in terms of like a light reversal button into EX. It's too much to G. And if you try to V reversal, oh, that's free right there. He's going to go for the back throw, going to call that out. The likes of G can definitely stand up to Minot. This might actually be a death sentence. Wait, what?
It's going to be Momochi? I was waiting for you to look at them. I was waiting for you to look at it. And then, you know what? This is... Whether or not you saw what was on the screen or what you saw in the Discord, but I will say this, Senkola, you missed it. It is indeed Momochi's Cody coming up to bat. They showed it off twice, and I was looking at you, I'm like, I hope he sees this. I don't know what he's looking at, but I hope he sees this. Sakonoko, getting a couple of his words in, he says, it's not that I don't like the Cody matchup. But he would like to show his playstyle and strong points, distinctive plays against this matchup in particular. Momochi, he mentions it. Oh, I'm quite certain that Sakonoko does not like the Cody matchup, and I would like to make it feel irritated.
This is such a big bet. I'm very shocked because that means no Momochi in the run back against Okito. Either they don't feel confident Momochi taking that run back, which I think that he'd be great in that run back, and I don't know if the other players could do so against Okito, or they have a game plan for Sako, to defeat Sako. They don't feel like the G is enough. I'm not sure, but this is what they're going for. I guess. I'm so confused. Not gonna lie.
I honestly thought it was gonna be Johnny's G coming up because I love the way he plays against this archetype of character. But I also love the bet that Momochi is going with in regards to his personal preference against someone like Sakonoko. So it begs the question for the anchor spot. Is it going to be someone like Johnny to still be the dagger for Shinobiism Gaming, or will it be in Yamaguchi's hands to face off in the Luke mirror match? So we haven't seen that mirror match happen between week 6 or week 13. But either way, that is a big bet and a lot of pressure to put on the youngin for this potentially final exchange between the two teams. But it has to happen for Momochi first in order to get to that bridge before we cross it. So this is going to be exciting as ever. I'm very curious to see what Sakonoko has up in store to deter the offensive onslaught of Cody's.
I also want to see what Mochi has to make Sako so angry, upset. Cody's definitely been ruling the top of the tier list. Especially out in Japan, we've seen what Mochi can do against a lot of these competitors. All the 6 setups that he has with V-Trigger 2, with the pipe and things like that. And then we barely ever see the pipe in play. We see great just normals off the V-Trigger 1, great neutral just in general. The idea of Zong, the cool combos that he gets off the backboard and stuff like that. He's really put this character up on the map. And I think once he gets in, it's going to be hard to get him off when it comes to Minot, right? Like Minot can keep him out. I think the orbs and things like that, orbs in situation, all that's great. Fierce is great, but once Cody gets in, you let him get in, he's not gonna leave.
We're gonna see whether or not that strategy comes to fruition. Sakonoko again is looking to stave off any advances from Momochi's Cody, and he's doing a great job at that. But one of the biggest things is the more damage Cody takes, the more he builds up that V gauge, which makes him an even bigger threat and at least go toe-to-toe in regards to the range. So It's all going to be up to Sakonoko to outlast Cody in this matchup.
Getting walked to the corner, trying to find a way out. Mochi not letting that happen. Heavy Zonk, even if it's minus, he's putting him in the corner and building up some of that EX bar. He's got that B-trigger too as well. Looking for a moment to pop it. Maybe forward heavy kick if he gets that hit. Crouching medium kick would be fantastic for the plus frames. All reliable with the medium in the medium punch.
Oh, that's totally fine. That's totally fine for Sakonoko. He gets a forward throw. Not too big of an exchange. And I love the defensive tactics from Sakonoko thus far. Again, utilizing that V-reversal to get past that EX Zonk knuckle. We've seen that from Rickman's Barnett against Soundboy in Street Fighter League EU a bunch of times over. So again, Sakonoko having the right defensive reads thus far. Completely deterring Momochi here in round one. This should be more than enough for Sakonoko to dictate the start of the match. But it's not over yet. It's not over till it's over. Forward throw, jump over, short. What do you need to tackle when you're airborne? I love that. Sakonoko pulling out the sneaky stuff. First round going to him in game one.
Good innate defense right there from Sako. Get that instant overhead to make him dead. Real smart stuff with a jump light. And you know that liking defense up in the corner, he's finding options. And he's actually fighting Cody in the neutral right now. I mean, he could do so, but Mochi, though, as a player, hasn't really found a way in. EX situations have not got the knockdown. EX bar from Sako. Ooh.
The jump over the fireball from Sakonoko was one thing, but also throwing out jumping fierce early to prevent the heavy punch from coming out from Momochi was even better. Oh, you were taking in so much damage. That was a very deep dive kick. Jesus, that was past the shins.
Wow, who does not like this matchup? Because right now, it looks like Momochi does not like this matchup at all. The way that Sako was playing is hell of annoying. It's stopping all the great things of Cody. EX on, the blast buttons. And again, we haven't seen him get in. The one time that he did get in the corner, or actually twice he got in the corner. The first time, V-reversal. Second time, jump, light kick to seal the deal, to get that last hit. And he's been having the lead continuously throughout these entire rounds. And again, that slugger style that he's so comfortable with is actually working out against the likes of Cody. He's not even keeping in, his space quite a bit. He's willing to go in with these jump-ins, with the close-range gameplay where Cody would love to be at, but he's taking such a good advantage of the reads and rhythm of what Mochi wants to do. And again, we're not seeing what's making Cody so good. If Sako seals this, FAV moves on.
Yeah, I will say, in regards to the matchup, I think the only jump-ins that were had from the side of Sakonoko were traversing past the fireballs. So it's not that he was trying to be like Slugger style. I think it was more so taking advantage of the ranges that Minot has, right? He was playing a Slugger style from the ground game, right? He was taking full advantage of the fact that Cody cannot swing with his mediums. He couldn't swing with standing medium kick, crouching medium punch, etc. because of the presence of the orb, right? Even when Sakonoko had thrown out the orb, it was more so kind of like an antagonizing orb to kind of force Momochi in a little bit more, get the recall, get the plus frames, etc. But yeah, I think most of the jump-ins that have come out from the side of Sakonoko were, one, to get out of the corner, and two, to traverse past the whirlwind shot or the tornado shot from Cody. There hasn't been a lot of like big jump-ins like this. Look, he's trying to tease the idea of the anti-air without the orb to reduce his hurt box, right? He's just looking to see, or like he's just empty jumping, I should say, to prevent the anti-airs from hitting. But either way, he's chilling. He is big chilling.
He's doing fantastic right now, and not getting hit with the medium ruffian for the knockdowns to allow Cody to get in. And again, teasing that idea, as he pointed out, neutral jumps every so often on the ground. Also, with that stand fierce too as well, checking all these buttons before they can come in. That blast stab, medium kick, medium punch that lead into so much, just so much range that it's not happening because he's not able to get a whip punish or a button in. Nice jump.
Oh, that's huge! That exchange is huge as well. Does get the light opener, and now it's going to be Momochi in the corner plus a knife. Out of there? No, not quite. He couldn't get the snipe.
Swings all day. EX situation. Holds the throw. One more guess. Plus. Activation. Does it roll. Goes for the roll. This is Sako with the follow-up.
That was disgusting.
It puts himself on set point.
That was actually disgusting. He walked up, making Momochi think there was a throw, and it was a frame trap low medium kick conversion into the orbs. That was disgusting. That's terrifying. Dear Lord, where's the recall? You need your orb back. You're stuck in this corner now. Momochi is angry. He is an angry criminal.
Find a way out. Fierce. You see Mochi actually backing up. Look at that. Getting some room. He knows the danger that Sako presents up in the neutral. More recall. Just with the dive kick. I like it. Like that Fierce too as well. Checking Cody if he leaves, and also preemptively if he does the EX song or Fireball to gain some space. Any space like gaining ground, never mind. Gets him in the corner, finally finding the right zonk, the heavy addition. He's keeping him at the corner. The right guess is nice. The tech does not connect. No, the reads though. On side of the defense, the damage that's getting done when they do hit, when that character does hit, it hurts a lot more than you think. Cody.
We're starting to see the cracks on the mental guard from Sakonoko. Susceptible to a couple of instances, couple of offensive sequences that we've seen from Momochi, I should say. Throw managed to come through. The EX Zonk Knuckle happened to catch him. But he's still in very good shape. Man, what a call out. I think he caught the recall of the warp.
Rocco has to be careful with these economy of buttons. They're getting clipped preemptively. And a heavy addition also putting him against the wall too as well, and getting back combos. Look at that, that trade fantastically in the favor. We talked about how Cody can get those anti-airs if he backs up, gets that, and now the heavy zone goes with the V skill, wakes up with a light.
No, he punished Cody because he missed the extension of his combo.
You're right.
With the standing light kick. And now it's Sakonoko, he still has a tough hill to climb, right? He still has 5 orbs, and it doesn't matter. The throw from the dash up, that's a risk Momochi was willing to take, all tied up. This is dangerous territory. Momochi with a slight smirk on his face. That was actually very, very lucky for Momochi to not get heavily punished like he did. Of missing that combo, so now it's really up to Sakonoko to finish off what he had started earlier. I think it's ambiguity of the Zonk Knuckle that's really broken off Sakonoko in his game this time on defense.
Yeah, it's a lot more hidden, and that allows him, once he lands one, he gets to have his fun and just get that walk-up pressure, get that confidence in that walk-up, and then utilize those buttons. And then the economy of buttons of Sako have to be set a different way where he has to be really a little bit more pensive, because one good hit is you're in the corner, and then you enact the shimmy game. There's a lot of damage, things like that. He's been calling out a lot of the defensive tactics correctly, and Cody gets so much more. There's so much off, like if you try to go for a tech, you know, a counter combo, be real nasty from this character. Also, the medium ruffians, even though they haven't been landing, even the idea of the medium ruffians landing is still dangerous. That's still a knockdown, still a push to the corner, that's still damage that's done from Cody. So overall, all this mixed up is making the neutral a little bit more than what Sako would like to deal with. And I wonder if this is what you don't like about the Cody matchup, is the fact that EX Zonk, when it's really ambiguous, especially when it's a hard, heavy addition, I should say, level 2, it can lead to so much for Cody. It can lead to such a turnaround in the matchup for Cody.
Yeah, and it's also a matter of like what you do on defense. Let's say if it does connect, or if it does get blocked, will you still be willing to spend that V reversal out? We talked about that medium ruffian earlier. Man, this is a different side of Momochi on offense. We're seeing a lot more of these medium ruffians connect. Again, does get the whiff punish, as well as some of the Zonk Knuckles, the regular versions at that.
You want to take that risk with the medium ruffian. It is minus on block, but well spaced. Much looks like that Mana can really do in the corner. Almost how that throw here has to be the comeback here from Sako. Mochi only needs one more hit again. The idea of the Zonk, even that is a threat. Oh, one more hit to connect. Look at the sway and play. Able to get the weave. That crouching light kick, not giving a button. The sway, well timed with the weave, and that puts Momochi on set point and more points for his team.
I mean, he has to get those points first, man. He can't get those points on his team if he falls short. He has to seal this round. He has to seal this game against Sakonoko. And that's a good time, yeah, to start that pressure off EX Zonk when there's no defensive measures that Minot can take, right? V reversal is out of the picture. It's a good way to start your offense. And we could do so again. Oh, the medium kick ruffian. Again, in response to the heavy punches, I think that's up to Sakonoko to not whiff that button. Because if he does, he will get punished for it, or at least lose some chip. Oh, that could have been so much more dangerous if he landed into the tornado.
Follow-up. The fact that we see more of that heavy ruffian just make Sako have to be thinking about that. You see the neutral jumps every so often against the medium roughing. So the heavy roughing on the jump ins. He's keeping Pop in the corner, off the backboard. Medium kick roughing for the follow-up. Whips the throw. No fears though. Here's the activation. Off the low, Sako. Well, I get some distance or follow-up. So has 2 more in the tank. Blocks it. Has to hold the throw. Careful where the orb is at.
Recall? No, he's gonna go without the orb. There it is, yeah, for a block string, and now gets to set it again. He's still 2 with a slight delay. I don't know what that was, but that could have been enough. But still, it's gonna be all Momochi now with the trigger, full critical art as well. If we see a single opener, you're dead. If we see an EX Zongonagle, you're absolutely dead. Okay, now it's relying down to just a bar. Oh, what?
Whoa!
What did he do? Oh no. Sakonoko choked up a storm. He choked up a storm. He actually missed the anti-air. Oh no. There it is. We've talked about the moment where Momochi and Shinobiism Gaming open up the floodgates. This is the type of momentum you do not want to be pressed up against, because now it gives Yamaguchi or even Johnny the big green light to start the assault.
Man, we even saw that drop 2 from Sako. Uncharacteristic of a player of his caliber, but when you have all this pressure, you're trying to end this. You're trying to stop this momentum, and they got the fire behind them. Like, we got to stay in. We got to get as many points as possible to get that W, get that 40 bomb, so we can fight back. It's difficult to put a player of these other calibers down, and we see that miss anti-air right there. We saw, I'm not sure what that was when he went on the skies. I don't know if he went for the super right there or just dropped the input. Mistakes happen, and the pickles are coming from the other side where he might be getting a 40 bomb. We'll have to see.
I can't even tell you what. I can't even imagine what was supposed to come out of that light sequence from the side of Minot, because normally if you do a super, it's quarter circle forward with punches, but we saw a neutral jump light kick. So I don't know if maybe he could have done something to maybe connect off of those lights, but that wasn't it, to be honest with you.
Alright, so looking at the stats right here, a lot of anti-airs on the side of Mochi. He actually did a pretty decent job of keeping that character out in the skies. Not so much on Sako's side. That last one, he definitely sealed the deal, and that kind of showcased how nervous that he was, how nervous possibly the team is. No bust outs, obviously. But now we're looking at 40-20, looking at 20 points. Before it was none. Now it's 20 points. Now it possibly could be 40 points depending on who they set up and what they do in this anchor match. You had pointed out Yamaguchi. He might be the best, I think, in terms of taking out Tokido. I think a mirror match is the way to go. I think Yamaguchi has had a decent record against Luke mirror matches. And even in the Warrior events, he's been doing decently against the Luke players too as well. So I think he's the one to go up. But again, it's all riding on him to get the win. This anchor match determines so much for both of the teams.
Oh, snap. You called it. Yamaguchi, Luke, dude, the amount of pressure he's feeling, dude, he's about to cry. I feel like there's so much pressure there. But you know, he's had his hands folded in front of his face. He's like, oh my god, I don't want to do this. But I think you have a very valid observation. I think he's done really well at rising to the occasion for the Luke mirror matches. You are facing off against a legend though, right? You're facing off against somebody who is well suited to fight any sort of player. So I am curious to see what Tokido has to say in the face of danger now, despite him being the danger most of the time.
So Tokido says that he has been losing consecutively against Yamaguchi. Each time he loses against the Luke mirror match, he knows what needs to be done, so he'd like to show what he has learned from those matches. And I want to point out that Tokido and Fujimura had one of the best Luke mirror matches, and one of the better sets of a Luke mirror matches in general I've ever seen at the Warrior event. Like, he did really well against Fujimura, and that was like such a close down to the wire set. So I think that Tokido, even beyond Yamaguchi, has a really good idea of how to play mirror matches, how to break them down. And obviously they're about playing the player more than the character. But I think that he has a really good style against that, and I think I'd like to see that in this match here against Yamaguchi. He's been losing consecutively. You know that someone like Tokido is going to have something in his bag in that pestering style. I wonder if that's going to be the way to break down Yamaguchi. I think this might actually be a good shot at breaking down Yamaguchi if you're just pestering with lights and things like that, finding openings and then backing away, you know, using V-trigger to end things with the timeouts. It might break down someone like Yamaguchi.
I'm really nervous to see the outcome of this matchup. I have a bad feeling, man. I have a bad feeling that V6 Squad is going to have to face that reset. They're going to have to go and go into that final match for the 50 point, because it makes sense, right? You see the kind of outcomes from both ends of their matches week after week, right? Week 6, one team had a 40 bomb over the other. Week 13, the opposite happens when they switch sides, right? So this is how matched up they are against each other. But this is something that's kind of unprecedented. Seeing the mirror match between these two was going to be very difficult to call. Like, as obviously as prestigious of a name Tokido is, as prestigious of a player he is, he's still susceptible to the Luke mirror match, and he's talked about it again, falling short to Yamaguchi numerous times over. So I'm very curious to see what he's taking to the lab to face off against this particular Luke.
And I wonder if he's ready for what Yamaguchi might do. I'm not sure if Yamaguchi will put out here, but we know that Yamaguchi has other characters. We've seen his Ken in the World Warrior event. I think we saw his Akira too as well. But I've seen his Ken every so often in the other World Warrior events. That's something else extra on the table. Is it up to stuff against, you know, the caliber of Luke that Tokido has? I'm not sure, but how many times does Tokido fight, you know, Ken players if he's not fighting the birds overseas or something like that? So we'll have to see if that becomes a factor too as well. But overall, I think that Yamaguchi also being well-rounded in this matchup, already off the grip, is going to be very important for him to have that that push. He already has a game plan. He just needs to make sure it's strong enough to take down the newly enhanced Tokido, who has this annoying pestering style backed up with the hit confirms with damage to seal the deal. Let's see what Yamaguchi has. This might be the final match, or we might get that last first to two to get the final 50 points.
Already buckled in, man. I'm going to say there's going to be a reset that happens. There's going to be another 40 bomb, but for the side of Shinobiism Gaming, and I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool with that, right? You guys can call me out and say, hey, this guy watched the results ahead of time. No, I didn't. Because I'll tell you right now, I was definitely not around. I was definitely not even near a computer nor near my phone. So this is going to be a match that could be completely unpredictable between Yamaguchi and Tokido. Again, Tokido had spoiled it a little bit. He's talked about how often he's fallen short to Yamaguchi. We could reiterate that all we want, but this is a whole different ball game between the two. It is indeed the Luke mirror match to seal the fate of both teams. Let's see how this plays out.
One team might be going on right now to match 3. The other team might be a chance, just one more chance, and that may be all they need. We talked about momentum, how important that is. Let's see if that's carried over to Yamaguchi. First to 3. Let's see, he's gonna take it.
Already pretty aggressive from both ends. We get the low forward confirmed, but not going to spin the bar just yet, and I do like that reservation from Tokido.
Yamaguchi wanting to spin that bar, put him in the corner though. More than enough willing to do so. That walk and block right there. Yamaguchi not getting opened up too much on these lows that they are presented by Tokido. Nice challenge, gets the counter, puts him in the corner. Ooh. EX has a suppressor for the V skill. Tokido with that V skill 1, the charge up.
Oh, that's it! Oh no! Too far! And Tokido thought he had the punish against that. 2 giant airs. Well, okay, not giant airs, but significant ones at that. Not able to get the punish against each other. That was very, very awkward, but Yamaguchi still taking the better half of it in that exchange. Forward confirmed.
Back heavy kick. I think he's a button ready for that too as well, and right in the right range too as well to get that punish. But here's Tokido. Finds a slight shimmy on him. Taking with that crouch mini kick, hunting. It's been that bar now for the corner carry. We saw that happen. We spiked Momochi. Had to do so to get that corner carry. Had to spin the bar instead of going for the super. The activation off the mini kick. Gets a knockdown. Back rise. No surprise. Still there. That's still Oki for this character.
Let's get the lock smasher. That's 1. Man, he is taking a lot of liberties of walking within that low medium kick range. It was bound to happen. Tokido does get the big confirm off of that low medium kick, and he's still fishing for it again. Yamaguchi now playing the same game. Rock Smasher no longer a threat with that V-Trigger 1, but Tokido has all the threat in the world. EX Flash Knuckle, EX Rock Smasher into the Thermo Barrack, getting that extra damage. Tokido tying it all up. Pretty expensive, but not too bad. Speaking of expensive, Yamaguchi does have a full check to spend with that full critical art down below on the right. Back-to-back throws.
Able to do so. Open up the sandwich, gets the EX for that corner carry out of there. With that B skill, follow up, Tokido jumping out, but there's the medium here from Yamaguchi. For the opening of the cross community kick again. Yamaguchi Trump like volume getting a lot more aggressive. Be confident with these cross community kicks too as well. They can be whip punished, but he's confident putting them out in the right ranges. So we'll say that medium kick comes through from Tokido to get the activation, take us back to mid screen.
いやー、中足怖いぞ。
ゲージがかなりね溜まってきますからね。
遅れか。当たっている。圏内が近い。外野手発動。
Activation off of the sweep. Backing away to safety, or so we thought. Still within range for the big opener, the confirm from Yamaguchi. He's getting rid of the EX meter. He's trying to be aggressive with the fireballs. He's at a deficit now in regards to the meter, but he still has the life lead to play with.
For how long though? Let's start at the bottom though. Tokido walking with the throw. Still one touch. One good cross community kick. Into super. We'll seal it from the side of Yamaguchi. One bar at the bottom though. Either side.
Confirms from Tokido before. Still one shot away from both. Yamaguchi just needs a medium or even a rock smasher. Oh, just waiting for it. Oh, the whip punish was there, and there it is. Yamaguchi putting in the patience over Tokido. And I'm loving this. I'm loving this back and forth right now from Yamaguchi, outwitting Tokido in his own game, looking like the stronger Luke in game one.
Getting done the right sort of way. I like how he is in that right range with the cross community kick to be on block, right? I mean, it can be whip punished, it can be dealt with. We've seen it being dealt with the media kick activation on the side of Tokido's Luke. However, he keeps continuously walking in Tokido's range and doing cross community kick, cross community kick, cross community kick to find these hits, and he's going to spend EX bar get out of the corner immediately. Will do so immediately. Tokido will wait a little bit longer, but the likes of Yamaguchi will spin that bar to get outside the corner expeditiously. And I like his fireball game too as well. He's utilizing the fireballs against some of the normals that Tokido is presenting. It's making it hard for Tokido to play that annoying pestering style when you have fast fireballs counteracting these normals before they can even come through. Yamaguchi taking the first game, and we see why he is so strong against Tokido.
We're looking at the contemplation between the teammates of V6 Plus FAV Gaming. There's a lot to be said about the spacing that Yamaguchi's been playing at, right? He's been tantalizing that range of low medium kick. He would kind of walk towards it and block at the right instance where the tip of low forward would actually connect. Right, so Yamaguchi again pretty much outpacing Tokido at his own game and also being able to get these whiff punishes. It's one thing to kind of bait out the normal, but it's another thing to be ready for it. So I do enjoy this kind of mentality and this kind of playstyle from Yamaguchi. I think it works out against somebody like Tokido really well, and it's really something to behold in terms of the mirror match and what needs to be done. It may not be like the flashiest, it may not be the heaviest hitting, depending on how much media you have, but it works, and it works for a very good reason. You just have to have that mentality to do it.
I think what also equates all of this is the confidence that he has with those buttons too as well. They're not getting whip punished when they're stuck out. We saw standing medium kick come out. We've seen Tokido sweep that whip punish continuously, but not when there's confidence from the side of Yamaguchi's buttons. I wonder if we're going to get a switch of characters or if they're going right back into it. I think they are actually. Or they're going to fix up their buttons and things like that. But going back to the match, I think all of that great blocking, the great spacing that Yamaguchi has is leading to him being able to confidently follow these buttons that he was able to before. And now getting the forward fierce crush counter. Maybe not finding the follow-up with the combo, but still pushing Tokido in the corner.
Oh, that hit towards the last bit of the active frame of that medium kick too. That was kind of interesting, but still, even after the exchange, Yamaguchi does get the big explosion. Oh, and I love that. The throw bait now coming back from Tokido. It's been very back and forth thus far. The important tech from Yamaguchi still stuck in this corner. Sweep, no activation. Does get the sweep instead. Again, crush counter. Very surprisingly. And there's gonna be more than enough. That was so back and forth and also so awkward. I love Yamaguchi playing the mind game of sweep not going into trigger and Tokido not being ready for it. But luckily for Tokido, still manages to get the W, or at least the first round of game 2.
Wow.
Good job highlighting what he's doing on defense, and you see it right there. Yeah, highlighting what he's doing on defense, and now a lot more shimmy situations. He's keeping it real compact right here. EXCP though coming through from Yamaguchi, sweep activation. And that walk up back to a situation, possibly. Yamaguchi needs to fight his way out of the corner, and this will help the V trigger get some distance with the knockdown.
Oh my god.
He will get his trigger off that throw.
Threading the needle. Does have a bar as well. To a lot. There's the thermo. Sorry, there's the rock smash, or at least the rest of that V trigger. That's for sure. And again, teasing that idea. You know, I'm gonna hover around my low medium kick range. You have to stop me.
You hit with this here. It's your own fault. Dash situation, clips him with the medium. Hold this back though, bro. Yamaguchi, as you pointed out, has been threading the needle. It's the wild thing to me. It's just the confidence that he has with these buttons. The sweeps, the medium kicks, they can all be whip punish, but finally something coming from Tokido, finding his own punish, the sweep against the crouch medium kick.
Oh boy, it does get the whiff punish. We saw what was that, like a back medium punch from the side of Tokido trying to play the counter poke game. Back-to-back low medium kicks from the side of Yamaguchi. This is going to be detrimental to Tokido if he stays in this corner. One more throw. I don't know what that was. Hey, not too bad. I don't even think the commentators know how to call that one. There was definitely something from the side of Yamato and Hameko where they exclaimed something after the jump back short, but that was actually kind of weird. A very unorthodox strategy to catch the EX Rock Smasher, or EX Sandblaster.
Able to came through the clutch somehow, being able to clip through the fireball. We saw Tokido want to get some room with it and wasn't able to do so. Immediately going for the H fireball to make Tokido fall. But we gotta go back to how Yamaguchi is playing in terms of defense. He is doing such a good job of walking and blocking continuously, where Tokido isn't able to find openings, and then confidently putting out buttons where Tokido isn't able to. We see the dash and throws too as well. He's so consistent with his pressure. And even if Tokido's presenting some good options, we see Tokido spinning bar early in these rounds to put Yamaguchi in the corner. It's not enough. The reversal buttons on the side of Yamaguchi are really good. What he's doing in terms of challenging Tokido in the right ranges is really good. The confidence for that crouch medium kick, the medium kicks, all those buttons are really perfect. And we see some of these drops because of the spacing for Tokido. He's not able to land certain combos because if you land like counter hit, medium punch, and the light punch, at some ranges, it's not going to be able to find the follow-up if you want to find like a light punch follow-up with the combo if you're not close enough. So these drops plus Yamaguchi's defense overall and confidence with his buttons are adding up to 2 wins so far. Might be 3, and you might be called it right that we might get to see one more set after this, one more match after this, because Yamaguchi is getting into Tokido right now.
If Shinobiism Gaming takes this down in this manner with a 3-0 shutout from the side of Yamaguchi, I'm gonna call it right now. I think Shinobiism Gaming might take it all the way. If Yamaguchi manages to take it 3-0 against Tokido, which is unprecedented first and foremost, I think it's unprecedented because it's the Luke mirror match. I feel like the volatility between the two could be a little bit closer than this. I feel like, especially with someone like Tokido, who's been extremely well versed and has had such a impressive record this season of Street Fighter League, but Yamaguchi is proving to be one of the better Luke players in the bunch by far.
Yes. We saw the Warrior event, him qualifying for that definitely showcased that. We've seen him work out in the league. That's definitely showcased that. And we're seeing it right now, how dominant he is against the likes of Tokido, who had been really great against other players too as well. It's not like Tokido was any slouch, and especially how he's found his way with his character. But it's just the way that Yamaguchi, something about how Yamaguchi plays, where he is stuffing all the buttons that he'd like to do, the annoying pestering style. It's not working against the likes of Yamaguchi. He's not getting opened up continuously. He's confident with his buttons, the charge up, whiffing the medium, and the charge up ready, setting it again. Don't do that button.
Oh my lord, he is on a rampage, dude. Back-to-back counter hits, and now he gets a full sequence off of the back medium punch from earlier. Yamaguchi is making a bold statement. against Tokido. You do get the snapback, you do get the heavy impact to follow through afterwards, but now the low forward finds the mark. Finally, Tokido on the offensive, back-to-back low medium kicks. We're gonna get the throw for the stun. He should have enough if he charges up the V skill. Yep, he does. More than enough damage. Double up, triple up. Very aggressive play from both in round 1.
Decker with the damage right here. Good stuff here for Tokido to make a comeback. And some of that was all the crouch medium kick firms that we haven't really seen him utilize actually throughout this entire day. More coming in play. But there's the confidence and the hit and the bar expenditure from Yamaguchi. He'll do whatever it takes to put Tokido in the corner. Round start.
返したもののこのペースが気になるよ。
Let's cut. Gotta pay the toll. Crouching medium punch. Yes, sir. That was a counter hit. Back throw for the stun. Build some meter for yourself. That's all she wrote. Yo, Yamaguchi now at match point with almost a full stick of butter. Same thing on the side of Tokido. Does have the full critical art. It's gonna be a very explosive beginning. Whoever gets that first hit.
It was Tokido that said it. Ain't no mystery if you study your history. Has been losing consecutively against Yamaguchi. Can he make the comeback? Here's Tokido, has him caught up in the corner, back medium. What a rebuttal of the crouching light kick against the plus frames. This time delaying his button. Yamaguchi doing something different on defense, gets the sweep on the beat. This time the crouching knee kick and the corner carry with that EX bar spin. Target combo on the mark. Again, Byoki, EX bar, don't press the damn button. Stun's rising. Activation on block. Knuckle Sam's with the throw.
He tried to steal his turn. Oh, he stole his turn successfully the second time. Smashes the ball. Activation of a trigger. Back throw. Watch out for the roundhouse. He doesn't go for it. It's crouching medium punch. He doesn't get to finish it. That was a counter hit. Yamaguchi's one touch away. And so is Tokido. He needs this more than Yamaguchi. He could get the chip damage, but will he risk traversing the sea of sand blasters that could come his way? Big Sand Blaster now quick. On deck for Yamaguchi. Do not misstep once, Tokido, or else it is over, and it's the V trigger. Tokido survives one more game.
But look at what Tokido had to do to get there. Look at what Tokido had to do for his game plan. He had to get aggressive. He had to get a lot more active. He had to take some risks. He had to force Yamaguchi to take some risks in terms of stealing turns and things like that. Forcing a lot more aggression from the side of Tokido. Or should say Tokido putting a lot more aggression himself. And that's something that we don't typically see from Tokido overall as his his game plan. He'll switch back and forth from that annoying style, the pestering style. But now I feel like he has to be aggressive to fight Yamaguchi. Like there's no doubt in my mind at this point. That's the playstyle that has to come through if he wants to defeat Yamaguchi. It's no more of this poking here and there with these lights and things like that, meter kick every so often. It's fine to hit it first with the crouch meter kick, spinning the bar to get out of the corner as much as possible, and being obstinate. If need be, they can take back your turn, do so. You can't rotate the same sort of defensive options like the lay button and stuff. Throw an EXP in there, take your turn back on plus frames every so often, get a little bit more aggressive, and really put Yamaguchi in an uncomfortable position. That has to happen to Tokido. That's what we're seeing right here as the comeback. But Yamaguchi, I mean, that was still down to one hit. One hit. Anybody's game.
I think, how do you solicit running that offense if somebody like Yamaguchi has been so much of a nuisance on defense, right? He'll play the exact same way against your offense, the way he did in games 1 and 2, where he would hover around the ranges where you'd want to get some of these low forward confirms, right? If you're getting your low forward blocked, you lose your turn, right? There aren't too many sequences where you're allowed to kind of harass with mediums, especially as loop, right? There aren't that many options to kind of go for after you get your longer range normals blocked. Even something like crouching medium punch, right? Even if it's +2, if you're further away, it's like, what else do you do after that? So it's kind of tough, really, trying to fish with some of those low forwards. Even with standing medium punch, it's like, what else are you supposed to do after that with its range? You have to get these big openings, and you have to make them count.
You set up the spacing trap, one of the best buttons of loop. The medium punch can stop that. So look at there, as you said, the crouch medium kick. Careful with that button. Sweep up the feet, charge up. That's not what he wanted. He wanted that on hit. Unfortunately, Yamaguchi taking advantage of that. Meaty fireball as V-bar on the lock, looking for a meaty kick activation to really put Tokido in the corner. Both of them actually hunting for that button possibly.
Oh, and you knew it!
You knew too!
Exactly what you mentioned, right? Oh, and there's a suppressor. Oh my god, the reset, that's totally fine for Yamaguchi. getting himself a little bit extra on top, working overtime. But I will say that was a very good call out. You talked about medium kick being the gateway into V-trigger, and Yamaguchi absolutely knew it and got himself the whiff punish. And we talked about some of the big openers that Tokido needs to be on the offensive. He gets it off of the low medium kick, but will it be enough to keep down the noise that comes from Yamaguchi? There's the big crush counter and already off to a great start in terms of the rebuttal.
Harassing with that medium kick. Instead of stepping it, making it hard to read is fireball. If you're not biting just yet. Yeah, she's definitely taking back the turn. Actually answering back in the minus frames right there against the fireball. Getting some distance, forcing out the V-shift. But this is still Yamaguchi's game to win. Nice whiff punish DP. Guys will call up in the corner. Makes him hold the throw the knuckle sandwich. One more decision. One more hit will be it.
Oh
my god!
What? Yamaguchi taking advantage of that scramble situation and sealing the deal. Defeating Tokido in a wild, awkward way. Hey, you'll definitely take that if Yamaguchi, because that means it's 40-40 right now. What happened there?
I don't know what that was. I know what it was, but how did he even get medium punch? How did he get medium punch knuckle off of that exchange? Was it because he was moving between down and back? Like, how did he even get that error? That medium punch knuckle is punishable. You saw what happened immediately afterwards. Yamaguchi getting an easy punish. I can't imagine. I'd have to watch that back. It'd have to be an execution error, clearly from the side of Tokido, because that raw medium punch knuckle is not intentional ever. That was really unfortunate. But what is fortunate is the fact that we get to see more games, right? We do get to see what had happened earlier. 40 points from the side of V6 plus FAV Gaming, and then the big rebuttal from Shinobiism Gaming with 40 points. Again, this repeats and solidifies exactly what we were talking about in regards to their matchups in week number 6 and week 13. Whoever is on the home side really gets the upper hand and really gets to get the momentum in some of these giant W's, right? 40-point ball game from both sides. Exactly what had been the theme from out the gate, right? So really interesting to see in more ways than one. Like, I still can't believe the counter pick sequence from Shinobiism Gaming paid off, right? Fujimura starting things off. That was kind of ridiculous. Then Momochi facing off against against Sako's Minai. I would not have called that at all.
Yeah, I did not think it was going to work, to be honest. I thought it was going to actually be over. I was kind of calling in my mind just a little bit, but Shinobi's Gaming getting that momentum, getting that heat. Now, 40-40, one final match. We're at the last match to get those last points when it comes down to this first to two. Look at these stats real quick. Bust outs working on both sides, but just Yamaguchi the better. We saw him having just another anti-air over Tokido, plus just more in terms of corner pressure, positioning, being able to take the better of awkward position or awkward situations a little bit better. So now we have on the home side V6 plus Gaming, and then Shinobiism Gaming on the away side. Who do we have going up? I wonder, to close things out. Is it going to be Tokido, Momochi?
It's got to be.
How we're going to close it out?
It has to be the anchor, right? I'm thinking to myself, it has to be the battle of the captains. I think it just might be Momochi coming up for Shinobiism Gaming. But I will pump the brakes on V6 Plus. I think... Oh, man. It's either... I think it has to be Tokido, man. He is like the top point earner for the squad, right? Yeah. He's got 10 out of 15 wins. He's got 150 points. I think statistically, you gotta put Tokido in that seat.
Character-wise, player-wise, it all makes sense. You know, you put up Fujimura Luke going up to seal the deal. Huh.
One game Fujimura is pretty it's pretty dicey. I like it. There are some wild things that Fujimura can do to throw you off guard. So that's is Torimeshi coming up to the plate? He's nodding his head. They're all looking at him.
It's up to you.
Wait a minute.
Bro,
wait a minute. This is the game to advance even further into the playoffs. Not quite grand finals, but the face-off against the Goya Oja Body Star. This is terrifying.
どうなのかみたいなところね、もろもろね。
Nobody wants to
い
fight
やー難しい
Fujimura.
ですよこれ。
どう出るか。
Like that guy's too ridiculous. Have you seen his stream?
ではホー
Some
ム側
40, 50 win streaks.
この最後の一戦に挑む選手の申告お願いいたします。
Look defensive.
鳥飯ダルシムでお願いします
Oh my
ありがとう
god.
ございます。こちら鳥飯選手
They're putting him in.
での登場となりました。
They're putting him in.
Going in the sim.
It is indeed
Going in the sim.
Torimeshi.
まずは
There's a reason. They don't want to face off against Luke. They want a single game Dawson.
まあさっきちょっと負けちゃったんです
I
け
don't
ど
even know, man.
チームメイトが
This
い
is,
けるぞと言って
it's
くれた
not
んで
unprecedented,
まあ僕を信じてくれたんで
but it is very tough to consider.
頑張ってください。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。
I'm
I
inclined
don't
to
wanna say
think,
it's-
you know, Dawson might get this, but it's Fujimura's Luke, man.
そうですね
Yeah, that's a problem. I think if you did, like remove the players in a first to two, I think Sim can take it. In a first to three, Luke would have a better shot, right? But this is Fujimura, and we've seen what he can do with Sim. Torimeshi.
試合準備お願いいたしま
Well,
す。
we'll go to what Torimeshi said. He said, I thought I prepped myself well for the match against Luke, but that wasn't the case. I will bear this fact in mind, which will lead to my win. Fujimura said, had lost, but the teammate said, I could do it, and I believe, trusted me, so I will do my best. This will be the final match. One will be walking away, will be put to rest. One team will be out of here. The other team moving on to match 3. All rest on the shoulders of Fujimura and Torimeshi. This is
It's so wild for him, for Torimeshi to even say that. I thought I had prepped myself well for matches against Luke, but it wasn't the case. It was the case. He's actually had a winning record against Fujimura's Luke thus far, so I don't know if that translation is correct or not, but I will say Torimeshi does have the actual winning record against Fujimura. So I think there's a lot to be said in regards to their decision making overall from V6 Plus FAV Gaming. I think there's a lot of trust that goes into the work ethic that Torimeshi goes through. Instead of just like brute forcing it and like sending your highest win record up in front, which is smart. I think it's a valid strategy, but I think somebody who's actively won this particular matchup is even better than just brute forcing with your win record.
I agree. I think he put him, Fujimura in a lot of uncomfortable positions that, I mean, Fujimura might be able to find answers maybe more with V-shift and V-break and the timings and things like that, but just a general strategy against Fujimura himself, Torimeshi definitely had that unlocked. Torimeshi had that unlocked. And even if maybe Torimeshi needs to switch up his strategy, we've seen him with V-trigger too. That could also be a nasty deterrent in terms of the mix-ups. We didn't really see that many mix-ups besides, you know, the typical side switch off the Ace Fireball to enforce a reaction for Fujimura. There could be more in the bag of Torimeshi too as well. So there's a cool element of them putting all the weight on the shoulders on Torimeshi, but believing him because of his character, how he's been playing lately, how he's been fighting Luke, the work that he's been putting in. We talk about the work that's been putting in on his streams too as well. Torimeshi, when he streams, he's been getting mad win streaks too as well. So I can't say that it's like he's one of those players that doesn't go on long streaks of defeating top level players and ranked things like that, getting a lot of practice. He's definitely putting the hours too as well. However, it all comes down to this for match 2. This is the final game. Only one's walking away with the 50 points. A lot's put on for both players. You know, I would have thought that, you know, you put up the point earner like Tokido, but they believe in them for a reason, right? They've been sticking with that team member for a long time. They have a game plan, and they believe in it. That's led them to this far, to this victory. Let's see if they can get that victory, I should say, and close things out. For Fujimura, if they believe in Fujimura over on the side of Shinobi's Gaming, if that's enough for them to get that win. Man, this
Yeah,
is
it's wild to
wild,
see how
bro.
it's played out this way, man. We've literally talked about the stakes between the two, the record between the two, and what happens when momentum takes a factor in regards to the run back, right? We talked about the big 40-0. That's the most advantageous position you could possibly ask for going into this this format of the playoffs, right? Where it's a race to 50. Being able to transcend past Bonchan as the opening gambit for set number 2, or match number 2, I should say, is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I still cannot believe that it came to fruition. We talked about as soon as Shinobiism gets that W, it's going to be all momentum based and they're going to get the rest of the Ws. Like, I thought it was a farce, but you know, some things come to fruition if you put that energy out into the universe, and I am now a believer of that because of Street Fighter League. But all jokes aside, Torimeshi has the game of a lifetime, I feel like, in this particular matchup specifically, because this is do or die. This is truly do or die for V6 Plus FAV Gaming. Same could be said for Shinobiism Gaming. And the wild thing is, what's even more wild about that is they're not even solidified into the playoffs or into the grand finals yet. They have to win one more game. Their prize for winning this match, this highly stressful inducing match, it's playing against the Goyo Oja Body Star.
You still have to stay, you still sit down, you still have to play for another round of Street Fighter V, and you know, but it's great though. You have the blessing to be able to keep fighting to get into the grand finals. It is stressful, but it's great that you still have an opportunity to get in the grand finals. Obviously, one more team is going to be very difficult, but it comes down to this. I can't call it. I really can't call it. Fujimura, Maestro, different to say this time. I liked his jump-ins. I like his timings against Tormeshi, against the buttons, but Tormeshi kept it nice and long, like kept it nice and outside the distance, the long distance sort of thing, with the X fireballs and those mediums and checking the jump-ins. It was starting to look a little different, so that grounded approach is going to have some to be different. How he deals with the EX fireball is going to be something different, I would assume, from Fujimura. Might have to utilize some of that V bar and switch it up and go for V shifts and V reversals, or actually I should just say V shifts and V breaks, because V reversal maybe not what he wants. But either way, what y'all wanted to see is a final match, and it's happening right here. 20 points on the line, qualification on the line, Sim versus Luke, final match, let's get it.
Yeah, this right here again, this is just going to be the one to get that 50-point game. This is only going to be 10 because considering it is a reset, right? They have to go back to set 3. It's only going to be like the single match afterwards. That's just how it plays out. But this is going to be the final match, that's for sure. And it's 2 out of 3, and that makes it even scarier. So this is going to be the tiebreaker between the two, and we see a more grounded approach from the side of Fujimura. You had mentioned that and exclaimed, you know, you've seen the big openers from Fujimura in the air, but what happens on the ground? Well, he's got that answer for you. V reversal out of there. Torimeshi finding a way out, or at least for a split moment, he did.
I like that trade though. The crouch fierce with the knockdown. You'll take that over having to get mixed and eat more damage. So go here from Fujimura. He has to lead. He's got the V-bar at the bottom of the jump. Medium kick. Caught him coming in. EX Edition slides on in, gets that throw. One more hit will seal it. Look at how Tormeshi has brought this back from the brink. But there's still V-bar at the bottom for that V-trigger to get the knockdown after a limb is extended from the V-trigger situation of Luke. Or the crouch fierce bumper. Oh my god.
Oh my lord. No, he didn't buffer that at all. He whiff punished the hell out of that normal. He saw it come into full fruition and whiff punished accordingly. That medium kick stays out there longer than you think. But either way, the suppressor not going to be enough for Torimeshi. You haven't conditioned him well enough to sit there and take a grab.
Torimeshi playing super hot. Hold this throw. Goes for the back throw to get as much sun as possible and get that distance once again where Sim can get that win. If you built that EX bar, you're gonna react that mix to sweep off the feet with a crush counter. Walks him to the corner. Knuckle sandwich with that throw. The suppressor to help out in terms of putting something different of offense on the table.
Oh, it's gonna be huge. That activation leads to so much damage. The mix incoming has to force that block. It's still cooking up. You could actually snipe out. Oh my lord. He's still within snipe range. Medium could actually kill. Watch out for the mix. Oh, even more so dangerous territory. Torimeshi just needs one touch.
One hit, that'll do it. Torimeshi taking it for his team. FAV Gaming gets one more shot to the top to get that 2-peat, take out Shinobiism Gaming. FAV Gaming moving on. They bet it on Torimeshi, and it was the right bet.
They're not moving on just yet. Don't count your chickens too close.
To match 3.
To them hatching.
To match 3. My bad.
Yeah, they're getting closer. That is for sure. They haven't moved on just yet. It's still got Fujimura in the rafters talking about it with his teammates first. I think overall, the ground game was spectacular. There were a couple of instances where Torimeshi was able to break loose and get out of the corner. That's where it all went haywire. I think there's a lot to be said about Torimeshi's close counters engagements, really. I think there's a lot to be said in regards to how he fights it out on offense, too. So I think there has to be more effort coming in from Fujimura to keep Torimeshi locked down, but that is so much of an ask against any sort of Dawson player. So we'll see what needs to be changed from the side of Fujimura, because this has been so difficult to contain Torimeshi playing the game of his life. Even when he's thrown out some of his normals, Fujimura has been on point with his whiff punishes into the right sequences. Crouching heavy punch into the no chaser. He's been doing a really great job of keeping the space intact, or at least being aware of the space that Dawson can take. So overall, it's hard to tell what Fujimura needs to do at this point. Now he's taking some free damage from Torimeshi right out the gate. The ground game has been played to a T by Torimeshi.
There's the jump in, not too bad. Apologies for calling it early, but Torimeshi trying to make it happen. V-shift into the break. We talked about these options being rotated in terms of the V-bar, and we see now the back throw. Needs to get more though. Wow, caught the crouch fierce with his own fierce, blessing that button in the V-reversal. Great life stacked up.
I love the defensive options there from Torimeshi earlier, letting the V-reversal rock to get himself this space right here. Now it's just so advantageous. He does get the juggle. He doesn't get anything else off of the lone jab flash knuckle, but the neutral jump, not quite there. Gets the V-reversal thrown. Fujimura, another throw will do it actually, back throw. But no, he tried to dash up. That's a -2 scenario. And Torimeshi knew it. He reacted to the dash. Something a lot of these players haven't really done thus far against some of these Lukes. But Torimeshi, he was ready.
Definitely study. You see it, that he, with all that mental stack that you're worried about from Luke, was able to clip him from coming in. Now is the actual set point situation. Caught the tag. Now gets in with the throw. Has him in the corner. That suppressor again will do a lot of damage. Has conditioned him. Never mind. The reversal buttons are fine. And getting the side switch. He's out of that. Torimeshi immediately finding a way out. Does the EX bar for that corner carry. Medium knuckle and the dash up throw. Start the bottom two as well. Could finish it. Can seal the deal. Activation will get the kill and stay off that set point with the DP finisher. Fire.
Still in sequence in there from Fujimura, knowing full well that activation would have led to that W, and also not having to spend any sort of EX bar towards the end is so pivotal. You could be very explosive if you get this hit, and you do really need that one hit against Dawson. Yoga Anvil. Oh, he's too far to get the juggle off of the Yoga Flame, but it's fine if you're Torimeshi. You just get to reset the situation. Fujimura giving a little bit of free damage, unfortunately. That's right.
Launch back. It's the EX, puts him in the corner. Rocket. Oh, reversal button. And still, with the spacing, able to get the slide and the side switch immediately. Torimeshi so ready to be able to leave the corner. He has such a big lead too as well with the great life. That jab did a ton of damage.
No activation off of this. And he's looking for it. Forward throw. Torimeshi being a little bit antsy with some of his throws. Medium kick. And now it's going to be the mix-up city out of the corner. Is that going to be enough? No, he actually didn't get it. He's letting it cook. It's going to hit. And he gets the connect. Fujimura tried to rebuttal with a V-trigger, and he gets punished for it. Torimeshi brings V6 Plus FAV Gaming to the next round of playoffs.
It was a little early, but it ended up happening. They put it all on Torimeshi. They put it all on him to get the win, and he was able to do so. Fantastic play, looking out for all the options. We even talked about how that defense had to be rotated from the likes of Fujimura. And Torimeshi was just not even steps, but levels ahead. Reading those moments as he put it out, reading those ideas, even reading the idea of the reversal, waiting a little bit to get the side switch, and he would always take that opportunity that he needed to leave the corner, knowing how dangerous Luke is in the corner, knowing how dangerous Suppressor is in the corner. This man is on a mission, and he is now pushing his team to move on to match 3. Unfortunately, Shinobi's Gaming is out of there. Man, what a match.
They were one of the teams that we've all really invested in. I feel like with Shinobiism Gaming, the way that they've excelled through the rest of the opposition in their big bursts of momentum. They've had back-to-back weeks of getting 40-point games, and it was such a fun ride to be a part of. But their journey does get cut short due to the fact that V6 Plus FAV Gaming managed to I guess out-sustain the opposition. And it was back and forth. It truly was, right? 40 points from the side of V6 initially in match 1. In match 2, 40 points from the side of Shinobiism Gaming. And it just so happens to be the luck of the draw that, or at least in regards to the seeding, that Shinobiism Gaming gets put in a counter pick position again. But Torimeshi, man, I feel like that ending was so surreal. It was so interesting to see someone like Fujimura crack under pressure and just throw out that V trigger, right? That's not something that we're exposed to too often, because you get a free punish off of that. Any sort of like V trigger like that was going to be a big green light for Torimeshi to punish accordingly. And I always forget that off of V trigger 1 activation, you still get to follow up with a hit. So Torimeshi was, I feel like, had a very, very lucky sequence towards the end.
But very dominant in the end, though. You know, as he says, is very first offline big tournament. I actually did not know that. That is wild. And his knees were starting to shake, but he was able to win. He was in charge of the Luke matches, so he had to win. They put him in charge of the Luke matches. That's actually why it's like garbage duty or something wild. He met someone for the first time in charge of the Luke match and received a big Galate good luck. Those words had given him a lot of power, and he did his best. His teammates had given him great advice too. When he was in a panic, his weak point became quite obvious, and his teammates told me not to be too aggressive as well. So again, having teammates is so important to help you pull back from problematic things that you may not be able to see even in the moment or even outside of the moment. So Torimeshi winning with the help of his team members, it's so great and poetic, because that's kind of the purpose of Street Fighter League Japan, is to work with your team to get your W. It's not about you, it's about the entirety of the team coming together, giving strategies, and pushing you to get that W.
You get a couple of words from the rest of the team as well. Bonchan stepping up, and I gotta say his matchup was awfully close against Shinobi Ism Gaming, right? The fact that Fujimura had to face off against him again, or not again, but in a manner where they had to get past him first to get their points. That's so difficult, man. It truly is something else. That is quite the person to face off against. But Bonchan, again, on the skin of his teeth, man, still being able to stay alive with this group is a lot. But I'd imagine Trukido has a lot to say. Him getting pretty much close to Yamaguchi, but at the same time, out of the grasp of being one of the better Lukes in the game. It's tough to even accept that reality, because he's moving on despite having been bodied by Yamaguchi 3-1, right? There's a lot to really consider here.
It's something that Tokido has to look back on in terms of, you know, short ramp his mirror match, but still he did quite a bit for his team, and so did Sako. All played well. The opponent team, they played very strong too as well. Glad to have earned 40 points at the beginning, but when they played in the away side, the opponent earned 40 points too as well. We talked about how that was a history between these two teams. Very ironic on how things had went down today in the same sort of play, but that same sort of momentum, we saw that start coming through from Shinobi's Gaming, and I'm starting to think, man, I don't know, Shinobi's Gaming is going to be hard to stop right here, and it's up to Torimeshi to stop that. And same thing had happened during the season league, so they trusted and believed Torimeshi. Though he must have felt like massive pressure, so they're proud of their teammates. Their goal is to win the grand finals, so they'll win the next match. That is match 3, going up against the Goyo Ojibari Star Milodon. Gabade Masu will do our best. Probably said that wrong.
I'll let you rerun that one. You can go ahead and try that again.
Gambare Masu.
It's fine. Gambarimasu. It's gonna be.
Gambarimasu.
Well, there you go. There he is. There he is. We'll work on that over time. We still have the grand finals to look forward to. Hey, actually, we even have maybe that quote coming out again from our next couple of matches between the Goyo Ojibari Star and V6 Plus FAV Gaming. But we do get the parting words from our captain of Shinobi-ism Gaming, Momochi, the Prime Ninja.
ちょっとメンバーが違うんですけど、そこで出て、その際も同じ順位かな、プレーオフで負けて、最終的には5位というところで、一つでも上を目指してはいたんですけど、悔しいですね。ただ、今回から入った、若手の、山口とジョニーが、すごくチームを支えてくれて、勢いもありますし、こうなんですかね、将来としてもかなり明るい。また来年以降の大会っていうところで期待できる成長をしたかなっていうのがあるんで、チームとしてはここで負けてしまいましたけど、また次の来年以降でちょっと巻き返せたらなと思います。応援ありがとうございました。
We did have a couple of words in regarding to the composition of Shinobiism Gaming and their overall record and their history, right? Last year, we lost at playoffs and ended in 5th place, so we aim to do better than last year. From this year, our young players, Yamaguchi and Johnny, had joined our team full of energy and absolutely have supported the team. So they're very much so looking forward to the future of Shinobiism Gaming. As they say, their future is bright. They'll continue to play better even next year. And of course, they thank everybody at home for cheering and supporting Shinobiism Gaming. Usually, I'm a fan of Momochi and the entire squad with Fujimura as well. They've been some of the more entertaining players to watch, just because at certain moments they could be the underdog and at other moments they could be the top dog, right? They've been so versatile but also extremely entertaining to watch, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the future of Street Fighter in the hands of Yamaguchi and Johnny play out, especially with, you know, next game coming out next year. With that in mind, these are the stats and what we had saw and experienced between that last gamble between Torimeshi and Fujimura. That last exchange was very much so a big difference than what we saw before, right? Seikola, like, we have nothing but anti-airs from the side of Torimeshi this time.
That was such a big problem for him at the beginning of the match against Fujimura, where Fujimura was able to access so much of his damage. Felt like getting those jump fierces. He denied so much of that continuously. We didn't see as many anti-airs on the side of Fujimura, but I think that is helping controlling the light side loop. And then again, we see the 50-40 FAV Gaming, the winners of last season, getting one step closer to winning again. But they still have match 3 to go through. As you pointed out, their reward for victory is to fight another stressful match, to fight off the Goyo Ultra Body Star, the likes of Daigo, Fudo, Narakun, and Akira. That's going to be hard fought. You know, that's going to be a very difficult one. It's going to be hard to determine who's going to take that one as well. It's still going to be hard to call in terms of like who can take it, because I've been surprised this entire league. I'm not going to lie. Even beyond here, I've been surprised at who's taking what and how close the games are. Even the Goyo Ultra Body Star going down, 20-60, Saishun Kan Sokumoto was a huge shock. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than what I expected. If not, the Goyo Ultra Body Star being the victors.
No, I totally agree. I thought it would be a little bit more of a scenario where we would get potentially something that V6 and Shinobiism Gaming had shown off, right? I thought it would be I was already prepared mentally to go through 8 hours of non-stop tiebreakers, to be honest, because that's exactly what we can expect, right? Looking into the highlights and the replays, we talked about Torimeshi and his engagement with Fujimura right off the bat, and I will say, I think there's a lot to be talked about in regards to Fujimura's anticipation and reads against Torimeshi's movement, right? There's been so many big jump ins and also so many callouts against the teleports that led to a success, just like this, right? This was exactly how the matchups went until Torimeshi decided to kind of slow it, pump the brakes a little bit, and not be as aggressive. We did see the threat of the mix-ups coming in, but overall, it's been Fujimura in the first encounter just getting a ton of jump-ins on Torimeshi. But there were potentials of greatness from the side of Torimeshi towards the end of it, right? He started to stop, like, stressing out and eventually play the lively game, and he got the W ultimately.
That's right. Sako, we're in the slugger style, being able to fight up against the likes of Yamaguchi. I'd like to see this match. There's some a few weird errors here or there, but I did like to see how Sako operates against loose players, and this super was super sick to be able to get that lead. Definitely helped out in this match, but wasn't enough to seal the deal. And we see that Yamaguchi was able to get the lead right back. This timeout, see that situation right there, make him hold the throw in, rotate his offensive options, but it wasn't enough with that last throw. I'm not sure what that was. If it was like a safe jump that he missed or what have you. I'm not sure what was going on there, but that unfortunately did not happen in terms of the anti-airs. Sako then waking up with violence with that super, doing something different on wake up, something different you'd see from other Monat players. They usually hold things, lock it out, or wake up light. He went for the super, willing to spin that bar. What makes him so difficult to deal with is he's willing to spin super more than other players in an unfortunate timeout and more than timeout checkmate scenario. Happy for Sako to get that victory against Yamaguchi.
And this was a very long-winded battle between the two, despite the results not really telling the entire tale, right? It did end up being 3-1 in Tokido's favor, but the way that he managed to finesse Momochi in a playstyle of his own is what really spelt the difference. And the first two games were pretty much just that. I think there was a lot of Tokido playing second to what Momochi wanted to do on offense, and also outpacing and outspacing were the two key factors. We did get to see how offensive he could be potentially with Luke in game number 3, right? But it didn't really pay off to what he expected because Momochi was the one to also kind of step on the gas and also show off some of his offense, which is how he got his W in the first place. But Tokido sticking it out to his guns, still remaining as offensive as he could be with Luke, managing to occupy the spaces that Momochi couldn't get past, and ultimately led to this very decisive victory against the Prime Shinobi and his Cody. You can see it right here again towards match point. Even after spending this sequence, right? We've seen it time and time again, the low short into maybe like a 30% W. It was a very expensive W at that, right? If it had been for the match, or at least for the game, that would have been perfect. But the fact of the matter is, it just gave more fuel to the fire for Tokido to get the big 40 bomb.
And we see right here, the breaking point, it felt like for a little bit, Joey's in gaming, putting their hopes on Fujimura, and he was able to seal the deal against Bonchan. Look at that, the super with the fireball, the classic of Fujimura. We see him do it so often that it's still surprising, somehow. And the way that he was able to operate, be able to utilize better button economy, I should say, from his Luke play. Light kick, back heavy kick, catch a crush counter, and just be a nuisance up in the neutral overall. Not like Bonchan didn't have some good things to say in the corner play. You see the back medium punch, his plus frames to lock down the typical Luke stuff. But look at that, the sweep against a standing medium kick, and then a sweep again to get that crush counter situation, and being able to keep these big leads against Bonchan helped him seal the deal.
This is where we get a big, significant switch up between Shinobiism Gaming and V6 Plus FAV Gaming. I did not, well, both of us didn't expect this particular matchup to happen. I had initially thought it was going to be Johnny, but it was Momochi who had stepped up to the plate to be the big nuisance against Sakonoko, which didn't look like the case in game number 1 until the moment where Momochi started to really shine with his offensive pressure. But I will say Sakonoko didn't go down without a fight. That actually could have, this whole set could have actually been his game, except with the mishap that happened towards the end of it, because he's had some really good moments that forced Momochi into an error. But you start to see the shakiness. Like, as soon as you face off against Cody for this long, eventually you'll start to see some of the mistakes come to fruition. But again, Sakonoko doing a fantastic job of holding his own for a majority of the games. I will say there was an error that wasn't highlighted, and it was off of the low short, low jab, and he wasn't able to get anything of it. He did get a neutral jump randomly, but yeah, again, it could have gone either way.
And what the way is the way of the Shinobi's prime son, I should say, Yamaguchi taking down Tokido, and just the way that he had dissected Tokido's playstyle and forced him in an uncomfortable position, getting a lot more aggressive, stopping a lot of things that Tokido would like to do in terms of pestering. And that B skill too did help out somewhat, but I just like how comfortable he was in placing these buttons. Utilizing the medium kick, crouch medium kick, not sure what that was, but it called Tokido off guard, was able to get the stun and done right there. But overall, I really just like the fact that Yamaguchi was comfortable in his playstyle, comfortable putting out buttons that can be whip punished in a detriment sort of fashion. There were times where Tokido was able to turn up and get real aggressive when he switched to the other playstyle, but it just wasn't enough against the side of Yamaguchi. Look at how confident he is, utilizing the EX Fireball to get the knockdowns, making Tokido pay the toll if he tries to leave, landing every conversion that he needs for the target combo to keep that pressure for the Oki, being a stun and done. And again, the whip punish situation, even when Tokido wanted to utilize those buttons, didn't really happen. All the confidence came through, and this awkward situation too still was in favor of Yamaguchi.
This is where it could have gone. Man, that's so sick. I love seeing that whiff punish happen, but it was still, I feel like more in favor of Torimeshi for you to be within that range. That was a 50-50 that you had to really be in tune for, because Fujimura had to guess for his life quite literally at that moment. But I will say, this was a very difficult match to call out. It could have gone either way up until the very, very final moments between the two in this exchange. But yeah, he tried to counter a V trigger activation with his own V trigger activation. He completely forgot that Dawson's V trigger has a hit on the way through. So I understand, like, you know, him trying to anticipate maybe like a punish incoming, but I don't know, man. Seeing it fall through that way was really, really unfortunate. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get a punish, but like you forgot that Dalsum's V trigger hits you on the way out now. That's been established for how many years? You know.
It's that panic, man. It's that panic when you're on that last hit to do it. You know, you're trying to stay alive. But it's going to be V6 moving on, again, trying to get that 2P closer to that when they have to go up against the Royal Ultra Body Star in the next match. In the final match of the day, we've had a lot of fantastic Street Fighter 5 play. We've seen a lot of variety. We've seen a lot of mirror matches, but they've all been super exciting, I'm not going to lie. And I'm glad that this game, in its final Twilight years, Twilight months, I should say, is reaching a good point where everything seems really balanced and varied. Even when you see a Luke mirror match, the characters and players are, I'm sorry, the players are playing so differently from each other. And it's just entertaining to watch. I'm glad that we are still watching League. I'm glad that we have this great, fantastic Street Fighter 5 play as we get closer and closer to the grand finale happening in a few weeks.
And I feel like as soon as I fall asleep the next day, it's going to be grand finals time. I feel like time has passed so quickly. These last couple of days, weeks, even months. Heck, I didn't even realize we had already finished the first half of our playoffs already. All right, just all things considered, though, you do not want to skip a beat when it comes to experiencing what happens on the platform of Street Fighter League in Japan, in Europe, in the US. Again, a lot of these have shaped up to be some of the most intense matches that we could ever ask for in a playoff stage or even in a team battle stage, right? And it just builds up enough to get ourselves ready for Capcom Cup and give this game its final send-out. So with that in mind, again, we still have a lot more Street Fighter play after this break, but again, there's just so much to look forward to in the future of Street Fighter.
Absolutely. We still have Street Fighter 6 obviously coming out in the beginning part of June, but even then, we have a whole week of Street Fighter play at Capcom Cup, all the way through a whole week of Street Fighter League play, group stage play, and we're going to see who's the best in the best out of team play and single play 4-5. And then after that, other tournaments will still be hosting the game too as well. So whatever tournaments are happening offline or online, you'll still have ways to play the game before we move on, but it's going to be sad moving on. The only way we're going to move on today is for more of that team play. Again, the Royal Ultra Body Star going up against V6 Plus FPV Gaming. V6 was the one to take it last time, but this time, the Royal Ultra Body Star stands in their way to possibly stop it before they can even get to the grand finals. What do you think about that, Vicious, for the finals?
I think it's going to be pretty exciting. Like, if V6 Plus FAV Gaming finds themselves in the grand finals position again, there might be some big noise being made if, you know, they manage to slip through and face off against Good 8 Squad from the loser side again. So with that in mind, with all that speculation and possibilities, you do not want to miss it. Again, with myself and St. Cola going down with all of the action, we highly encourage you guys to stick around for the English broadcast. We got plenty more Street Fighter 5 here at Street Fighter League Japan coming your way right after this break. Stay tuned.
の男は常にこの力を扱える器を探していた。
お相手します。
ぶっかわいがってやるよ。
実に光栄です。
動くんじゃないよ。
ここからよ。クライマックス。
無駄な動きだ。
終わらせましょう。
ストリートファイター35周年記念ライブ。ストリートファイター初となる一夜限りの音楽イベントが開催。楽曲映像とともにストリートファイターの歴史を紐解く。チケット好評発売中。
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the final match between these two teams to see who will advance into the grand final segment here of Street Fighter League Pro Japan 2022. My name is Vicious, back at it again with Senkola, and this is going to be very, very difficult to call. It's the Goya Oja Bodystar Mildom Beast going up against V6 plus FAV Gaming, head and led by the sure spear Sako Noko, being the captain of this team, and they're coming straight from a very, very impressive and decisive victory. And I will say decisive by the manner of 10 extra points, 50-40. And of course, they're backed by the genius pro gamer himself. It is Tokido with the ever impressive Luke that he has fully developed on his own alongside of the plethora of characters that he has. And speaking of plethora of characters, we've got the executioner of justice, Papa Judgment himself. It's Bonchen with Luke, if need be a Karen, as well as a Sagat, a full arsenal of heavy hitters. Last but not least, the man to clutch it all out for V6. It is none other than the Subspace Sansara, Torimeshi, with the ever impressive and ever intimidating Dalsim. This team is going up against the heaviest hitters that we could ever imagine here in Street Fighter League through ways of Nagoya Oja Bodystar. But again, V6 plus FAV Gaming, they've done it once, they can do it again. They're looking for that grand final spot.
See if that happens though. As you said, Nagoya Oja Bodystar, Mildom, combined with the whole, the top of 6 years out here in terms of competitive play. We're going to be seeing the Lightning Speed Star himself with that scammy cami. It is Akira, emotional player in and outside the match. We have seen what he can do when he is on game and on duty, leading his team to this match 3. Behind him is going to be the beast that will feast from the east. That is Daigo Umihara, the legend, the dial master, one of the top dials in the game. We all know him. We all love him. He doesn't even know where he's here, where he's at, but he knows he's ready to fight. Then we have, right after that, the attack on Heavy Tank, Poison player, all about the toxicity with the Mika 2 as well. It is Fudo and Birdie also, if need be, a plethora of characters you might see today, depending on what matches he has to have. And then last but not least, it's the White Omen, ready to show himself as Naruto. We really haven't seen him come through in the Clutch Force team, but just know what he does is definitely going to be something for the other team to have to watch out for. This team has been the second place spot team for the longest, taken down by Saishu Console earlier today in match number 1. They're trying to get one more opportunity to get into the grand finals. But as you said, V6 stands in their way. V6, the winners of the previous league, and those that team that is very hot off a very hotly contested win. So we're going to be pushing them to get that W.
There's a lot that really is considered with the current matchup at hand. This is what's going to be in the roster for V6 plus FAV Gaming Squad. It is Sakonoko with Minot, Torimeshi with Dalsim on defense, by the way. And then anchoring it out, Tokido with Luke, Bonchen taking a seat yet again, saving himself for a home advantage offensive. So this makes sense. I think this is going to be something that we can expect in comparison to what we literally just seen not too long ago. We are going to see a little bit of susceptibility from having Dalsim on defense. But the way the match goes between these two teams in previous weeks and previous engagements, the V6 squad, V6 plus FAV Gaming had actually taken the better of Nagoya Oja Bodystar significantly, right? In week number 5, they got the 30-10 victory. In the run back in week 10, it was complete dominance from the side of V6 plus FAV Gaming because of the fact that they had home field advantage and were able to counter accordingly. So I'm really hoping that Nagoya Oja Bodystar has something else in mind to keep this a lot closer.
Right. Last time that they played also, Fudo and Sako, Fudo the one coming up on the deck, Fudo, his Mika beat Sako, being able to get in and get that aggression, get that command grab mix up continuously, and to be able to fight this character in the neutral. Not something I've really seen from a Mika player, but he was able to make it happen against the likes of Sako. Manat. But Sako says that he's assumed Fudo that Fudo would come up and play, so he has come up with tactics against Mika. Fudo says, I was the chosen one, so I'm all good. He means chosen one as in chosen to play first. I do think that what Fudo had shown us in that matchup, even though it wasn't a complete blowout, definitely showcased that he's able to keep up with the tendencies of Sako, the way that Sako would like to play, and Mika definitely lends well to that too as well. But it's been some time. It's been some weeks, months since they played, so Sako will definitely have something in the bag, and I'm curious to see what that actually is going to be. It's got to be something on defense.
You know, I actually am inclined to believe that Fudo meant exactly how he phrased it. I was the chosen one. I totally believe it. I think he's the one to save all from the onslaught of Sakonoko and his Manat play by showing off to all the other Mika players out there, those that still exist, that this matchup can be playable. All jokes aside, though, I think this is going to be a matchup that's really intimidating, I feel like, for Sakonoko on defense, but not too big of a threat on offense, right? If Manat is able, or Manat is truly able to go toe-to-toe against someone like Armika on both the ground game, and I think even like airborne as well. I think Crouching Heavy Punch does a pretty decent job of anti-airing, even against something like a body splash if need be. But overall, I think like Sakonoko's ground game is more than suitable enough to contend against Fudo's Armika. And I still, again, from the side of Fudo, I still like this choice more so than playing as Poison, to be quite honest with you. I do like the Brawler archetype. I do love that being faced off against someone like Manat, who can rely, or sort of needs to rely on the orb. So we'll see how this plays out. We'll see who bleeds first.
Definitely want to see how maybe Fudo is able to enforce like the neutral game, right? The medium kick, crush rate kick buff that happened with the character allows for her to hit confirm and helps out her general range neutral. I think that will help out in dealing with like medium punch buttons. What about the other buttons that are going to come from the likes of Sako's Manat? Stand Fierce and other buttons that Orbson and Recall start putting that in. Walks up with a throw. No mic toss here. Not letting that happen at all. Sako with an aggressive start.
We're seeing both players already swinging for the fences. It's going to be more so Fudo. And I love the escape. Good call out there from Sakonoko. We do see an early V-shift from the side of Fudo, though, trying to reassess and at least reclaim his offensive pressure. And he does so with a sweep successfully. No need for the trigger activation. Again, another sweep finding the mark. Too far out for a command grab. And Sakonoko does get a defensive back grab. Ooh. Not dead!
Extra game. Dashing in, light, medium, then jump in, no anti-air. That's the orbs. Look at Fudo avoiding those orbs. Love to get a cross kick confirmed. Still anyone's game. Drop kick interrupted. Just a jab. The overhead. EX as a punish with the quickness. Fudo. Understand that he had enough frame advantage to get that punish.
Oh yeah, that is indeed what the punish is, right? Yeah, that was indeed a punish, yes.
It's the back throw from Sako. But I like how he's utilizing this EX on some real deal stuff. It's a faster sort of special, so it is a really good, utilization of a punch for the character. Forward heavy punch gets the stun. Post stun fun's gonna be real nasty right here. Before reset, he's in front.
Oh, that's gonna be dead, deader than dead. That's EX. Back is broken, calling off for work. That is 2 rounds straight from the side of Fudo, and it was all for naught, really. I think Sakonoko again trying to bust out with the, not bust out, but try to sneak in an overhead. He even looked to the sky as soon as he got punished for it, because that is highly risky in terms of like utilizing it without any sort of orb behind it, right? So that's something Sakonoko was willing to risk, and it didn't pay off. So that was indeed a punish, because again, that overhead is like between minus double digits to like -7 at best. So EX Peach is going to be more than enough damage, or more than enough in time to get a punish. So very risky, but Fudo 100% attentive to every situation.
It's also good in terms of defense. Fudo avoiding the V-trigger situation that we saw with the orbs. So you saw that out and about when he was, had put Sako in the corner. Just backed off just a little bit to not let Sako get that return on receipt in terms of taking down the health. And just, again, that pressure, the offense that he has, especially when he puts you in the corner, is so deadly, so nasty when it comes to Mika. She's already that type of character where her win condition is to put you in the corner and put you in the blender. However, how Fudo sneaks in things against Sako is what makes him so deadly. That EX command grab on landing, fantastic option right there. It's going to have to do something different. Sako has to find something on defense. I feel like that's going to be such a big pain point. Even offense doesn't look that strong as it did previously. In fact, the offensive style of Sako didn't feel as confident as it was when they had first played. We'll have to see what Sako has in store for Fudo.
Starting things off pretty aggressively from the side of Fudo, going in for a splash, but still, it's going to be Sakonoko trying to get the most of it. The anti-air again, crouching heavy punch into the recall. Oh, we're trying to see maybe Fudo try to like get around it. I don't even know how he tried to, but he got clipped by it either way. Really awkward, but Desco, we do see, yeah, that's two hands in the air. We get the delayed Desco. Brimstone.
You're late for this. Pressure right here, medium. Nothing after that medium, but still has to call up the corner. Counter hit, that's it. The normals. Even the idea of the command grab or the normal throw is enough to put Sako off his game. Even the idea of all these things that Mika can present is enough to take down Sako and put the mental stack on him. Brown Star are looking great with that three-piece counter hit.
Not too big of a risk from the side of Fudo, although he is like kind of showing off that card of whiffing that drop kick in front of Sakonoko. It's not going to be enough to have him commit to anything huge, right? He's just getting a soft punish, and yeah, that's going to be a big punish. Quite the opposite of a soft punish in regards to what's going on the screen. Watch out for the Desco. Not today, you're dead. And even if it doesn't kill, it stuns. But 1000%, it will be killing. Fudo making quick work of Sakonoko. Quite the opposite of what Sakonoko had prefaced this entire match with. So, 4 rounds straight from the side of Fudo. The attack heavy tank.
Pretty quick with it, you know, getting another victory in their run back, and he said he was the chosen one for good reason. He had such a great game plan, not only just in the corner, but in the mid-screen. He pointed out the fact that he was going for these drop kicks to kind of tease the idea to Sako, and just putting a lot of things on the deck that, again, the mental stack just wearing upon the likes of Sako, especially up in the corner. And it's hard to rotate defensive options against the likes of a character that has a command grab and the person that has the reads like Fudo. However, I would like to see more of like V-shift and things like that. Maybe just put the idea on, but it's still even hard to say because there's so many anti-V-shift things in the corner. It's so hard to say what he could have done better, Sako could have done better in terms of defense, because Fudo was just all over him and would not let him go. Mid-screen, into the screen, didn't matter what it was.
All over the screen. If it blends, it blends. That's what it feels like for someone like Fudo, more often than not. And taking a look at the overall stats, right? Sakonoko, despite being the deficit, going 0-2, he's at 100% record on anti-airs, EX reversals, and I guess checking throws. I don't know how accurate it is in regards to the invisible reversals, because he did get one of his reversals blocked. Right, he did get his critical art blocked, so I'm going to say that's fake news. I'm going to go out of my way and say that is indeed fake news on the statistics. Somebody fell asleep at the wheel, and you know, that happens to the best of us. But I will say this, Fudo definitely starting things off pretty aggressively and very impressive too to see. So this is going to be interesting to see now. Akira taking up next for the slot against Torimeshi's Dalsim, and this is going to be pretty cool because I think this is going to be the second time they faced off against each other, and Torimeshi had barely snuck out the W against Akira in week 5.
I believe this was a match that Torimeshi was doing very well with his predictive anti-airs with the anvil, just catching the dot kicks from coming through, and it didn't always work, but it worked just enough to get that W. That was the first time they played, but I do like that Akira's coming up, because we've seen what Akira can do when he has a game plan in mind. He's able to land all the hits and stay fine. When he's able to connect everything that he wants and not make big errors and mistakes, I know that sounds really grazing and really like surface level, he's able to stay solid. I like to see that side of him. We saw that side of him against Higuchi when he had his game plan working, when he had his game plan up in the corner. Akira himself says, I was the chosen one. Last time I played way, I was on the home side. I lost, so I'd like to win this. Chosen one too.
Pretty standard, right? He's looking. I mean, I guess there's multiple choosings, I guess, in regards to the realm of V6 plus FAV gaming. There's a lot of people chosen, I guess, that are going into it. And to be fair, they technically are the chosen ones because they are the ones to step up against the champs, right? By default, they are the ones that are trying to make their... Okay, listen, I'm trying to segue into something successful for these guys, but fact of the matter is, they had fallen short initially in their run on the winner's side of the bracket, and now being placed in this predicament against the team that had pretty much had the convincing winning record against them throughout the league, right? In both week 5 and week 10. This is going to be interesting. I want to see Torimeshi right now in a different state of mind in regards to like his gameplay. We've talked about how aggressive and how nervous he is. I think going into this particular matchup has really humbled him back down to earth with his teammates to play the best that he can. So I think it's going to be a whole different level of Torimeshi that we can expect against Akira. And Akira could also technically say the same thing because of his previous performance against Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto. But overall, this is going to be a very tough blight, I feel like, for Kami players against this matchup in particular.
And when it goes to season beyond just what Torimeshi and Akira have shown us, I really don't get to see it because a lot of the Kami players have left the script to the side. She's still good. We see that her jumpers are still mix-ups, her confirms are still there, and her damage output is still pretty decent, and her workings with the V system too as well. Her V trigger is great. Her super into Oki is a fantastic thing as well. She maybe not like top tier out here compared to like the likes of Luke, but she's still really great. Sim, however, has gotten better and better after every single season, and with the addition of V-Shift, it helps out in terms of defense. And we've seen how Torimeshi, even outside of the defensive things that are given to him in terms of V-Shift and V-Break, how good he is in terms of calling things out with anti-airs. And with him being enhanced after that victory, it's going to be even more difficult for Akira to layer on those jump in mix-ups with a dive kick, jump in, heavy kick, jump pierce, all that stuff like that. May get stuff preemptively. I feel like Torimeshi has really honed those anti-airs even more so. Even though, you know, there's not a big mix-up when it comes from Luke, he's been really careful about not letting Fujimura jump in on him. I think he'll do the same against Akira. So the ground game might be where things are really going to be determined for the side of Akira.
Love hearing Aru and Comical as a duo to get things started, but I gotta say, no one really contests against it. So, going into game number 2, it's gonna be Akira with Kami as well as Torimeshi with Dhalsim. And I like that counter hit. A little bit too high off the mark, and look at that, the float being chased down by Akira. All the same to him. Oh, that's huge. So good for Torimeshi now. Does get the counter hit as well. Akira being a little bit impatient with his normals on wake up.
We did want to see from Akira. Medium kick. This big lead that Torimeshi has. Base out another DP. He's done it so many times with that float. And one more hit will seal it. So many ways. Go for the sniper. One good medium on the ground. Any hit will seal it. Nice. Able to block, get the punish. I think every opportunity that is given to him to get the win. Activation. In that portion of the screen, you don't want to DP or do anything bad. It catches the jump back with the anti-air. Torimeshi ready.
And that was a jump back decision that Akira just wanted to get out of. Like, he just wanted to make sure he was not within range of a throw tech or any sort of harassment with the V-trigger too. So that was, I thought what was really smart was actually something Torimeshi had planned out ahead of time and getting the anti-air. But again, the preemptive Yoga Anvil stopping Akira from taking off into space. That's 2 times over. What is happening? That is so sick.
By the sun. Another one, laying it down and stopping Akira from getting aggressive in the approach, getting the stun right there. That V-trigger has been a big pain point for Akira. It's so hard for him to maneuver around. It's a 2-bar V-trigger. It's going to come out quick, and you see Torimeshi orbiting around it, disallowing DPs, jump ins, and things like that. The pain points that Kami can do. Those preemptive anti-airs don't even need to be there when that V-trigger is on the screen. He has to find a way to maneuver around that V-trigger, and it's going to be difficult.
He's putting the Sansara to work, right? He's actually living up to his name as the subspace Sansara, utilizing V-Trigger 2 and preventing Akira from ever taking off and ever actually getting something off of these dive kick situations. I think there's a lot of preemptiveness coming in from the side side of Torimeshi in terms of preventing Cammy from taking off, right? The back heavy punch with the Yoga Anvil, utilizing the Yoga Sansara, the V Trigger 2, to stop any sort of like punishes off of the V Skill 1. So it allows him to kind of set up some really funky setups too with the Sansara itself. So it's really interesting to see how this has been played out thus far. A lot of intuition is being played from the side of Torimeshi, more so than reactions.
Right. He's looking for moments. He's not really getting too much off of them, and these big leads that Torimeshi is getting is definitely helping out. And we've seen that breakdown that happens when Akira isn't able to keep up in the pace that he needs to, right? Where he needs to slow down and he keeps going too fast. And we're seeing punishes from Torimeshi where he is just getting a big lead and forcing Akira to come to him and get the win, forcing him to be in these uncomfortable positions. And again, Torimeshi setting himself up for success. But here is one of the biggest buffs in the business, switching to the costume, the Christmas costume of Akira. That's how you know he's really on duty right here. He's locked in when he switches to this costume.
We haven't seen him do that in games prior, right? Like, did we see the costume earlier? I wasn't even paying attention. I was just looking at the matchup itself.
I don't think so.
Has he done that yet? I feel like it's his first time doing that, no?
I don't think so. I think this is,
I don't know.
It's time for him to reveal his true power.
Yeah, I agree. He needs to come out with that costume out the gate, to be honest. Oh, no.
Yeah.
着地してからの暴れが早い。ドリルに対する立ちジャック系対空の後の駆け引きでドリミシかなり勝ってますね。
Look at all this damage. It's been adding up. Round start with it, and now from the side of Cammy. Denies the aerial approach, lands a throw, keeps the mini slide applied. DP finally get the knockdown. He's got to something happen to this V trigger. But there's that Sansara.
Oh my God. Completely distracted by the sun. Don't stare directly at it, your eyes will burn out. Torimeshi taking advantage of that sequence, being able to dash up and get that light kick. Looking at match point now, just a raw spiral arrow from the side of Akira. Does get the forward throw. We talk about being the ogre of Street Fighter. This man can apply so many layers, but that's the thing. Torimeshi, he loves onions, man. He loves the layers.
The high kick coming through against the anti-air. Look at his decisions, and I feel like he's playing more at the pace that Torimeshi would like to play at. And that predictiveness of Torimeshi is actually getting him caught. That is stun. That is done. This is the return to receipt coming back from Akira. Finally, Akira that we wanted to see.
Oh, and I love that opening gambit. Yeah, the buffered standing heavy punch to prevent any normal that Torimeshi wants to throw out, or at least the medium kick ones. Looking for a throw bait. Torimeshi not able to find it just yet. Akira playing it a little bit passive, but runs into the jumping heavy punch still, or at least the V skill into jumping heavy punch. Oh, that was sick.
Clips him, and that was actually a good idea, but now you're caught up in the corner. You make this count if you're Akira. So many options. Activation, crouch fears. Bad situation. One touch. You get that super. Jump heavy kick. Not sure what that was. The DP
Oh my God, the Sansara saved him. He's one touch away. He's trying to set up for a snipe, maybe? You can't get hit by a critical art. Oh my God. Chip is imminent for Akira. He can get it! No, he whiffed! Yes, the boost whiff! Oh my God! Torimeshi actually got it. And even Torimeshi looked right into the camera and he had his hands above his mouth. He gasped. He didn't even know he had it. He can't believe he got away with it. He was genuinely shocked, as are we. Oh no. Akira had checkmate. There was another instance where he had checkmate. There could have been chip. He could have had chip damage.
It's true. Looking for the V skill too. Into the super, but just wasn't able to catch anything. No limp from Sim at all. Missed it too far up. Torimeshi was too high in the sky to let that super fly, and it just went too far out of the distance. And that sniper right after the scrum situation again. Oh yeah, you could just went the super.
You could have just done low forward. Yeah, you can't because you can't V skill. You can't V skill 2 super. That's not a thing. But low forward the super.
It was already
no, again, you can't. You can't cancel. You don't even need to chip anymore. You already had it. Like that's the thing. It's like,
Yeah.
how I don't even know what went on through his mind right now. I'm genuinely perplexed by the decision making from Akira. To be quite honest with you.
それでも十分嫌なダメージになってましたね。
That's unfortunate. Because I honestly thought that maybe you need more health, but you're right. Looking back at it, definitely had more than enough health to get that chip out immediately. Could just went for the cross speed kick into the super to seal it, but just the scramble situations. Tormeshi also very enhanced, very awakened right now. And I gotta say that predictive play has been helping him in the clutch, stopping and stuffing a lot of what Akira wanted to do. Even in that last sequence, it felt like Akira was kind of on game, finally reading the intentions of Tormeshi, reading the anvils that Anvil had missed, and he almost got a fat punish for it. We see a lot of good anti-airs from the side of Tormeshi, and him holding those throws, not going for a lot of techs, not trying to get opened up too often from the character that is Cammy. I think the anti-airs will be tell the tale of the tapes, because it is hard to anti-air the likes of Cammy. It's difficult, even with the character like Sim. Anvil is predictive, but him staying in the air with the jump mediums, back heavy punch, Anvil as a crush counter against the dive kicks, calling out the decisions of the jump ins was a really good option from Tormeshi. And staying solid in scramble situations, maybe that came from him getting that victory previously, but it helped out. You see Akira just in pain from that.
I still can't believe it, man. There's a lot to be said also with the way that Tormeshi was forcing out resources from the side of from Akira's Kami, right? The jump medium kick into the Sansara was really smart. It forced the meter out of Akira 2 times over with the uppercut, right? While Akira was in V-trigger state. There's a lot to be said in regards to that strategy overall from the side of Tormeshi. I thought that was overall very good deterrent from potential damage or potential dive kicks that could come in from Cammy. So really well played from Tormeshi. He had plotted it out very well. But it's going to be in the hands of Daigo Umehara, who will be the anchor going up against Tokido. And this is a match made in fighting game heaven, really. This is a matchup that we love watching for the most part. But we do see the dramatic pre-fight words from the side of Tokido, where Tokido exclaiming he is confident and he will win.
See what Daigo has to say. To beat Luke, I choose Guile. Would like to showcase this as what I put my everything into. And that's the way that Daigo plays. He puts us all into everything. We see his practice on his stream, how much work and effort he puts into making Guile stay at that top spot, to taking advantage of every situation. And again, he is a little bit of a slow learner when it comes to putting his playstyle on the character, especially after every patch. But I feel like he's found his way with this character. They have not played each other in the league. While they play each other a lot outside the league, in the league so far, they haven't even played. Last time that Daigo even played Oja, he lost to Tormeshi Sim. So that was the last time that Daigo had appeared in this matchup. So we'll see what happens in this anchor match. But I think Daigo and also Tokido, when they're in a first and 3 position, they're even stronger. You give them more time. They're both kind of the Batman. I feel like Daigo's more of the Batman, right? Daigo's definitely more of the Batman, but you can't give any less credit to Tokido in the first of 3. He's also super strong. You give him more time to shine. He's going to find more ways to play with his loop and alternate that template of offense that we saw previously when he was fighting like some Momochi and other players.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to the title of the most studious and effective when it comes to like long-term sets, or at least, you know, downloading and dissecting their opponents, I think Daigo might have the upper hand, because we had seen Tokido and his measures against someone like Yamaguchi, who has had the W against him for a very, very long time with the Luke mirror match, right? In regards to Daigo's record in trying to find some of these counters against the characters that have beaten him, he's done pretty well for himself, I'd imagine. And looking into it, right, in regards to how they played off against Saishun Kansol Kumamoto, like Daigo may have not found the victory as the anchor in their first set against Shuto's Urien. It was pretty close, but despite it being... Actually, no. That was Shuto just running him through the ground. But I will say, in set number 2, Daigo versus YHC Mochi, that was actually a pretty convincing one from his side of the field. So, again, Daigo, thus far, it should be, you know, a pretty close match regardless, but I still think I might like Tokido's Luke over Daigo's Guile.
Really? You know what's wild is I agree with that actually. I think that's Tokido's style, that pestering style, is going to hamper what Daigo might want to do. We've seen the change up too as well. It's hard for someone to fight that annoying style, especially with Guile, because you're not getting much off of whip punches, right? Until you get V-trigger. We pointed that out previously, unless in special conditions. But Luke, however, that's way different. However, I gotta go back to the fact that Daigo has said that he has studied this matchup. To beat Luke, I've chosen Guile, and I think Guile can still fight Luke. It's maybe even slightly in favor of Luke, slightly, but we've seen Daigo operate against his character. We've seen him operate against the best. We've seen him even operate against Tokido. We're going to see who's going to take it. If it's going to be 20 points on either side, Mojo Body Star, FV Gaming, going at it for the anchor match. First set. No anti right there, though, from Daigo. Round start.
With the way that the matches have gone thus far, I think it's safe to say that we're going to be ending this in the second matchup between the two once we get the switch, just because of the way the points are distributed. But Tokido looking to get the advantage, and he's doing so in a very proper manner, looking for stun. He does get it off the throw. He gets to charge at the Popeye, yes sir, and he just builds enough meter, but he's not going to need it, right? Not at all. He just gets the Flash Knuckle enhanced and the Rising Rocket to get the first round of game one pretty convincingly.
See if we can continue to get those jump in situations. Even if it's on block, it's still a good sign that you can able to jump in on the likes of Daigo. All those anti-airs and still Daigo with nothing just yet. Trying to work his way out of the corner. Bazooka fireball.
You kind of see similarities. Go ahead. You're going to say talking about Tokido?
I was going to say the fireballs in close range have been fantastic, but what do you see the similarities of? What are you talking about? Talk to me.
So there are a lot of similarities in regards to the corner pressure between Tokido and Shuto and how they've deterred Daigo from escaping the corner effectively, right? I think the defense is one thing, but it's also more so the spacing of the normals that Tokido's been playing, and also the ranges of the fireballs he's been choosing against someone like Daigo to keep him at the corner more often than not. I think Hameko had made that observation a little bit earlier before Daigo started to bust out.
But Daigo, knowing how to fight out of the corner, has done so for so long. I like how he's put up a wall of buttons this time to stay fine. Those light buttons not really working out against the crouch medium punch button. Catch these dash-ins, and now a dash-in of his own off of Daigo. Counter hit, knockdown, flash kick. Let's see Daigo's corner pressure. He backs up, maybe not trying to get clipped with a crouch medium kick. Or the dash up back throw. And just look at that right range at that tip and another crush.
What? He actually got hit by the EX Flash Knuckle? He blocked it. He blocked the low forward first.
We're not sure that Tokido was going to commit.
To be fair, it is a -4 scenario. If it is blocked, it is punishable. So I understand if Daigo wanted to try to get it punished, but now that's nasty. I love that. I love that decision from Daigo.
What's really great about that is if you're going to wake up with a reversal, he wanted to wake up with a reversal that was going to kill. He wanted to wake up with something that was going to do what it had to do to get the duty done. He wanted to kill, not go for like an EX flash kick to get some distance with it, because Tokido has all that bar at the bottom for V-trigger and for Super to chip out too as well if it got to that point. So I like that. Go for the kill. If you're going to go big, go big.
I will say there was a lot to be talked about in regards to Tokido's offense in the first round. It could have been that way towards the end of it had Daigo not made the appropriate call out against the standing heavy punch from Luke. But fact of the matter is, there is a lot of pressure that comes from Tokido's Luke in this corner. So it's really up to Daigo to do one of two things: either stop himself from getting there or find the options quicker to get out of harm's way in that corner, which is quite the task. I feel like the latter is much, actually, they might just be equally difficult. But fact of the matter is, I think Daigo has more of a fighting chance in the neutral game in comparison to what Guile needs to do stuck in the corner.
You fight on the corner just fine, but you don't want to be there. You definitely don't want to be there against someone like Tokido who's going to switch up the game plan when he puts you in the corner. You may feel comfortable, but Tokido has ways of making you not feel comfortable. Whether it be these blessed buttons, more shimmy situations, changing up the pace and placing where he places the buttons just like that, the slight fadeaway, slight shimmy and play with the crouch medium. One more good decision. Would have got that stun, the V reversal to stave it off for a little bit. Daigo taking too much damage.
You see the medium kick again. A lot of discipline within the fireball game, and still managing to get the anti-airs intact. Oh, it's gonna be huge.
Big activation. Oh, the flash kick. That's it. He gets some distance. This is good. He fights his way out of the corner. He has the EX fireball too as well to threaten in the neutral. Sweep. Caught him on the way down. Look at the spacing that he plays at. Daigo. Definitely the Batman of Street Fighter.
I don't think via reversal is going to be the play, and again, Daigo willing to bet it. We'll see if he's going to go into the critical art and spend that meter. 15 seconds on the clock. Force EX 2 times over, a 3rd time as well, and now he's stuck in this corner. Oh, that's huge. He's dead. That is so expensive. Absolutely unfathomable, really, from the side of Daigo Umehara. The fact that he spent 3 EX Sonic Booms to try to stave off the advance and approach from Tokido, only for it to not matter.
Didn't work out. Tokido now getting aggressive in the corner, switching up what he does to dash-ins. Either it's a light or dash and throw. And then the medium every so often. The medium kick too as well, now introduced. Daigo has to be super careful. That gray light is rising. Activation to find his way out, but still caught in the corner with that medium, a flash kick again. But Tokido's fine with taking that. A lot of bar to play with on Tokido's side to eat through the fireballs that Daigo might want to swing out.
Whoa. It's been so difficult right now for Daigo to manage, and he's still out of the way, out of the range of that throw that could have been huge for Tokido, following behind one of the booms. Getting a lot of estate. And that jump out there from Tokido, very smart and well placed. The EX Sonic Boom, that's one, nothing of it. We're getting activation into the critical art, and that's going to be game number 2, tying it all up. 2 rounds straight from Tokido. A huge difference in the offensive onslaught, or at least the pressure that he's presented against Daigo.
That comfortability and that game plan, you know, being able to have that bar at the bottom for the super finish, the critical art, and relying on those normals, those lights and things like that, the lights and mediums, nothing too fancy, nothing too heavy with the hit confirms and the charge up combos and stuff like that. This is the way that he'd like to play. And that corner pressure that you pointed out, you said it's not a good idea to keep being caught up in the corner, Daigo. It's gonna be harder and harder to be fought out, and that's what's happening here. Tokido doing something different with the rhythm of how he's playing. Sometimes he'll go for a dash and throw, sometimes a walk up light, sometimes a medium kick or medium punch. And it's leading up to too much damage when Daigo even leaves the corner. He's lost more than half of his health.
I think there's a lot to be said with the utilization of EX meter also from the side of Daigo. I think there was an instance where he could have threatened maybe like a critical art into chip damage from the second to last round. I think there was also enough battery to be built into the following round, which he did, by the way. So I think overall the decision making from Daigo just wasn't quite there. We do get to jump in against the Sonic Boom punish there from Tokido pretty early in the round. Anti-air, no, it's not there.
Pretty home, sweep off the feet. Daigo, careful whipping that button. We've already seen a lot of jump-ins and a sweep coming from the likes of Tokido. That crouch unit kick seems like it's a good button to poke out against it. We haven't really seen too much countering it. It's not adding up a lot of damage, but it's stopping him from coming in, but he'll take the skies. Plus, Texa throw, sweep, activation.
And I love that, still maintaining the charge as Daigo. Forward throw, a back throw will do it, but he's going to be chipping away first. A forward throw just enough too, and that's so smart considering how much chip damage he's gotten to lead him to that scenario. Very well placed and very well executed from the side of Daigo Umehara.
The Sonic Booms, careful that back heavy kick, looking for a boom. I mean, that's a great anti-fireball tool to get that right range. Not much that Gal can really do about that button either.
He could crouch it.
Good, in terms of a flat punish. Oh, trade, punish.
Speaking of, yeah, we see some of those normals that are just a little bit too high up, and yeah, we do get the punish on the EX flash kick. Good read there from Taquito. Again, we see some of those normals that can be crouchable, leading to big damage. You know, Taquito getting away with some of his. I will say, though, I mean, he ran into a Sonic Boom. He wanted to anticipate the Fireball, so I get his instance. But in regards to Daigo's instance, well, I don't think we'll even be able to talk about it. We've already got 2 sequences in a row from Taquito and a big bust out from Daigo immediately afterwards.
These big leads that Taquito puts himself in. Round start with it, too, as well. Want to spin that bar to get that to happen. Nice. Doesn't give up too much room to finesse and blast. DP. Takes the throw. Interruption. Can he find an activation off a Sonic Boom? Runs an EX. Good walk and block here from Taquito. Well, good touch. Don't whiff a dang butt in front of this character's face. Anti-air. Can't even walk up to get the back throw, though. Daigo still getting harassed up in this corner. B-shift goes for the break.
He's gonna be just fine. Yeah, now it's gonna be Baby Booms taking the place. But now, yeah, I love the V-trigger activation raw. So smart from the side of Taquito. Hey, that's not gonna be too bad. The Sonic Cross coming through. He still got one more boom to protect him. Sonic Cross again. Here comes Daigo. Watch out. Rock Smasher. He does get the sweep punish.
So there's more he has to do. Can he build a bar? Or he'll just fall to Fireball.
Daigo also unsure of what had just happened. He had the same exact expression that Torimeshi had in his W, put his hands to his face and was like, everything's okay, everything's fine. He actually looked back, he went, oh my god. And then he looked back again, he was like, okay, we'll take it.
Definitely a stressful situation. Daigo comes out on top, but I like the way that he's fighting out of the corner overall. I do like the way that he's making these comebacks. They are a little bit desperate. That could have been one touch from the side of Taquito to find the finish. However, he's timing things right in terms of finding his activations. He's fighting out the corner a lot better. The back heavy punch and forward heavy punch have been with punishing continuously. So he's picking them up the table a little bit more. I like that from Daigo. He just needs to shore things up in terms of eating so much damage in the early parts of the round, because Taquito is definitely putting him in the corner with a little bit more than usual. It's not just the lights into like the OP off the medium and things like that. It's more about finding back and first with the crouch medium kick and with punishes that is taking a ton of damage off of Daigo round start. He has to make these desperate comebacks. If he wants to stay in the game, he's going to have to avoid that, but easier said than done. Likes of Taquito, likes of Luke.
This is the most animated I've seen Taquito coming back into the next game, right? Most of the time he is locked in, murder face on, but he is mostly ecstatic to run it back against Daigo. And I will say that was a slight mishap in that round in regards to like the fireball exchange. He went for an overhead, not quite what he had in mind. It was a slight execution error, but going into it, that's exactly how it goes, man, sometimes. Daigo does have the advantage thus far, and he's not putting himself into the corner as much. He is contesting with a couple of normals, exactly how you had mentioned. And I like this version of Daigo a lot more. But inevitably, with Luke, you will be pushed into the corner.
How would be? New kick coming through, medium punch, didn't get what he wanted, but still will get the backup. DP. Or get the shimmy, looking for the flash kick, nothing coming from it. Daigo not whipping too many buttons, however, still getting hit every so often with these pokes from the likes of Luke. Not able to get a sweep of that distance, and Daigo knew it. So he needs to find a way out of the corner. A good EX Sonic Boom will definitely help, or a crush counter.
Oh. Seeing the burning straight create some space against Taquito. There's the sweep. Again, the burning straight playing a lot more, seeing a lot more light in this particular round. Yeah, the dash up, that was actually kind of disgusting. He's going to be living, but pushback is so important. Sonic Cross creates some space for himself.
Waiting for reversal activation. That situation that allows for him to get the back throw, and Daigo now on set point. Ready push for the team, lingering in the distance here for Oja Body Star.
I love the usage of crouching jabs from Taquito, but the burning straight I like a lot more from the side of Daigo. There hasn't been a lot of those in the beginning of this set, but it's paying dividends against Taquito right now. And even the booms too, being at the right spot. We're starting to see these medium punches kind of run into the Sonic Booms more often than not, but it's still going to be Daigo in the corner facing Turmoil against Luke. Forward throw. Watch out for the roundhouse. No, it's forward fierce, or sorry, just walk up fierce instead.
He's on the
Jesus.
menu again. Man, ran some damage, but here's the crush kick into the EX, into the DP finisher, back medium for the plus frames. Be reversal to stop that approach. There's bar at the bottom for the super. One good crush will seal the deal. All that gray life. It's going to hurt. Oh, that's so much.
残り体力より白いぞ。うわー、対戦機。
削りが見えてきた。
うわー、
There it is. Daigo Umehara making Tokido bleed 3-1. The big errors that were made from the side of Tokido, well, that's going to haunt him for the rest of this set. Daigo being the one to take it down and also really change it up. I think there was significant differences in his offense in regards to that final game that you had mentioned earlier that you wanted to see, right? Not putting himself in the corner as often or intentionally as the previous games.
Right, I mean, the burning straight outside that Hugh pointed out, I think that was something a lot of the buttons that Tokido would love to use. We know that Tokido love to use the light buttons, the mediums, and things like that to get the party started. However, that with the sonic booms, it was just hard to read that rhythm of what Daigo wanted to do. We saw so many crush counters, and I believe that was because we see so many of those light buttons, the dash ups and things like that, dash up light to come from Tokido, but it was stuffed continuously, the sonic booms to keep him at bay. We saw a lot of Daigo just pushing Tokido out immediately and not whipping buttons that would get him got. So that means 30 points to totality on the side of Oja Body Star. They're moving to the next set very strongly.
Looking into the next couple of matches, or I should say next couple of games, because of the second set coming up right now between the two, you can expect Nagoya Oja Body Star again with this advantage to have a little bit of an easier time. They need to win their first two matches at least to absolutely secure it. There is still potential for Nagoya Oja Body Star to take it all away if they manage to get a 40 ball, considering it is 30-10 going into the second set. But I will say this, there is not going to be a situation where it comes down to a tiebreaker of 40 v 40. So with that in mind, we're taking a look at the stats. The anti-airs, dang, those are some really high numbers overall. 8 out of 18, and then even the strike throw game against Luke still very difficult to even manage. Daigo Umehara facing off, or excuse me, staving off the onslaught potentially that is from Tokido's Luke in a very effective manner, and really changing up the pace is really what took Tokido down. So 30-10, as you can see there. Fudo getting the best of it against Sakonoko, pretty aggressive at that. Torimeshi outplaying, and I will say outplaying Akira on all fronts, especially with that trigger 2, and then a classic bout between the two titans, Daigo and Tokido, going in favor of Daigo. Not the way that you expected, but in a way that was very, very hard fought.
It's going to be more hard fought for them because now they're in the away position. They have to put up their team members first. And we've seen how this operates. We've seen how this definitely hinders some of the players that have that momentum. I wonder who they're going to send up. That looks like they're focusing around. It could be the likes of Fudo, Akira, and Daigo. Maybe again. Maybe they switch up the positioning. Maybe put Daigo first and then Fudo last and Akira in the middle. Narakun, I'm not sure where you really place him. Not even in the front to him as a player, but his character just, I don't know, really fits in the meta against these other characters like Luke and Mana. I don't really see that character be like a secret weapon so far.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody who will thoroughly disagree with you on that one in regards to the current standpoint of what's in contention, right? Like you're looking for a spot in the grand finals, and you're also looking at the team that had pretty much had the better record against you throughout league. We did see Narakun actually show up in week 5 against V6 Plus FAV Gaming, trying to take down one of the Lukes, and that was against Tokido's Luke, and actually fell a little bit short. There was a highlight I saw from Narakun, or against Narakun not too long ago, where he mentioned, or he had happened to fall short and given up a W to Bonchan despite having 3 sequences where he had the opportunity. Like he was down to like a single confirm against Bonchan. I forgot which, I think it was like a World Warrior event, but Narakun had a W against Bonchan and absolutely flubbed it, and I was really sad to kind of watch that. With that in mind, I think, you know, Narakun again with Akira in his arsenal, I don't think it's going to be enough, to be quite blunt.
Yeah, and what's in the lines you pointed out, they only need 2 more games to win, right? I don't know if putting him up now would be a good idea. He's not really even warmed up. The character may not fit in the meta. So at this point, you go with those three: the Kami, the Guile, and the Poison / Mika, if need be, and you switch them around. I think you switch up the order of the anchor in the first position and run it that way. Keep Akira in play, and that's what they're gonna do. All right, Daigo going up first. He's already warmed up, and Akira, if he shores up what he has to do, he can get the W. We've seen that from Akira. When he is on game, he is on fire. However, he just has to make sure he slows down and recognizes that he has to fight the other opponent and not fall susceptible to their tactics, right? You know, we saw Tormeshi cooking him for those decisions. You might have to see that again. That might actually come into play again. They might even send up Tormeshi second. But who do you set up against Daigo first?
I'm setting up Tormeshi again. To be honest with you, I'm setting him up immediately against this matchup. I like this matchup a lot for Dulcium now. I think there's going to be a lot to be said in regards to Tormeshi's practice against this archetype of character, and I think there's going to be a lot for Daigo to really consider. Granted, he did get his W against Tokido. He could be running on momentum, but I still like Tokido, or sorry, I still like Tormeshi's character over Daigo's, to be quite honest with you.
Actually did beat Daigo's Guile last time. They had met when FFV Gaming was on home and Oja was away. The second time the teams were able to play. So it makes sense, and we're seeing it right now. Tormeshi going up with that sim. Again, I do feel like that he is ascended too as well. He has that same sort of like momentum from getting that victory and putting himself with his, or putting his team in match 3. Daigo simply says, "We'll do our best." Gambari mesu. Did I say it wrong again?
Almost. Almost. Just pretend.
I gotta get
pretend the U doesn't exist in that, right? Just say "gambarimasu" kind of thing.
Gambarimasu.
There you go. There it is. That's a little cheat sheet for you. I'm gonna write down all the secrets you need to succeed.
I'm gonna need it for Evo Japan.
We see Torimeshi again. He puts himself in this this exact situation to set his team up for success. Right. This is the brand new set for these two teams, so it's a matter of getting into position to one, get this W, get the momentum going, and get a full sweep against this team, because that's all I mean, that's what they need to win. That's the only way of getting through. There's not going to be any sort of tiebreaker scenario. This is indeed the last bit to get the W against this team.
Everything matters. Every point matters. Every match matters. See if Tormeshi has that same sort of energy and that heat that he had when he got that W. We've already seen him, you know, enlightened, I should say, these past couple of plays, especially when he was fighting the likes of Akira. To fight off someone like Akira is no small feat. Someone that's so aggressive and so quick. Even if Sim has a lot of good things to say about that matchup, it takes a lot of work and effort to not be overwhelmed by the mental state the character puts on, especially in the corner. He's got that back medium punch that puts on for the plus frames and things like that, the lights and the tick throws. So for you to be able to be solid and stable and also have game plans to make them fall into your sim level traps, it's a really good sign for the likes of Tormeshi. How's it going to operate against the likes of Daigo, especially in this position where Daigo only needs the first of 2 to get that W?
And I will say my math is very, very poor at this hour. I will say I had miscalculated the amount of W's needed from both sides of the team. Let me reiterate, there is actually a potential, or there is a possibility for the tiebreaker to happen, depending on who ends up losing in what position for V6 plus FEV gaming. Okay, so with that in mind, again, 30-10. This is a brand new set between the two. 30 points for the side of Nagoya Oja Body Star. They need 20 points to win. V6 plus FEV gaming, they need 40. It's a possibility that they can do it here, which is optimal. But there's also that possibility of falling just a little bit short and having to go to the tiebreaker. So we'll see if that comes to fruition, or we'll see if there is a complete mauling from either side. Either way, it's going to be great. Here we go. Game 1 between Torimeshi and Daigo begins now.
Trigger 2 on the side of Daigo. See, we can see that being utilized a little bit more. We only saw a little bit of it last time. In fact, I don't think we actually saw anything of it last time. Mostly V reversal, V shift, and that's fine. A 2-bar V trigger allows you to do that and still possibly get trigger more consistently. So I get a jump in, not going to happen too far out in the distance. And a float, trying to bait out a flash kick, but Daigo's not biting.
You see the reluctancy of Daigo even trying to throw out a boom, and I love that acting second to what Torimeshi wants to do. We see Torimeshi kind of fall under pressure and be the aggressor. But I do like this now, reacting to the sonic booms for a very short moment, but now it's just him trying to get out of the corner.
Crushing some of these limbs of Sim. That burning straight. Activation. Sansara cleaning a lot of that range, and Daigo falls to it, wakes up with the flash kick, and now puts him in the corner. Gotta get aggressive before he can let another one loose, but it's gonna happen. Crouch fierce. Oh, activation. What situation? Don't let him confirm off the low or cross community kick. Heavy kick. Any of those buttons are going to hurt a lot more. The side of Daigo.
And you talked about this V trigger too. Could be a problem for someone like Sim. Watch out! Stops the snipe, and again he had it loaded immediately afterwards. Torimeshi not falling victim to anything that Daigo presented, making him the bigger threat on Wake Up with the snipe.
So many things you have to worry about on Wake Up from the likes of Sim, to be honest. Slides, we see the Yoga Gales and things like that. Very dangerous character, even on his Wake Up. Daigo off the turret though, going right back in this match, trying to keep that mid-range game as much as possible. So you get a nice little crush against the limbs, or an EX Sonic Boom like this with the knockdown to push to the corner. There, it is the burning straight for the crush.
We see the knee bazooka trying to play a role in all of this, trying to close the gap between him and Torimeshi, but it really hasn't proven to be quite the... Oh my god, I thought that was on the other side. That teleport was sneaky. Oh, the Sansara gets stuffed.
Oh, stake, yeah, this time, checking that defensive option. Slide apply, EX, and the heavy kick follow-up. Torimeshi taking down Daigo's Guile in this first game. Man, able to get the follow-up like that is fantastic. Torimeshi also being able to claim a lot of screen and not be too afraid of that V-trigger too. It can be very damaging. It can be something you have to worry about in terms of confirms of Daigo, but Guile. But he's not letting Guile get in with the knee bazooka. We see the knee bazooka consistently trying to inch its way forward, trying to get that mid-range game where that burning straight becomes a problem to get the crush counter or get Sim's limbs, but it's not happening as Torimeshi again is so flighty. He's so mobile. He's so slippery. He's so hard to catch.
And I do love the defensive decisions from the side of Torimeshi, especially in the corner, right? He was biding his time to build some meter and create some space for himself without taking too much damage or too many risks. I think the spacing that he puts himself in, right? I think there's a lot to really consider in regards to Torimeshi's defense, right? He understands like what ranges he's allowed to slide and what ranges he's allowed to drill. And he also understands what spaces he's allowed to even throw out EX Yoga Fire to build his escape plan from that. So there's a lot that's really being considered. If you were to break that entire sequence down, Torimeshi had a masterclass of defense in that second to last bit in that game.
Well, that comes from that movement. He's so about being mobile, positioning himself with the back dashes, the walk and things like that, the float. It's all been fantastic. And positioning himself away from Guile's play, away from the crush counter buttons, away from the knee bazookas that would like for Daigo to enact his game plan. Look at that teleport, gets a fierce on the way down.
Tough for Daigo right now. Again, Torimeshi has now been playing and acting second mostly. Trying to get out of here. Oh! Daigo just tracking him down while the V-skill was active.
Off of the slide. And again, another jumping medium kick from the side of Torimeshi. You noted those defensive options on his wake up. They're so hard to read. Torimeshi making the right reads and a lot in terms of calculating the risk and reward too as well. Wouldn't die for it. Fantastic option, puts himself on set point.
Oh my. And I love this. Yeah, he's had so many different looks against Sonic Booms, against the neutral that Guile wants to play. Torimeshi right now is looking like the man, the candidate to take down Daigo Umehara convincingly. That's the activation.
Activation?
Jackknife. Oh. It's gonna be enough. No, not quite. There's the V-trigger again. Forward throw. Watch out, you're in his territory. Another forward throw. Don't do it again.
He tried. Denied the slide applied, and the trade in favor of Torimeshi to take the game. More than enough help in that transaction to take down Daigo with the button right after. The rotation of defensive options continuously been fantastic.
That last exchange was super scary. I didn't think Torimeshi would have been allowed to press another button considering how close that slide was. Although the biggest thing about that exchange was the fact that the slide was a counter hit, so it granted Torimeshi another lifeline with his normal. Man, did he just spill a Red Bull right now? Yeah, Torimeshi again. Getting that counter hit slide was the important thing in that exchange, because without it, he wouldn't have been able to contest or press a button against Daigo and get that trade off in the first place. So really, really fortunate from the side of Torimeshi being within the right range. That could have been like any closer, any further, it would have been a whole different story. But that was just the right range for Daigo, or for Torimeshi to have Daigo press a button. That was really, really smart.
Also, what's really smart is, again, the defensive tactics that we see continuously on his wake up, where he positions himself with the movement, the float, the fact that he's able to float so confident with that V-Trigger 2, and obviously his V-Trigger 2 helped that and it helped enable that, but the fact that he was able to float around the V-Trigger 2, the answers that Daigo definitely had every so often, it just wasn't enough. I like that comfortability. When you see that comfortability from a player in the way that they want to play, that you know that they're in their bag, you know that they're going to get their W, because he had his win condition all locked and loaded. Just avoiding what Daigo wanted to do on the ground, those buttons were taking him down. He avoided the new bazooka continuously. He even avoided a lot of the anti-airs that Daigo wanted to do. There were some cool exchanges, but it wasn't enough for Daigo. 30-20 right now. Is this going to be another close game? Close match?
I mean, I'd imagine so. I would definitely imagine so. Right, there's two big factors in the way now. It's Akira with a bone to pick with the team, and Fudo, who has been absolutely stellar in his gameplay thus far. So, the question does beg, what happens now between this team? It's going to be Bonchan coming up to play for V6. Okay, and I like this decision. And it's going to be the Luke, by the way, coming in against Akira's Cammy. Now, this is going to be a very interesting one at that, because we've seen how aggressive Akira can be. I think Bonchan does a great job of suppressing that playstyle.
You point that out, and actually Bonchan had beaten Akira last time they played, so he definitely has that aggressive style of his own, understands how Akira wants to play, and will punish him for those mistakes. And we've seen Akira make those mistakes when he feels uncomfortable. And someone like Bonchan will not let that slide. Not like Bonchan hasn't had mistakes of his own. The character who definitely takes the risk, liberties after some minor situations. But if there's someone that can keep up with the likes of Akira on the team of FAV, it's going to be Bonchan. And again, Luke will definitely make you pay in a lot, in dividends, if you are, misspacing your drills and things like that. If you're hitting things that you shouldn't be, or missing your confirms off your crouch reading kicks, it's not going to be looking pretty. So Akira has to stay solid. But as you said, he has a bone to pick with this other team. He knows that he can get it done. He just has to pull back sometimes.
This is going to be pretty interesting, right? I think these last two games from the side of V6 plus FAV Gaming are the important ones, right? You don't want to let it go into a third set. And overall, I think the way the matchups have been going between these two teams, there haven't been a lot of instances where V6 plus FAV Gaming had dropped the ball against this team. Like, you look at the way they played over in week 5, they took them down 30-10, having the home field advantage in week 10, they beat them 40-0. So if there's ever a moment where V6 plus FAV Gaming could strike, it has to be right now. And I will say, with their team composition, I wouldn't be too surprised if they managed to get a 40-point ball game against this team.
It's possible, but I'd like history to change. Akira, it's all on him to stop that from happening. It's all on him to really get that pressure back in, or put the back in the hands of his team. I just want to see Akira be at that level where he's confident, he is correct with his confirms. They're going to be perfect every single time, but where he's able to reel it back and say, okay, I'm going too far, I'm running into V-triggers, I'm getting hit with too many things, I'm not landing confirms I want, let me pull back just a little bit. Maybe not give up too much space, but pull back in terms of what I'm committing with, and maybe go for safer, simpler options until he feels confident once again to go in. Because Bonchan, once again, will not let EXDPs fly in go for free without punishing for like 40%. You know, that's just not going to happen, unlike Sabanchan. I believe that's how he had won previously, where Akira was making a lot of drops. Sabanchan was picking everything up and finding his victory with that. But Akira is not free to loot. We've seen him beat Loots. Can he take down Bonchan's loot is the question at hand.
Here we go. This is going to be it right here. I think with the way that this match goes, it could spell danger for the side of Nagoya Ojo Body Star Milodon Beast. This is going to be the matchup that Akira needs to get the W in to prevent the big 40 blowout. Oh. Already off to a fantastic start. Bonchan already aware of what Akira wants to do with this character, which is pretty much get in by any means necessary, trying to brute force his way through being the ogre of Street Fighter.
The counter of the crouch medium kick. Saw that button, click the medium punch. Bonchan an answer, but back in the corner you go. Spiral arrow, the throw. That corner pressure, counter hit, didn't commit to anything after it. Went immediately for the crouching fierce activation. I kind of like that reset of the mind situation right there. Wasn't able to find what he really wanted, but we'll get some plus frames. Either way, the dive kick coming in play. Aerial approach done by Akira. This is what I wanted to see. You get a drop, pick it with something, pick it up with something else.
We're seeing the exchange more so from the ground, from the side of Akira. Looking to expose Bonchan's defense down below, and he does so with the whiff punish against that standing medium punch. Very nicely called. Akira now putting Bonchan in a very precarious position. Back-to-back confirms, and now it's going to be the low short. Very interesting. Low light kick confirmed into the trigger activation, and now it's all Bonchan.
Reversal, but this is still fine. The super lands. This is nasty. It won't kill, but it will put him in that guess game situation. He finds a good confirm, baits out the DP easily. Akira.
That was a split second before the V-trigger was about to hit him, by the way. That was excellent reactions from the side of Akira in that critical art. That could have gone south pretty quickly if that had hit, but again, I think I couldn't even tell if he was like buffering, because I was more so concerned about Bonchan. I'd have to check out the tapes on that, but if he was not buffering and did it raw, I would say that's a ridiculous reaction time.
Inhuman. But this is the Akira that you want to see, the Akira that is able to react, confirm, peel it back when need be if he's not finally confirmed. He had that crouching medium punch counter hit, didn't do much after, but he chose to go for the crouch fierce activation to find a follow-up that would leave him in a plus situation, would leave Bonchan in the corner. Didn't overextend, didn't whiff like maybe back medium, maybe that wouldn't reach, whatever. I like that from Akira. This is the Akira that is when he's at his strongest. Bonchan, however, getting a little bit antsy. See if he can reel it back himself. There's the anti-air round start. It's a good sign.
He's got the whiff punish against the low, and he does get a meaty standing medium punch. Now he's checking Bonchan from jumping 2 times over, stuck in this corner already at 85 seconds. No side switch. He does go for the side switch. The V-shift is there, absolutely, from Bonchan, but now it's going to be all Akira. Watch out for the stun. He stutter steps, gets the forward throw, not stunned yet. Uh-oh. Stun no longer a factor. It's all Bonchan now, does get the counter hit conversion. Another counter hit involved. Another counter hit involved. Bonchan actually, he could kill. He could absolutely kill. Oh!
You're still alive. B shift, let's go for the break. So with some distance. One solid fireball. Akira has to be careful with walk and block. Or he'll just make him drop with the spiral arrow B trigger in hands. What godlike reaction.
This kid is good, man. This kid is so good. Akira looking at match point. Already spending the meter pretty early against Bonchan, putting him on the ropes. Bonchan has not found any sort of success thus far in the amount of time he's played here in the playoffs, but it's been very on and off, I feel like, for Akira, but as it stands right now, he has been all the way on. Look at this. Forward throw. Gets himself another opportunity for a medium punch. Too far out from the counter hit push. Again. That's it. This is gonna kill. This definitely kills. 1,000%.
Era. That corner pressure, so different. So switched up. The stutter step with the buttons, the mediums, the reactions. Even utilizing that V trigger to be in that distance to goad Bonchan with the fireball, that is hard to react to, hard and difficult to deal with, even with super. And he had V trigger, spiral arrow into the DP for the finish. That is just great play overall from Akira. He is a speed star for a reason. Inhuman reactions, taking the likes of Bonchan down. And you said he had a bone to pick with them. He finally got his win, taking down Bonchan in the run back, and securing more points from the side of their team, denying that momentum that Torimeshi had just given them on the side of FEB. Ooh.
Now this is kind of tough, right? I've talked about a scenario that actually could have happened, right? As we progress through the matches, but this is a tough one, right? Tokido needs to get this W. In order for them to see another matchup, or in order for them to get another final 2 out of 3 scenario with their final set, Tokido needs to get this W. That's just how it goes. Fudo, if he manages to get his W in the anchor spot, their team advances on to the grand finals. So with that in mind, there is just so much pressure. Tokido versus Fudo. How often have we seen this matchup go down thus far in the league? It's only been, I think, one time, right?
Only once where Tokido was able to take it over Fudo, and Fudo pulled out not only the poison, but the Mika too as well, to try to find an answer for Tokido. Wasn't able to do so. But I wonder how things are going to operate now from the likes of Fudo. You know, obviously, after you lose, you go back to the lab, you figure out what you have to do. Tokido's been enhanced. He's been empowered by a new sort of style that he flips the switch and gets aggressive with it. But Fudo might have an answer for him. You know, I'm sure Fudo has something for him. Will it be enough against this new Tokido? I'm not sure. In fact, if I look at this match, honestly, I feel like Tokido might take it again, to be honest. I feel like Tokido's running real hot right now. Even though he hasn't been getting all the victories that he'd like, I think he's running hot enough in his gameplay today that it might be difficult for Fudo to get that victory.
I can agree to that. I think there's a lot to be said in regards to how Tokido had played in his previous matchup against Shinobiism Gaming. There was a mishap that he had as the anchor against Daigo that might be lingering on his mind in terms of the execution, but in regards to how he's played overall, I think he's definitely on a different playing field in regards to the rest of the competition, especially as the anchor. So,
そうですね。さっきもね大将で自分負けたんで、やっぱ大将2回負けちゃダメだと思う。
This is going to be difficult. Yeah, so Fudo coming in with a different perspective, right? He's on the losing side in regards to facing off against Tokido. He has a lot to work with and readjust with. I think the poison play through and through will be the choice from Fudo rather than having or being forced to start off with Armika, right? I think yeah, this is gonna be something very imperative. I think him starting off with poison might spell out a huge difference against Tokido, to be honest with you.
A lot more time to play. However, this matchup, maybe I've been tainted by the likes of Idom, but whenever I hear him discuss this matchup, he thinks that more and more these days Luke wins it cleanly. Just being able to stay outside the fierce range, easy punches to crouch fierce this season because it's even more minus, and the fact that if he puts him in the corner, she has to spin that V bar for V reversal. That's not what she really wants to do. So look at the rule of the neutral as much as she'd like to against other characters versus Luke, and the trades that she'd get off against the fireballs, they're so quick that it rarely happens where you get the trade you typically see against fireball characters. And if she does get the trade, it doesn't really matter to Luke. Closer to V-trigger, closer to being harder to deal with against the projectiles. So it's going to be hard on paper, but in the match, I still think it's going to be hard because Tokido definitely has a pestering style on top of all this, on top of just the character sort of thing. His pestering style is really nasty to deal with. And then you go into the fact that if he needs to, get aggressive, spin the bar for the corner carry, and then enact that really awful corner pressure that he's been known for every character, for Irian, for Luke, even when his Okuma was really good.
Yeah, there's just so much talent in the mind of Takedo and his execution overall with being able to transcend past the competition with a plethora of characters or even multiple titles of fighting games that he's been a part of over the years. But this is the ultimate test. Fudo is definitely of that caliber as well, and I think Fudo has had plenty of instances where he's had these openings to be one of the best Street Fighter V players in the world. So I think with the caliber of playing that we're going to see between these two players, I think it's going to be very tough to call. I think it's a matter of who has the initiative for offense, I think, in occupying that neutral. And specifically for Poison versus Luke, right? I think Fudo has the opportunity here to really establish a lot of chip damage, deter Luke from even going forward, or even get some of these exchanges against Sandblaster. There's a lot to be said in regards to what can happen in the neutral outside of being placed into the corner. Granted, Takedo does have a pretty decent job, or a decent time fulfilling his duties of pushing people to the corner pretty quickly. So everything that you had mentioned in regards to like what Item had stated as Poison, what does happen into the matchup, it's just a matter of like how soon that could happen, how those instances happen that could be at a disadvantage for Poison. I mean, has he ever mentioned like the good sides of the matchup? Like how often he can, how often Poison can stop somebody from moving forward, right? I think Fudo can definitely manage those kind of instances, or at least have those moments happen pretty often. But we'll see. We'll see. Between Fudo and Takedo, anything could happen.
I personally think that if you get the lead, which you have to, it's going to be, if you get like a decent lead, Luke is going to have to work his way to get in, right? It's not going to be the hardest thing in the world for Luke, but if you get the lead, that's what has to happen. Usually it's the opposite way around. You want to get the lead against Poison to make her suffer. Poison has to get the lead in this matchup. Let's see if that even happens. The anchor match, this is to determine so much. Ultra Body Star will win if they take down Takedo. Takedo needs to stay in the game for his team and enforce that next first to two. Last first to two, I should say. Oh, the quarter pressure play. Here we go.
You have the reversal intact, and I'd much rather her spend that now instead of getting stunned. We saw two of them, by the way, so Fudo again creating a lot of space for himself. Against Takedo, does a counter hit? Hey, not too bad in the damage. You get the medium kick buffer as well. And a barrage of whips, man.
So many lashes coming out. DP Ender has to go up in the corner with the defense. He didn't finish the combo, the light. Oh, Takedo backing off. This is not too bad for him. He has a lot of EX bar to throw out the EX fireballs, but he can't take a trade at all now. Blocks from Fudo.
So difficult, right? It's so intense. The block of the overhead, and he thought he could get away with a love me tender. Not going to be the case. Just at max range, even if it is at max range, you're still gonna be negative, at least punishable.
Look, these punishes. Luke has some of the best in the business when it comes to -4 and above with the Yoki. Here's the V skill. Stuns rising. Immediate mash and jumping away. Anti-air. Anti-air getting the crouch medium punch. Better round start right here for Fudo. Can he keep it though?
I love him keeping in check, keeping Takedo in check with the standing medium kicks into the whiplashes. There's been numerous instances where he's caught Takedo moving into that normal. Do you see the counter hit exchanges off of the lights as well? Oh, nothing off of the fierce. That was a counter hit also.
Finish your plate. Featured bar at the bottom. Might use that for an offensive reversal, possibly. No crosscut DP. Sharp angle, so I understand.
We see the crouching heavy punches really trying to check the movement from Takedo. Fudo being susceptible to the grab, not even biting though to any sort of the throw bait, so it's good simply anyone's game. Despite on the touch, I think Takedo again, one touch into V-trigger. That's gonna be it!
You called
exactly what we were looking forward to. Takedo finding that single hit off of the medium kick immediately into activation, into the critical art. That's all she wrote. That's gonna be all he wrote, really. That's gonna be game number one in benefit of Takedo.
Tokido's way. Again, saving that bar for these V-trigger activations into super to seal it and being just a pestering annoyance up in the neutral. However, it is hard. We see that he is taking a lot of liberties and a lot of risks. And to be honest, that crouch fierce I thought was going to be a big problem for the likes of for Fudo. He's doing a pretty good job of spacing himself out at that right tip of the crouch fierce and mixing it up with other normals. Yes, that can be swept off the feet. That can be punished with the medium and things like that. But Fudo's been hiding it so well with his other buttons and his other normals and specials and stuff like that. It's hard for Tokido to always play it perfect in terms of punishing those minus frame situations. However, Tokido's way to play, it's just so hard to know when he's gonna get the dash and throw. He's gonna go for a button, things like that, and it worked out in the clutch against Fudo. They go down to the wire, so we'll see what's gonna happen here from Fudo. He's gonna have to adjust. As long as he stays with poison, I think that this will be an even match. Obviously, I don't think there's gonna be a switch here. Mika, definitely not the run. It's all about the poison right now.
I really wonder if he's gonna stick to that strategy. I think Poison did just fine. There was that instance where he did get a little bit overzealous with trying to utilize the EX Love Me Tender, put himself in a -4 punish scenario. But yeah, sticking to the Poison, I agree with you. I think it's gonna be just fine.
Good. And get these good round starts. Force him to come to you.
And I love that, yeah, full conversion. Ugh. Nasty. So much damage after that. Oh, counter hit again. Whiplash in full effect. Counter hit. Dang! How many times has Tokido fallen susceptible to this counter hit standing medium punch? That's been, I think, 4 sequences straight.
Quite a bit, and that button's been coming out quite a bit more too as well. I like that from Fudo. It's a risky thing to be in this mid-range game. This is where Luke would like to operate. However, Fudo's feeling real comfortable. Punch on the sweep. Nice. And these skills right in. Checking the Oki situation. Getting these great leads. Fierce connects in the EX.
You see the heart rate coming out a little bit more. So much chip damage just peppering in against Tokido. Not being able to check dash, at least in that instance, but still creating the space while getting chip damage. Standing light kick, avant line into the critical art. This should be surviving for Tokido.
It'll be hard. One hit will close it out in the crouch. Fierce to clip him dashing in. Fudo with a more dominant win, and again getting those leads, forcing Tokido to come to him to get the win, forcing him to dash in, and then being ready, either with the medium punch or, as we saw right there, the light kick into the steal it off the super. I again like the way that he is playing for Fudo. I'm sorry, Fudo's playing in terms of keeping a good lead and making sure he has that lead. But it's dangerous territory to be in that mid-range game. That's where Luke wants to be. Medium punch, crouching medium kick, all those other blessed buttons of the character. But Fudo's operating fantastically. He's making great reads on what Tokido wants to do, pressing the medium punch button at the right time, getting counter hit combos continuously. It was like 3 in a row, it seemed like, in that first match.
Now is the big problem. It's a matter of what you're going to do or what you have in mind for a very aggressive Fudo. And I don't mean aggressive in terms of like walking up into your space, but I feel like he's been checking a lot of the forward movement and throwing out a lot more normals and a lot more activity, getting a lot of these chip damage scenarios, as well as building himself some bar to get himself into like an EX heart rate if need be. I think there's a lot to be said in regards to Fudo's decision making on offense that builds himself these advantageous situations with both the meter and also the chip damage done. So what are you supposed to do now as Tokido on offense?
We're going to have to utilize that EX bar a little bit more. More of the EX fireballs every so often in the neutral, just to get like a knockdown, get that close range gameplay. But then it has to be a better read on when Fudo wants to press medium, because that medium punch button, when he does get in, we've seen that getting counter hit after counter hit. So the variance might have to change up in terms of what buttons he chooses when he gets close enough to Fudo.
We see both players already swinging for each other, and Tokido trying to remain. Yeah, and I love that. Dashing up to get the punish on the standing heavy punch just outside of that range, and I love that. Good attentiveness there from Takedo. Oh, the cross counter roundhouse. Look at the damage incoming, but more so the space created.
They're looking for the activation of the dash up medium kick. Not going to happen. Crouching medium kick. Too far for the fierce, and you can't whip that button in front of his face like that. He will punish you in time. Back medium. One more hit will do with the tech. But still, Fudo with the grip. I didn't even see that he had the V-trigger too. Neither did Tokido.
I don't think Tokido did either. Plus frames after that. Good defense thus far from Tokido. The amount of chip and gray life. Heart rate again. A throw will do it. No, sir. He backs away, trying to get a bait. And the thread of using crouching jab through the needle. That is Tokido's way. Nice and patient, getting the first round of game 3. Very difficult to defend against the heart rate scenario. 2 times over at that.
Especially with the addition of that V-trigger too. Like, for him to be able to be so patient in this situation is great awareness from Tokido. Fierce and fireball, DP, stuns rising, throw, knuckle sandwich, give him another. Good challenge though from the likes of Fudo. V-reversal gets some distance too as well. So much damage in this corner.
Now we're looking at Fudo being stuck in this corner, as you just mentioned, right? We're taking a look at what he needs to do to get out. It's not going to be enough. Tokido, the quick rebuttal, 2 rounds straight, and ending it in a near-perfect scenario in this corner. We talked about the prowess, the offensive prowess that Tokido possesses against a plethora of players here in this league. And Fudo serves as no difference. He is no special person in regards to like who gets this delivery of assault. I gotta say, Tokido doing a really fantastic job of keeping the offensive pressure alive against someone like Fudo, who's deterred it numerous times over.
What Fudo has to do on defense now that he's getting put in the corner a lot more. We see the reversals coming out. They're not getting enough distance as Tokido. As soon as he is put down to the ground with the V-reversal, he's immediately waking up and dashing in, so he's not losing enough ground. He understands that if he loses ground, he loses the round. That's just how it is. If you lose ground against Poison, you're not fighting with punches against Stand Fierce or Crouch Fierce on minus frames and stuff like that. If you don't get in, you don't get those lights, those knockdowns into Oki off the target combo, it's just not happening. So Tokido, he understands that. What I'm curious to see is what Fudo's going to do on defense. Are we going to see more of those wild dash up medium punch buttons to catch maybe Tokido dashing in preemptively on the side of Fudo? That's been a big blessed button for him when Tokido gets in that close range. We haven't really seen it come out too often. Whatever he does, he gets to do it now because this is game point Tokido.
I think, there's a lot to be said in regards to the movement that Fudo can take advantage of, but it's been, I don't know, man, it's kind of difficult to call. I think dashing up is Poison might be a little bit problematic, but I think occupying the space where your normals will be in contention, I think that's going to be a better shot rather than playing the long-range game. And Fudo has already shown off a hybrid of both, right? He's already shaken hands with Tokido, and I love that pass of Sandblaster EX. Love me tender. Not quite in time to get an anti-air, but still, again, you talked about this earlier, Sankola. I think being in the realm of medium-range normals is going to be better off for someone like Fudo. And now checking the dashes as well, we see a little bit of impatience from the side of Tokido because he's at the deficit. Is this going to be enough? Not quite just yet. Low forward checks the normal, or sorry, checks the walk away. And it's going to be Fudo looking at a round here for game number 4.
Take off that set point. And again, I do think that for the way that he wants to play, he has to be comfortable in that mid-range, but there's a forward fierce. Not a crush, but a full combo from that hard combo follow-up. Again, tested in this corner. EX, counter, caught impressive buttons. Back medium again, plus frames. Not going to leave him alone. EX, and gets the back throw. I like that option. Enforce the plus frames, get the back throw. Give yourself all this real estate to work with.
We do get the forward throw now from Tokido. Does have the life lead. V-shift out of there to reset the situation. -4 punish. You already know. EX Lovely Tender not finding the mark again. Not going to spend the meter. Oh boy. Yeah, nice and easy. Tokido now looking at match point. Will we see a set 3? Or match 3, technically. Excuse me.
The EX bar definitely helps out Tokido. We talked about that EX fireball being a problem. We saw it right there, but it was blocked by Fudo. The whip, the crush with the follow-up. Thought it was your turn? Not going to happen. D skill right in. Gets the throw. The stun's rising though. Oh, can't whip that fierce once again. Tokido proving it.
遅らせ切るとしたがシフトブレイク
We saw that V shift. We talked about that earlier. Does manage to get the break version, but now it's going to be Tokido again, looking to weave his way in past the defenses and whips of poison. And I do love this now. Tokido just needs one touch, really, one solid touch at that, to get a critical art conversion into kill. Oh, speaking of critical art conversions, I am pretty sure this is not going to kill, but it puts poison in a very advantageous position.
Body star. All they need is one good fat hit to seal it. Trying to get the jump in. Not gonna happen. The target combo gets a knockdown. Dash up challenge done by Fudo. Oja, Body Star, Milodon. Getting enough points to move over FAV Gaming. I can't believe I'm saying
one
that.
More game to play.
I'm so sorry. I'm so excited.
What are you talking about?
Going over the line. My bad. It's not over yet. I'm so sorry. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I'm getting too excited. My
what time is it over
for
there?
the players. I don't know. It's like 9:30. We've been up since 1, but we still have more to get done in terms of play. I am going a little bit too far. There's still more. One more game between the two. It's not over. My apologies.
Pretty back and forth. It's exactly the kind of match we expected from these two in consideration of what had happened in week number 10. And what's funny is Tokido actually started things off the same exact way. He had the win first, got the loss the second time, had the win in third game, lost the fourth one. So it's finally down to the very, very last game for these two teams. Now, with Fudo, if he manages to get this W, it is over. It is absolutely over for V6 plus FAV Gaming. So this is do or die time for Tokido. He needs to get this 20 points to get at least one more match going. But with Fudo, this is it, man. He has one shot to get into the grand finals. He doesn't want it to go any further than this. It has to be here.
I'm going to take that sound clip and use it a little bit later, but we'll see. Tokido off to a better start. There's that medium punch back on the table. Getting a lot of reward too as well in the counter situation. There's the dash up, and this time a back throw from the likes of Fudo. Every so often, every so often, very rarely, but there's that burst of a dash situation.
Oh. Did you get the sweep? Hard raid. Frame just walks out of danger. And I love the option there from Tokido to far. But it's still Fudo in control. That's the important factor. Tokido has to close the gap against Fudo. And again, he hasn't really given him much to work with. Low forward and checking the movement yet again. Crouching heavy punch, a little bit more of a risk if it gets blocked, but it's still Tokido being the one at risk, having to move forward against Poison.
True. Shows me that Fudo's locked to get that win. Crouch fierce and gets that last hit now. Fudo is on set point. This might be it. Fudo controlling Tokido. He's got to get away in mid-range game and maybe get the knockdown off the EX Fireball, then enact that great corner pressure and really put it on Fudo.
And I love the defensive choices there from Tokido thus far against the EX Heart Raid. That is 2 times over in this particular game that he's been able to fend off against it. But it's still Tokido running into the ranges where Fudo is able to get some of these buffers and get some of this chip damage. But little by little, Poison is getting closer to that corner. Heart Raid again, V-Reversal now in the corner.
We helped out. Pressing with the medium, cross-cut DP, can't leave for free. But that's still good because all this real estate is great for Fudo. Be able to V-ship and backdash away. That bar built up at the bottom.
Oi.
Fudo. Connect the mix with the EX whip. If need be to get the back throw for defense and offense, if it gets to that point, but could also, if he lands enough damage, seal it with a super.
This is the chance right here, trying to layer in some of the frame traps. Counter hit is there. Not quite there yet. That's huge. Not going to spend it into critical art yet. Looking for the final opener. Watch out. That is trigger 2. There is a command grab. One touch for Fudo into critical art will seal it, by the way. Oh, sweep activation. Tokido looking for another round. He gets it. Looking at match point for both players. That could have gone either way, but it's still locked and loaded for both. Looking at the meter advantage, Fudo has it, but ever so slightly. Tokido does have enough in the chamber, but he has to block this heart rate first. Does block it successfully. That's 3 for 3. He's gone past that threat.
A really good job because that doesn't act, back throw situational thing too as well. We talked about that. But Fudo getting backed up in the corner, still strong with the crouch fierce. And I feel like if he's utilizing that button, he's doing a great job. No back throw this time. Tokido denying that with attack, calling it out correctly. Backs up and up for the TP.
Oh, that's great. That's actually great for Fudo. Defensive back throw, catching the V reversal, not too bad at all. Gives so much room for Poison to work with, and Tokido's going to be spending a lot of time moving forward, but he's taking so much. He can't risk to take any more damage going forward, I should say.
Oh, definitely not a single hit now. Looking for that confirmed.
Oh! Uh-oh. Within ship range? Oh no, not like this. Oh! Oh no! No way.
No way.
This isn't gonna kill.
Still
Not
alive?
gonna kill. Oh no. Oh no. Do not throw out a sandblaster. Oh my god.
Can't believe it. But Oja, Body Star Milodon, now taking it over FAB Gaming. The winners of last year's Street Fighter League will not be making into Grand Finals. It will be Oja, Milodon, Milodon. I cannot believe that Daigo's team in the second place spot, taking down the top tier team of last year, the winners of last year. And it's done by Fudo stopping that advancement, stopping that momentum. I'm sorry. Nagoya Oja, Body Star Milodon. I am just so full
it's been 14 weeks plus, man, and if they're the winning team, you gotta pay respect to their names. It's Nagoya Oja, Body Star, Milodon Beast. Please, for the love of God. You gotta have respect towards the people that just won. You can't just be blurting out the names of other people. But I'll tell you what, right now, that sequence, that absolute nutty sequence of Tokido trying to inch on forward was so difficult. I was so at a loss for words when I saw that low medium kick connect. I couldn't even do like the ender, to be quite honest with you, because of the fact that Fudo keeping his poise and keeping his discipline to check the movement towards the very end is something so hard to do in such a moment. And I gotta say, big ups to Fudo for being the legend that he is and taking down someone like Tokido in that manner. Unbelievable and completely unprecedented, man. He found redemption. He truly found redemption in the final moments of Street Fighter League against the team that has been dominating the other in so long. So very well played and very well deserved for Nagoya Oja, Body Star, Milodon Beast.
Nagoya Oja, Body Star, Milodon Beast are the winners. And then we take down V6 plus FAB Gaming, the winners of last season. The winners of Street Fighter League Japan last year will not be able to move on to the Grand Finals. I'm just so struck at how strong FAD was when they met each other, how strong FAD was as a team overall, and for Oja, Body Star to move on over them with Fudo getting the win, who has always been a strong competitor, right? For him to take that win over Tokido, this is I'm not gonna say I'm baffled, but like it's just shocking. It's just shocking.
It truly is a shock, and that's a fair assessment because of the fact that you look at it in terms of player accolades, player skill levels, as well as statistics. It looks like it's all in the basket of V6 plus FAV Gaming, and that's just how it goes, right? It's not even like a slight towards the winning team in Nagoya Oja Body Star, but it's based off of the numbers that these players have accumulated throughout the season and some of the matchups they had to face off against. It's been in favor of V6, but that's the thing about the playoffs, right? When it comes to the playoffs, any team can get the better of you because it's a brand new start, right? This makes you even more dangerous as the quote-unquote underdog because you have all of that data towards how you lost and how to make it better. Like, I think it's going to be a lot easier for somebody to come in from the underdog position to get their W more often than not. So with that in mind, again, with the playoffs, it could be completely unpredictable. We've seen that on the stage of Street Fighter League US. We've seen it in previous years of Street Fighter League Japan. It coming to fruition in this manner is something a little bit unprecedented, but also, you know, that's also part of the nature of the beast. So that's just how it goes sometimes.
Start with the interviews real quick. Akira said he was just so moved watching the best game in the best seat. Thank you so much. The match with Bonchan, he knew it was going to be an unfavorable match, so he decided to simply just give it all in terms of best advice by his teammates. He played the most Luke matches, so he's glad to have won. Daigo says that he's happy to advance the grand finals with Narikun last year. I think he won 2 games and lost 2 games. Results were different. Regretted a lot since then and has been thinking about if he was given another chance that he wished he could play well and play better. And guess what? He's getting a big reward here going to the grand finals.
I was waiting for Narikun to give a big bravo. I was waiting for him to put that out, but we haven't really seen a lot of Narikun since I think week number 11 of Street Fighter League Japan, but there's a lot to really consider going forward. I think there's a lot that Narikun can provide to the team in regards to at least giving some like match breakdowns or at least some of his experiences against some of the players that he's faced off against, because he's faced off against characters like, or players against like Bon-chan. We've seen some of the highlights that have happened. So there's a lot that Narikun can provide to the team. Going into the other statements, you know, Fudo was talking about it earlier. Last time we lost against Takedo and got eliminated, so he's glad to get his payback in this manner. Happy to take Narikun to grand finals first and foremost, and you see Narikun with his response. He also remarks that, you know, Narikun has been wanting to play. He's been talking about it and really wanted it. So maybe they will let him play in the grand finals. I think that's really up to the captain, but I think he's gotten the A-OK from Fudo thus far. He also reflects on some of the matches he had to face off against that has given him the most trouble, right? Luke and Cody matches have been the ones that really put a hamper into what Poison wants to do. So it was a tough one for him to practice. So he's absolutely glad that he's freed from Luke and Cody, as they won't be available to play against in the grand finals. So he says. So he says. But
so he says.
We know how that goes, right? I mean, Saishun Kansol, Kumamoto, they might pull out a secret Luke or Cody. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. But they are right. There are no more Lukes and Codys to face off against, for them at least, in these next couple of matches, I think.
Sago says, you know, he has wanted to win 2 years in a row with this team, but he's glad to have made it up here. It definitely takes a lot of work to make it to this top spot, right? You have the best in Japan, battling it out every single week to get the point contention. Obviously, it was so close. Even the last bit, we didn't even see Gyokan be able to make it in. Saishun, Kansol, Kumamoto were the ones to make it in over them, and plus these other teams as well. So for them to make it this far is definitely no small feat. For them not to get the 2P is obviously depressing for them, but you know, it's frustrating, as Sokito had said too as well, to have lost here, but we'll bear in mind to do better next year. Hopefully there is a next year in Street Fighter League Japan. But I want to go back to what you said real quick. No Lukes, no Codys. Y'all heard that first. No Lukes or Codys in the grand finale. All those top-level characters, they're still the Poisons and the Sims and things like that, but no Lukes and no Codys. So let's have a chance of a mirror match in the grand finals.
There's minimum 2 Urians, 1 Rashid. Like, there's a lot. There's a Guile, right? There's also a Bison. There's a lot. There's really a lot to consider, right? Not necessarily the cream of the crop that you've expected, but it's also got Balrog, Colleen. That's a pretty interesting spread, if you ask me. But all memes and jokes aside, there's a lot to really take in regards to the player level here for Street Fighter League Japan. And as we get closer and closer to the finale of it, we still have the grand finals, right? We have Good 8 Squad sitting on the winner's side of the grand finals spread. You do have Nagoya Oja Body Star having to go for a double jeopardy situation against Saishun Kansol Kumamoto down below. So we'll see how that plays out. Taking a look at the stats, we know how it all goes, right? We talk about the anti-airs, we talk about the invincible reversals, we talk about the strike through in towards the end. It all amounted to not really for Luke, right? Despite getting 5 out of 10, 50% success rate from the side of Fudo in regards to getting his text going, it doesn't necessarily equate to the W. In fact, I think there is a throw that he had against his V-reversal that helped him out of the corner, right? There was a defensive throw from the side of Takedo that absolutely helped him. So stats don't necessarily spell out the entire story. What does spell out the story is that score in front of your screen. 60-20, Nagoya Oja Body Star gets their full redemption against V6 Plus FAV Gaming after being in such a on a significant losing streak throughout the league. Against this team specifically.
Honestly, that's true. And honestly, I thought there was going to be the rebuttal coming back from FAV. I thought there was going to be that swing back that we just saw previously from Shinobi's Gaming and FFV Gaming when they were playing each other too as well. I thought that was going to come, but I like that Milodon stopped that from happening, prevented that swing back from happening. Less stress to have to deal with these players that are enhanced that think they could just they could get the W, get the job done. So once again, fantastic work from the second place team out here, Nagoya Ojo Body Star, going up against Saishun Kanso Kumoto in the grand finals. As you said, there'll be another run back, and then they'll get the winner of that will get the ability to fight Good 8 squad, waiting in the wings, waiting in the king seat. And we're going to see who the strongest team in Japan, and that team will get the pleasure of fighting the US and the EU at Capcom Cup. That is going to be so sick to see. But we still have a lot more action to go, a lot more Street Fighter 5 to go at the grand finals. So make sure you all are tuning in, getting your tickets ready if you would like to see it early. Let me get the exact dates for everybody. The 21st is the official day, and if you want to wait for the official restream, that is free. It's on the 28th.
Is that correct?
21st and 28th, I believe. Well, I checked with
I
production
thought it was
before we
the
started.
29th, but that could just be me. Maybe it's like Japan 29.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll double check that either way, but take a look at the replays thus far between these two contenders. Again, it was Fudo starting things off against Sakonoko, and what looked to be something where Sakonoko had maybe had something up his sleeve can pretty much turn into ingredients for the blender, and that's just how it blends. Like, that's all more can really be said other than Fudo being able to get past everything that Sakonoko wanted to do, right? Also blocking the desperation critical art and putting him in the blender yet again. It's very, very difficult to contest against when you are up against the Mika.
Absolutely. And when you're up against the Sansara himself, it's hard to get those DPs, those jumpers, and things like that you would like to typically see, like so Akira. Look at that, the jump back, the anticipation done from the likes of Torameshi was fantastic, stopping a lot of what Akira wanted to do. Set up that Sansara to let these scramble situations happen and eat so much damage. Akira just was not able to get going and flowing. Even when he had the blessed costume, his fantastic Christmas costume, it was not enough. I would like him to go to that costume a little bit earlier, but Torameshi was able to seal the deal. A lot more anti-airs on the deck too as well. We saw the anvils, and when they weren't working out, you know, he still go for the light punch too as well. And there were some good sequences from Akira. He did have him in the corner continuously, got some stun situations like this, as you see right here. Was able to find the finish. I thought this was when Akira was going to come back, but this is where he could have went for that chip. Crouching in a kick, into super, would have sealed it. I'm not sure why he went for the V skill right there. Unfortunate for Akira. We'll see a little bit later.
Yeah, again, this is how it all played out during the first set. I think there was a lot to be said in regards to this particular matchup as well. I loved watching the anchor match between Daigo and Tokido. There was a lot to be said in regards to the pressure that Tokido was putting on as Luke in the corner. But as it stands, I think, you know, Tokido, as strong as he was, it was a little bit predictable. You see Daigo reacting with the critical art. You see the standing heavy punch being absolutely stuffed. But in later ends of this matchup, I think there was a slight mishap that Tokido had, and it led to an overhead coming out instead of a fireball. I think we're going to get that sequence a little bit later. But I think it was in this particular moment, because I think that's where Daigo had gotten into at least a game advantage. But again, we've talked about the onslaught that Tokido has. His offensive prowess is one that's recognized and respected. This is it right here. This was the moment where he thought he could get something, but that wasn't the case. And since then, it was all pretty much Daigo spent afterwards.
Talking about this matchup, you definitely called it when you said that Sim can definitely do what he has to do against Guile, disallowing a lot of these options that Guile would like to do. Using that long-range gameplay. But the defensive tactics, though, done by Torameshi were great. Solid jump back, media kick on wake up, and also where he was spacing himself out continuously. That Sansara also ruling the neutral too as well, disallowing Daigo from coming in. And even though the knuckle dusters were coming through hot and heavy, we see the Sansara King himself space himself out quite a bit. I like Daigo getting these throws, looking out for the V-reversal, but the well-spaced, you know, area that we saw the Torameshi in, he slightly the sonic booms, he jumped back jab and things like that. Even all these throws, look at that tech right there. Look at this defense, just overall rotating these options and getting the trade in favor of him to get that win against Daigo.
So we get to see, again, you talked about Akira coming back into full force and how aggressive he can be. Well, he managed to play that card out against someone like Bonchan, and that right there, ever so impressive. He was looking at the utilization of that V-trigger and managed to react with critical art accordingly. He absolutely dismantled Bonchan, and I will say, in that manner, absolutely dismantled him. Despite what you're seeing on the screen, I think Akira, again, was truly the speed star. Because look, he didn't even die after that. Reacting to the Sand Blaster with a V-triggered spiral arrow. This kid could do it all, man, and I am truly blessed to even watch the way this went down. That was, whew, that was so satisfying to watch.
Then with this last match right here, Fudo able to get the win and doing what he does best, keeping this character out, getting a big lead. We saw that there were some instances where Tokido was able to get in with those lights and things like that and act like great pressure. So we're gonna skip over to the super right here, I guess. But again, getting big leads was kind of definitely the name of the game for the first part of the match. And we saw Fudo just get that one touch to seal it and be comfortable with utilizing things that were punishable like crouch fierce. We also see him utilize things like EX, whip to enforce the plus frames, and get back those when he was put up in the corner. Good challenges though every so often from Tokido. We did see him rotating his options, back dashing, back jumping, and then going for lights right after, taking his turn back when he shouldn't. It did enough to put Fudo off his game, forcing Fudo to get in that mid-range game where he didn't always want to be, but had to be. Look at his challenges on the dashes continuously. It came down to these last moments where we saw the challenges on the dash continuously. The one last hit, here it is, all that bar at the bottom. Tokido going for the super, it wasn't enough to kill. He had to find the finish. And with all that V-bar at the bottom, all that super at the bottom, all it took was just one hit, and Tokido knew it. He backs up for the fireballs. He has the V-trigger. Only needs one shot. Tokido, knowing that he only needs that one hit, forcing Fudo to actually go in for the crouching meaty kick, probably to go for the activation right after to seal the deal. Like that confidence that Fudo had to do that is next level. With the fact that that character could just smoke you with the light, insane. Absolutely insane play from Fudo. And was riding on that too as well for the victory to stop the momentum. The other team. Great awareness from Fudo. Great play from Fudo overall.
Yeah, that still had me at the edge of my seat. And even off of watching just the replay, I was holding my breath. I was still in shock and awe that the match went down the way it did. Because that could have been a moment where Fudo wasn't paying attention to the ground game, or he had maybe missed the button and like mistimed it, right? It could have gone either way. So I'm glad to see it come to full circle with this team, in particular with Nagoya Ojo Party Star, Milodon Beast, getting their redemption arc and being able to change history now with Street Fighter League Japan. So with that in mind, we get a couple of interviews, a couple of words from all these teams right after this break. You don't want to miss it.
あの男は常にこの力を扱える器を探していた。実に光栄です。
ストリートファイター35周年記念ライブ。ストリートファイター初となる一夜限りの音楽イベントが開催。楽曲映像とともにストリートファイターの歴史を紐解く。チケット好評発売中。
さあ改めまして本日のプレーオフの結果、プレーオフ勝ち抜け1位のチーム最春関する熊本、プレーオフ勝ち抜け2位のチーム名古屋王者ベビースターミドル以上2チームが
My name is Seiko. I'm joined with Vicious. We're with the interview right now of Nagoya Oja Bodhisar Milodam. And man, I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot believe that we have this final team right here at the playoffs with a run back. Saishun Kansou Kumamoto getting another bout against that team at the finals, at the grand finals. And the winning team of that will be fighting off a good squad. I'm just at a loss for words. I'm going to be real with you, Vicious. This has been a wild day.
It really has. I mean, in regards to how some of these battles have fluctuated, it was kind of unpredictable, right? In regards to Saishun Kansou, Kumamoto really stepping it up, I feel like it reflects their transcendence past the rest of the teams in their regulation season play, right? I think there's a lot to be said in regards to how they've performed in the second half of the season with the newer generation, and it equates to the kind of success they're seeing now, because overall this is a really excellent team, right? You have the head captain with Nemo being one of the leaders of the youth, right? Being able to break down some of the heavy hitters and some of the matchups that can come his way. But he also has a lot to learn in regards to like how the youngins have seen some of the gameplay as well. I think overall this is a very well-balanced team in terms of the characters as well as the top player mentality from all of them, because Nemo is extremely well-versed in a plethora of different fighting games, right? He's seen so many different avenues of like offense and defense that most people can't even imagine, and he also happens to be a really funny guy apparently. But yeah, again, you have a Urian from the side of Shuto, Guile from the side of Higuchi, and a Dawson from the side of YC Mochi. That's really a lot to go up against. And then you have like a wild card with Nemo, either going Urian, Gil, Falk if need be, right? I think it meshes really well together as a unit. But going into the winning interview, Nemo, he had mentioned this pretty briefly. We had won first. Our other 2 matches were heated, close matches, and so we kind of forgot about ours. I don't know exactly what he meant by forgot about ours, but looking forward into the future, he gets to play against the Goya Oja Body Stars, and they are looking forward to it. He's just glad that there are no more Luke and Cody matches. I feel like that's the general consensus throughout everybody here in Street Fighter League Japan, right?
It's true, Shuto. You know, saying Luke and Cody are the only characters he cried over in one of those matches. Again, looking forward to the grand finals. Higuchi saying last season we ended at the playoffs, but this year we advanced to the grand finals. Today was offline, no audience or spectators. Grand finals will have the audience and spectators, by the way. And he's happy to be able to play in front of them and directly feel the support and cheering from them. It's a different sort of energy. We see these players feel when their fans are around them, when the crowd is around them, even against or for them. It's a different sort of energy that bolsters them and enhances the experience. So it'll be good to see them playing offline. I think we're a fan of watching these players play offline too as well, not hindered by anything, connectivity, all stuff like that. Just be able to see face-to-face who is the best. YC Mochi says that he thinks that the grand finals event is an event where all viewers can enjoy. So playing in front of them and receiving direct support will make him play better. Personally, he doesn't make him think that he'll be nervous. He's an old school player, so maybe that is also why from Street Fighter 4 days, support gives him power and strength. So we'd like to bring in that energy, which will lead him to a win.
Very curious to see if YHC Mochi will be taking that trip to Capcom Cup if Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto manages to take it down. I know for certain reasons that YHC Mochi hasn't really been able to travel abroad to some of the big events in the States, but at the same time, he's been such a powerhouse in Japan that he hasn't really needed to. But overall, it'd be very interesting to see and very exciting to see either one of these teams make it through this one as well with such a powerhouse of a team. We have Akira, Daigo, Furo, Narikun as well. First and foremost, as we get into the interview, it has to be with the captain first, of course. He does reflect upon his matchup against Higuchi-san, right? From our translation, it says, first game against Higuchi-san, he lost playing on the home side, and that was the start. He wasn't able to do what he had expected to do before the matches had started, so Furo was the one that actually taken notice of this and told me. So he was able to fix those issues and find a release, right? He was able to release himself and play at the potential he's known to be playing at, right? All went well after that and ended well. Anything I had changed from last year? Well, as a team, they've talked a lot more. They've opened up those borders of communication with each other and started to share a lot of tech and also what needs to be done. You could see it also in person, the way that they've kind of like talked to each other after every match. Akira also talks about going forward into the future, right? I couldn't play in playoffs last year, but was able to do so this year and advance to grand finals. I think you could even see it that we're such a good team with great teamwork and vibes. Not only do you see it, but you kind of hear it from all fronts, except for Daigo. I feel like Daigo, he's there in spirit, but sometimes the mind takes a little bit longer to catch up because he's just chilling most of the time. And we do get to see it. The responses here from Daigo, and I love hearing his interviews for the most part, right? He could be a little bit profound sometimes, but he could be pretty blunt. So going into it again, he talks about his loss against Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto, something they need to reflect on because they're going to be the ones facing off against them in their rebuttal. He does say that a team that loses has the tendency to keep losing, but we had time in between our next match, so he does appreciate the fact that he was able to get that rebuttal going despite getting a tough loss in the first part of the playoffs. Him and Akira managed to take a nap, and they were both pretty much knocked out. They were both snoring, apparently, which is pretty funny to see. This made us reset mentally as well, gain the stamina back, and was able to forget about their losses. Long match hours had worked in a favorable way for both of them. And of course, Furo now getting his words in as well. Up next, a lot of laughs coming in from Nagoya Oja Body Star Mildon Beast.
Yeah, a lot of joy right here. Fudo, again, the MVP of the day, I think. I've been looking at Akira to be the MVP too as well. But I think that Fudo sealing deal and stopping that momentum from, the opposing teams, FAV Gaming especially, has been very imperative. We've seen how strong he was last league, and he's been a very pivotal point for for this team as well in this league. He's one of the highest point earners too as well. Fudo says that he is glad to have gotten out of the losing mindset, and that's very important. After the first round, he went back and talked to his teammates. More than half of what they had talked about were pointless, but acted silly towards playing with words and stuff like that. I'm guessing that's a way to de-stress. Kind of calm down a little bit, but yet they did talk about important things too. The pointless, meaningless, acting silly made the important talks down even more. So having that kind of just kind of calm down, that cool down element, probably helped them out in terms of being able to now hyper-focus on what is so serious and what's important for the matches and stuff like that too. And Narakun contributed by cheering and keeping the good vibes for the team. He was looking at the amazing play by his teammates and was happy to hear Daigo say, "I will take Narakun to grand finals." He will do his best, and I'd like for him to do his best out the grand finals. I'd like to see him play. I'd like to see where that Akira will fit in the grand finals against Saishun Kanso Kumamoto. And if they win against Good 8 Squad, I'm not sure how that would work, but we've seen stranger things out here at Street Fighter League Japan, or in any of the leagues too as well.
We did hear a couple of instances where Fudo and the team had mentioned Narakun wanting to play, and they are heavily considering it because he talks about it and really wants it. So hopefully they'll be able to sub him in one of the instances, but it's going to be a very imperative one that Narakun brings it all with that Akira. And I don't mean the player, I mean the character. So Akira, we get the roundabout, we do get the closing interview from the team captain. Your support and kind words were received. We hear each and every word from you in regards to the fans that are cheering for Nagoya Ojo Body Star Milodon Beast. They love the good ambiance, the good vibes that they feel from the teammates. It would be great to win the grand finals like this. Who knows? We may not be teammates next year, so we'd like to make lots of memories. And with that in mind, I think that's the best attitude you could really have going into such a star-studded lineup of heavy hitters when it comes to the playoffs and the grand finals. So with that in mind, we're going to see the run back between these two titans, Saishun Kanso Kumamoto versus Nagoya Ojo Body Star Milodon Beast. How do you feel about that one, considering what had transpired in today's events, Sinkola?
Man, the way that Nagoya Ojo Body Star had played against V6 plus FPV Gaming, I feel like after they had lost 2 times, they really had a good strategy against that team. So we might see that against Saishun Kanso Kumamoto. And again, I'm not discounting anything about Seoul. They're super strong. To see them in this top spot is surprising. But again, I don't know who's going to get the win. I can't tell you. If I had to put my money down, it might be on Good 8 Squad this time to finally get their win. What about you?
It's going to be tough to manage, but I'll tell you what, one thing is for certain, it's going to be on the 21st where the event is going to take place live in Japan. However, the streaming event is going to be happening on the 28th. We did get confirmation of that. If you guys mark your calendars, we will definitely see you guys all there for the English restream on the 28th. Until then, keep playing Street Fighter V. We do appreciate each and every one of you guys tuning in for all 14 weeks of gameplay up until the playoffs. We still got one more week to go to determine who is the best in Japan. It's been quite the honor. You know, we've had so many restless nights of watching these games, and I gotta say, it was absolutely worth it. From our commentary table to yours at home, tuning in, wherever and whenever it may be, we look forward to seeing you all in the grand finals. That's gonna be pretty much it from myself. Sinkola, any final words from you?
All I gotta say is, everyone stay safe, and I'll see you in the streets. See you at the playoffs from the start of the grand finals. Playoffs are done. See you in the grand finals in a few weeks. Peace out, everybody.
またグランドファイナルでお会いいたしましょう。さよなら。
最終関する熊本名古屋王者ボディーサーミルダム
捕まえた
かし切った。シュートが再瞬間する熊本にグランドファイナルをもたらした。
V6 プラスパブゲーミング対しのびずゲーミング。
この接戦を制したのは V6 プラスファブゲーミング。
もちろん極限状況によるそのコンボのミスとかも出ちゃってはいた。マジで勝ちたさがすごくてお互いに
V6 プラスファブゲーミング王者ボディーサービルダム。
いやーボタン押しましたね。
いやー